Oh, like I can throw 3 eggs uh into a whisker and chuck them in the frying pan and fry up some scrambled eggs in like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but you don't. That's the
No.
issue.
Well, to be honest, those times I went to look for food to see what was there. Nothing was there, so I had to find something out of the nothing that was there to actually eat. So that's why the first one took so long.
One triple double.
Well, the heat is on as we head towards your holiday tomorrow and into the weekend.
Hang on. We already got to go back. We already got to go back. Did she just say Jor?
Head towards your holiday. Well, the heat is on as we head towards your holiday tomorrow and into the weekend. We have a heat advisory that goes into effect at 1 p.m. this afternoon, and that's going to last through 7 p.m. on your Friday. Now,
is there a Scottsboro in every single American state?
Probably.
Because I feel like that's the
most
common.
Where is she from? What is this accent? Friday.
I'm trying to figure out what state this is.
It's 2 states though. You can see there's a state line running through it.
Oh, they state lines.
That bold line, that's state line.
Oh, this is Georgia then, I think. Because that looks like South Carolina's western
I can't
border,
really
and that looks like Tennessee. I'm going to say Georgia.
We're looking at heat index values of 105.
Yeah, I'm going to say
values. Georgia. So she's covering a southern accent is what it is then.
Possibly.
To 109 degrees. So this is dangerous heat.
That looks like a very Tennessee border there. That very thick black straight line.
But again, it's July. We're used to the heat this time of year. But make sure you're taking. But again, it's July. We're used to the heat.
She almost let that southern accent slip.
Heat this time of year, but make sure you're taking care of yourself if you are going to spend time outdoors, and I know a lot of you are over the next few days. So here's a look at your muggy meter. It's gonna.
This is specifically
muggy meter.
This is specifically why I put her on here, bro. And now you see what you've been sleeping on the last 2 shows when I said make sure you put in that weather lady.
This is awesome.
Be oppressive outside all the way through Friday. Friday will bring a chance of some decent rainfall to the Tennessee Valley.
Oh, Tennessee okay.
Valley.
Tennessee. Okay, so southern Tennessee, northern Georgia. Yeah, I was right.
And we'll see these numbers drop as we head into Saturday and Sunday. But then as we move into next week, we're right back up into that oppressive category. So again, it's July.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Wait. Can we go back? Did she say oppressive category?
Yes.
So the mugging, you're literally getting oppressively
mugged.
I think this is the American version of humidity. I'm assuming.
Oppressive.
I'm assuming.
It's fucking hysterical that it's oppressively muggy. Y'all cheating on Jen? Look, I've messaged Jen. I've commented on her post. I've commented on her YouTube. All right. I said, Jenny Milk. We all love you. Our fans love you. Jenny Milk. Guess what? Nothing. Not a fuck you. Nothing. Whatever. So we have to find a replacement Jenny now because Jenny has abandoned us to promote casinos. That's what she does now.
To that oppressive category. So again,
well, to be fair, I lived in this area for like 6 months when I was in America during summer.
Did it feel oppressive?
It was oppressive. It was, and I was fat too, real fat. And it was real hot, real humid. It was awful. Holy shit, a Twitter comment. Good Lord. What the fuck just happened? This might be the first time we've got a Twitter comment. North Alabama? On the left-hand side, maybe?
It's July in Alabama.
Does sound more, there you go. She does sound more Alabama.
It's very southern. It's very like rural Georgia or sort of that side though, I think. I don't recall hearing anybody with like that thick southern accent in South Carolina. But
Care of yourself if you're going to be.
all the red is Alabama. You know what? You might be right, actually. Give me a second. Because that's definitely Tennessee. Up here is definitely Tennessee, because that's the Tennessee state lines there. So, let's have a look.
I can't really see, so. That's my fork in the kitchen.
Athens. Well, Athens is here, right? So, Athens... So, we're looking here. I think. Wait. There. What's
She
the
just
furthest
said
over?
Alabama
Yeah, I know.
in the video.
But she also said
I
there we
agree.
go. Muscle Shoals is Alabama. There you go. Okay, so
I
there is.
agree that also her accent is more Alabama than Georgia.
Okay, Huntsville. Is there an Athens in?
There's an Athens in every state. Come on, you think the Greek lark ended somewhere in this?
Okay, I got thrown off. Cool. Okay, you are correct. It's Alabama. There we go. Problem solved.
Outdoors. Here's a look at your temperatures right now. It's 87 degrees in
Does that count as OSINT?
Yes.
Huntsville, feeling more like 95 degrees. 89 degrees right now in Decatur, but feels like 98 degrees.
Oof, Southern's coming
87
through.
in Muscle Shoals, feeling like 96 degrees. And only up from here
I like
the
this.
rest
Is good.
of the afternoon hours. Over in Sand Mountain, we're looking at 97 for your high today in Scottsboro, 94 in New Hope, 93 in Arab, 93.
Is that why they say Arab? Is this why Americans say Arab? This is
only Southerners say Arab.
Good God. Good God. This is amazing.
Why,
I am.
That's what she said.
You need to take this as a soundbite.
Day in Scottsboro, 94 in New Hope, 93 in Arab, 90.
just the in Arab.
I think everyone
up towards
everyone should go to Jenny's Instagram and tell her that she needs to look at me. And then
Meridianville.
And tell her that it was such a horrible day for you because we're looking at a weather lady instead of her fabulous archive reports, because we ran out because we haven't watched all of them, but we've watched all of them. So now there's no more Jenny Milk for us. And so now we're watching other people, and it's just not the same. And we need her back, as weird as possible. The messages, not creepy, but weird, like something that makes no sense. Like she has to decode it.
Just be like 5th gen like video. Need
Bro,
more.
I've literally sent her compilations. Nothing.
Hilarious. I have
I'm in
no
her.
idea.
I'm in her fan club on Instagram. Nothing.
That's
I'm
very
sure.
funny.
I'm sure she does stuff on TikTok still, but no. All she wants to do is promote the casino now. That's all Jenny Milk does now.
96 in Huntsville, 94 in Faultville.
All right, we're just getting weather now. Let's move on.
Hey, how dare you?
What? It's 3.5 minutes of weather. We've spent 9 minutes on a weather showing us the weather of Alabama.
But what do we think? What do we think, guys?
The muggy meat is funny. New Jenny? Maybe not.
Well, we've only seen one video. You know, Jenny,
No
she posted her
shit.
personal highlights to her own channel.
That is true. I just realized something. Is if I have
You're gay?
no, look, see how you
It's
can see
okay
the
if you're gay.
headline? See the headline you can
Mhm.
see under your picture? If I put it on the other screen, it doesn't show it. So that's very interesting. It's weird that the size of the screen would correlate with the size of the screen share, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In France, the recently formed leftist coalition, the New Popular Front, pulled off a surprise victory in the second round of parliamentary elections Sunday. The Left-Green Alliance came together in a bid to stave off the far right after Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party made major advances in the first round and in recent EU elections.
She's really loud. She's really loud, and I don't want to have to talk over her. Did you see what Macron posted, where it was like, my brain is too complex for journalists or something?
Did he really?
Well, yeah, well, he's just like, basically, he's like, what he's saying is like, I don't even want to talk to the press because like I'm gonna say something they're gonna interpret wrong, right? Oh, that's our Macron quote from 2017. That's funny. Okay, that's funny.
I fucking hate this guy.
But
Every time I find out more information about him, I hate him more.
I'm sure he's like blown away that the left beat him. Because it was like, oh, the right's going to beat him. The right's going to beat him. And they were trying to fucking tell the left wing. So they literally told the left wing, just get out of the race. We don't want to, we got to unite against Donald Trump. I mean, Marine Le Pen. Right? So they were literally pressuring the left because it was splitting the vote too much. Right? And they're like, if you just vote center, then we won't have the fascists. Right? They were pressuring them to do that. And I think that really must have pissed some people off.
Yeah.
For telling the left to get out of the way so fascism won't win.
Mm-hmm.
When Macron called the elections to enable it. Like, fuck you, pal.
Yeah.
Elections. But the New Popular Front, which won 182 seats in the National Assembly, still fell short of the 289 seats required for an absolute majority.
That's
Sunday's
good,
results came as a major blow
Most
to
of the
not
time,
only the
you don't
far
want that.
right, which came in third,
Was
but
it
to
Vosh
French
or
President
Hassan that's banned from Twitch?
Hassan is banned from YouTube. Vosh is banned from Twitch.
Okay, because
they only get fresh about Destiny's content.
No. I'm tagging on Twitter.
Mm.
So I'm gonna tag Hassan. So if anybody searching Hassan,
Yeah, you should.
will actually see our shit and hopefully clicks on our shit instead of his.
Yes, you should do that.
So I gotta think of.
You can also, in the description, you can put all the names of stuff.
Okay.
Emmanuel Macron, who called the snap election in the hopes French voters would keep his seat. The reformist candidate defeated hardliner Saïd Jalili on Saturday.
I think that skipped. I might have pressed something.
I sent it to Pega. It's in her.
New Popular Front.
She posted it as her story, but
You
well,
said
it
what?
skipped. Anyway, I'll pull it up
It's
since
manifesto.
it skipped.
All
So I'll
its
pull it up.
manifesto.
No.
No.
I
It's
skipped
around
time.
stuff. It's around stuff. So
Relax.
I'm gonna pull it up while you watch it. Is what I'm saying.
Sure.
So, and nothing but its manifesto.
The New Popular Front has vowed to raise the minimum wage, cap price of essential foods and utilities, and to throw out Macron's hugely unpopular pension reform, which raised the retirement age. The group says it will reimpose taxes on the wealthiest and corporations. The New Popular Front also says it'll recognize Palestinian statehood after Macron's government earlier this year refused to do so. We'll have more on the French elections later in the broadcast. Meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer has become Britain's new prime minister after his Labour Party trounced the Conservatives in a general election Thursday. It's the first time Labour has been in power in 14 years. But the election,
brand, right? But the food that I bought was like, it was like shit,
Yeah.
not as good, not enough sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that brand's butter chicken is way better than the other one's food. So the butter chicken specifically from that one brand is really good butter chicken for a microwave.
I'm glad I stopped the stream for that.
Mm-hmm. It is more
lack
calories.
much of
though.
the energy and hope for change that
fine.
marked France's vote, with the lowest turnout in more than 20 years. Starmer, a centrist politician, vowed to lead a government of, quote, stability and moderation. He made his first official address as leader on Friday.
For too long now, we've turned a blind eye as millions slid into greater insecurity. Nurses, builders, drivers, carers, people doing the right thing, working harder every day, recognized at moments like this before, yet as soon as the cameras stop rolling, their lives are ignored. I want to say very clearly to those people, not this time.
Among the other notable results in the UK election, former Conservative Prime Minister Liz Truss lost her seat in Parliament. Far-right figurehead Nigel Farage, best known for pushing Brexit, won his election in his 8th attempt to gain a seat. Irish
give him
nationalist
credit for
Sinn Féin
Brexit. Come
became
on.
Northern Ireland's largest party in the British Parliament for the first time. And the former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn
You know what's
easily
funny
retained
about
his
that?
longtime seat after running as an independent in his London.
What?
You know what's funny about Sinn Féin? I believe they don't show up because they're like an abolitionist type party or an absolutionist party or something.
Okay.
They hate the British government, so you vote for them to basically like vote against the government.
Mm-hmm.
In the North, I guess. I don't know.
Hmm.
Some fake shit.
Yeah, I don't know how the UK works. There's videos there. We'll find out.
District against Labour. In one of his first moves, Starmer declared the UK Rwanda deportation plan dead and buried. We'll go to the UK for more after headlines.
Well, that answers my questions.
Well, yeah, it was illegal anyway. It wouldn't roll up.
Speak with MP Jeremy Corbyn.
Gross.
Voters in Iran have elected
Gross.
Masoud
Why would we talk to
Pezeshkian
that
as its new
Assadist?
president. The reformist candidate defeated hardliner Saeed
Oh,
Jalili on
I can't
Saturday.
believe it. The reformist won, Jack.
Wow. Who
That's
saw
gonna
that
make-
coming?
It's gonna make it could have gone either way, honestly. Wow, this means that they're gonna allow the women to show their hair, and the nuclear deal will restart, right?
Yeah, of course. That's exactly
Anyway,
what's going to happen, right?
Check out this post. It's so funny. Iran before and after a reformist is elected.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, crazy. I also saw another one where it was like the morality police, like the women in the morality piece, like that are in the niqab, right? So it was 3 of those ladies, and it's like if Jalili wins, and then the other one is like if the reformist wins, and they just put pink bows on all their heads.
Oh my god. That's awesome.
Reform incoming in a
Pezeshkian
million
is
years.
a heart surgeon who'd served as health minister under reformist President Mohammad Khatami. Pezeshkian has criticized Iran's mandatory hijab law for women and has promised to disband Iran's morality police. He spoke in Tehran Saturday.
Vote as a heavy responsibility on my shoulders, and I pledge to continue to be a listening ear for your words and a voice for the voiceless and the rejected.
Saturday's election was held 6 weeks after the Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi died in a helicopter crash. More on the election later in the show, going to Tehran. Israel's war in Gaza has entered its 10th month as the official Palestinian death toll has reached nearly 38,200. But a new report in the British medical journal Lancet estimates the actual death toll could be 186,000.
In other news, the Taliban said girls can go to school again.
Did they actually?
No. I'm just joking because
I was going to say, because it's been fucking forever.
Because it's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
Acting like reform. Well, in this episode that's on Patreon right now, we talk a little about it, and how I agree that I think Haqqani actually was pro letting women go to school.
How much control does he have over it, though?
Well, at the end of the day, it's so funny that they overthrew a republic and called it an emirate because they're a republic, except they're not like a representative republic,
Yeah.
Like the elders and the Shura Council and shit, they're not chosen. but I defend Al Qaeda for having democratic values at the end of the day,
Mhm.
right? So like the council as well, like it's not like I don't know how much they would actually like vote on policy, and
Yeah.
if the supreme leader exists or not is another thing, right?
Okay.
So like it's like with Saif al-Adel with Al Qaeda, like he should have been the emir, but he's controversial within Al Qaeda because he dared criticize Al Qaeda leaders, right?
Yeah.
For their shitty planning when they did stuff that got his guys killed. So because he said this was stupid, we should have done it differently, he's too controversial to be the emir of Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
So it's like that. Like Haqqani has a lot of fucking power. He's easily the most powerful crime lord. They're easily the most powerful family in the world. But when it comes to like that type of policy about letting girls go to school and stuff, there's like a lot of elders who would be against it, and like strife within the party is something that they do have to be concerned about. So they just basically they have more democracy than the CCP at this point, because like it's not like the party is ever going to agree with Xi on anything now.
Yeah.
At least they had that under Deng Xiaoping.
Not anymore.
As artificial as it was then too. I just don't want to I'm just trying not to oversell how like democratic something is. Like and it's funny because I have to talk like this because these people constantly want to convince us that the United States isn't a democracy.
Yeah.
So it's like, listen, I don't want to sell these as having, if they're fake democracies, if the United States is a fake democracies, they must be just as bad, huh?
Must be.
Former Taliban official said God gives advice and talks to the leader of the Taliban. Sounds like some fucking Catholic gobbledygook to me. But that's also a question as well. I don't believe the leader of the Taliban exists.
Interesting.
We've talked about this.
Is this a hot take?
No. I've brought it up many times.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, he was killed by ISIS in Pakistan. I've brought this up before.
Mm. So who's
Probably
the head?
on the. I don't think there is one. It's fake. It's fake to keep them together.
Interesting.
Gaza's population. The report looks at how war leads to indirect deaths due to shortages of medical care, food, shelter, and water. Earlier today, Israel attacked the Gaza City headquarters of UNRWA, the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency. On Saturday, an Israeli airstrike on an UNRWA school killed at least 16 Palestinians and injured 50 others. Eyewitnesses said the dead included many children.
We came here running to see the targeted area. We saw bodies of children in pieces. This is a playground. There was a trampoline here. There were swing sets and vendors. Civilians were killed. It's a civilian school. These are United Nations schools for the UNRWA. It is supposed to be safe for people.
I was telling you the other day about JPEGs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how they have that harsh edge and the pixelization on them.
Yep.
Right? So look at this. This is the only image of Akhundzada that exists, right? This in the eye area is a completely different image. It's higher resolution.
Yes, you have shown me this. You
can see the harsh lines across his face. You can even see it continue onto the beard here on both sides, right?
Yeah.
And if you got to kind of, it's one of those.
It's all the shininess and the skin consistency on the nose.
If you really like look at it, you can even see it on the top here too.
Yes, you can.
So at the very least, it's a bottom that's different than the top, or what it looks like is the entire section with the eyes was swapped out, right? So this is a made up. This is like they couldn't even AI generate a good image, Like, look at that fucking line on the nose. We're supposed to believe that's just like a natural thing. Maybe the picture was folded, and it's not even a real digital picture or something, right? So the guy has giving speeches on radio and stuff, but his entire family died in a ISIS attack, right? And we're supposed to believe he magically survived that ISIS attack
in Pakistan.
Right? So they can't admit that ISIS killed the supreme leader of the Taliban.
No.
Because that would hurt their reputation. So there is no leader.
Anarchist.
Well, it's more of like you have Baradar, you have Yaqub, you have Haqqani.
So it's more warlordy confederacy kind of thing. They all have their territories.
Yeah, especially with
That's
Haqqani.
Interesting.
They have not only their territories, but they have their own loyalties as well, right? So there's different tribal lineages and family lineages and things like that. So like another thing, I think it's maybe Ahmad Shah Durrani, but the Durrani lineage, the Durrani line, even the Durand line, which is where British stopped, right? Where it divides the Pashtun kingdom, right?
Yeah.
So the King Durran, his lineage and his tribal people, they are all the Pashtun-like kings, right? Akhundzada has that lineage. Mullah Baradar had that lineage. I believe Omar had that lineage. Khalilzad, who did the negotiations with the Taliban on behalf of the U.S., had that lineage, right? So all these people come from, like they have some stuff where it's like the bloodline, the right to rule monarchy stuff in a way, right? So because they come from a Pashtun king line, that this guy has more leadership credibility because he comes from that lineage than other people do. Karzai is also in this lineage. Ashraf Ghani is not. And neither is Abdullah, because Abdullah, I believe, is Tajik. At very least, he fought for the NRF or assisted them. I think he was like the press secretary back in the day when Massoud was alive. So that's my hot take. And there's people don't debate me on it either.
Why do you think that is?
Because there is not a lot of evidence that he actually exists. They'll be like, I see what you mean, but I think he does exist, and that's about as far as it can go. Really,
it's just vibes. He definitely exists because I think he does.
Okay, wait, hang on. What are your predictions for the Taliban over the next 10 years? Do you think? Okay, you know what's great about this? If you and you already are on Patreon, we have our episode up where we talk to somebody who's pro-Taliban to get the perspective of somebody who is pro-Taliban. And I discuss some of these things with him. I think I even ask him what's in the next 10 years. I think nothing, basically, though. There is the economy is so shit.
It's the economy, stupid.
Right? Like, maybe this Russia money that's going to help him fight ISIS, is going to help him out. But the Taliban, they do this thing. It's like how China inflates numbers on certain things. But the Taliban really like to present themselves as like anti-corruption. Like they don't embezzle money and stuff. They were able to lower how much money embezzlement happened and stuff like that. I don't know how much of that is true. But if they do that, that would be good. And then also if you go and you listen to our interview with Scott on how to save Afghanistan, the countries of Central Asia Afghanistan really depends on them. And we're going to need those countries to uplift Afghanistan, because whether the Taliban are in power or not, I don't really care. Like, it's like Iran. I don't want the people to suffer. Like I support the sanctions, but at the same time, I just wish the regime would fuck off. And then, according to me, they would probably go to war with Pakistan. That could happen. That's very likely. Safe havens are okay. Yeah, that's another thing, is the safe havens. Like this whole thing where they're actually fighting ISIS. Like whether they are legitimately fighting ISIS or not, ISIS is able to exist and function in Afghanistan. That's a serious problem. But I think people think that Afghanistan is so destroyed, it's just not going to happen again. Because like it's really it's not that Afghanistan existed allowed for 9/11 to happen. Like, it was the intelligence network sleeping on all these meetups happening around the world. Yeah. They do run on U.S. money. And Russian and Iran and even Pakistan, but mostly U.S.
Interesting. I think I found the source of Jackson Hinkle's claim. It is this video.
Oh, look, Lord Bebo. Credible.
Yeah, from this account. So what he's basically trying to say is no fins, not cruise missile. It's a Patriot missile defense missile, is what they're saying.
Yes, they're trying to say it was like an interception.
Yeah, well, this is what they're trying to pass off. So it's not a cruise missile, okay? It looks like one of those missiles that's fired out of those tube truck things. What are you trying to show me?
Your mic's being weird. It's like all muffly and laggy. It might be me. I don't think it's a cord issue. I think it's a connection to internet issue. Because it wasn't like clicking, like the cord was loose. But we'll see after you plug back in. It might be me, though. Jack is drowning. Yeah, there you go. Okay, is it reasonable to say Pakistan is using ISIS to counter the TTP? There's a lot of evidence that... So when ISIS was like virtually destroyed under Donald Trump, they used their international money to hire the TTP, and the TTP were the ones that did that mosque attack that killed Akhmuzada. So it's hard to say how much Pakistan could wield that influence. But in theory, the way that the place has become, it's like just a network, right? Everyone's being hired out for contracts. There was ISIS in fucking October 7th. So I think that ISIS would take contracts if it's getting them money from Pakistan. And like we all know, the ISI being linked to the Taliban already. So it's hard to say, but for sure, Pakistan is going to do whatever they can to counter the TTP. This is why relations between the Taliban and Pakistan have soured, after all, is because they don't believe the Taliban are doing enough to counter the TTP.
Yeah, I've never seen that account before. I'm just sort of browsing through a lot of claims with no evidence.
Oh, Lord Bebo?
Yeah.
Oh, he's certainly one of the accounts.
Yeah, that's
I think Elon Musk has once recommended him.
Excellent. That is literally with Jackson Hinkle's source on that whole thing.
Yep. That's Bebo.
That same video. So that's cool.
But then also, like, if we're to believe people like James, who's claiming that, like, really the Taliban are also helping to facilitate ISIS, right? So, like, the Haqqani still is expansionist. He still likes the global Ummah and the global caliphate ideology. He believes in Islam enough for Muslim expansionism. So ISIS attacking Russia is to the benefit of the Taliban. So it would be in the Taliban's interest to help facilitate attacks elsewhere. But because the Taliban, or because ISIS inside Afghanistan is like a challenge to their power, they still do fight. Because it's not like, you know, it's not like Haqqani cares about people dying meaninglessly. You know, he'll fucking strap people into car bombs all day. Yeah, so that's the thing, is that ISIS destabilizing those countries technically would be beneficial to the Taliban. It all depends on if the Taliban choose to actually rule the country and uplift their people like Omar was doing, or if they've moved closer to an Al-Qaeda type ideology. And I just can't say for sure. Like, I think there's a lot of evidence for genuine action with Mullah Omar in comparison. It's even like with Masood, right? Masood's fighters did horrible war crimes. How much of that do we put on Masood? How much control did he have over his people? these investigations have never happened. Omar definitely had the power that if he said something would stop, though, I think. So, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Inside, they're a challenge to power. Outside, they're an ally. And that's how it works. There's other things like this, too. Like, even like, Pakistan made up the word good Taliban, bad Taliban for their fucking Taliban policy. Even though TTP is completely different than the Taliban.
Yes. Is my mic fine
On the
now?
diplomatic
Yeah.
front,
Okay.
Hamas officials have reportedly agreed to a U.S. proposal to begin talks on a new ceasefire and
Oh boy,
hostage deal.
again?
Multiple
Here
news
we go.
outlets
This
report
time
Hamas has
I
dropped
won't
its
pull the
demand that
ball
Israel
away,
first
Charlie
agree to a
Brown.
permanent ceasefire before any agreement is signed. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has warned Israel's attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon will continue even if a truce agreement is reached in Gaza. In news from the occupied West Bank, Israel's Supreme Planning Council has approved nearly 5,300 new homes for settlers in the West Bank.
Yes, I've
Group
heard this
Peace
take.
Now,
I've heard
Shalom
this take.
Ashab.
I don't think this is I don't know how to feel about it. I don't think it's a disagreeable take. I just think that it's uncomfortable to get behind this idea that the protests in Iran ended up oppressing women in Afghanistan. It's very uncomfortable feeling and thinking like that and giving it credence, but I don't think that it's an incorrect take. Also, like those poisonings that happened in schools in Iran, you remember that not that long ago, where the kids were getting sick and stuff? And I said, it could be a gas leak, it could be deliberate poisoning.
Yeah, vaguely.
Well, like I talked to Scott about him. He was saying we had these happen in Afghanistan. Where in Afghanistan? On the border with Iran.
Oh.
Right? Interesting, huh?
Very interesting.
Could be nothing. Could
Says-
be something. And then also, like,
This will
Iran
result
has
in a
already
large-
gotten into skirmishes with the Taliban, too.
Yes, in northwest, right?
Yeah, it's over water.
Yeah.
Largest single
Balochistan
Israeli
region.
land grab
Yeah.
since the Oslo Accords. On Sunday, Israeli protesters blocked highways across the country as part of nationwide demonstrations calling for a ceasefire and hostage deal, as well as for the resignation of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Meanwhile, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz has revealed new details about how Israeli military officials ordered repeated attacks inside Israel on October 7th in an effort to prevent Hamas from taking hostages into Gaza. It remains unknown how many Israelis killed on that day were actually killed by Israeli forces implementing what's known as the Hannibal Directive. One military source told Haaretz, quote, the instruction was to turn the area of the fence into an extermination zone to close the line of contact towards the west, unquote.
You mean that they they killed hostages before they could take them into Gaza because that's Israel's policy, because that's better for them in the long run. It's that Hamas just doesn't have the hostages.
So basically they're admitting that half of those numbers were bullshit, and that's why they can't get bodies is because they've already slaughtered them?
Day one, there was a conspiracy that actually Hamas didn't kill anyone, only Israeli soldiers, and Israel came in and massacred all those people. This is a conspiracy day one. And so it's
even though there's videos of fighters, whether they're Hamas or
well, they don't care. How come there's no videos of this war in Ukraine, Jack? It doesn't matter. But it's just given more credence to these psychos.
Yeah.
Who want to say that Hamas didn't kill anyone except for justified targets and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Facing more calls from Democratic lawmakers to drop out of the presidential race as questions continue to mount over his mental fitness. 5 members of Congress have publicly called for him to step aside. 4 more senior Democratic lawmakers have said
what
so
I've
in a
heard,
private call. Biden's
what I've heard is that
in the race. He sat down for an interview on Friday with
Persian
ABC's
dialect in Afghanistan. It's something like they can understand Persian from Iran, but Iran can't understand their Persian. It's one of those things. It's like either way around or something like that. But they're extremely similar. And then also this is one of the reasons why you get into the nationalism with the Taliban, is that the Persian and the Tajik Persian language in Afghanistan is like the language of the elites, right? Like the educated speak it, while the
That's how
poor
Persian
people
always has been.
well, the
isn't it?
poor, yeah, it goes back from Persian conquest, right?
Mm.
So the poor people who have like in the Pashtun lands and stuff, they all spoke Pashto, and that also like comes in and like the supremacy concept, because like with Baathism, they try to convince the people that they're the oppressed ones and they need to fight and kill the people or
Yes.
they'll be oppressed. That type of stuff.
Yeah. Classic.
Yeah, I can't understand British people, but I can understand Irish pretty well, depending on how drunk they are.
Asked if he could beat Donald Trump.
Have you convinced yourself that only you can defeat him?
I convinced myself of two things. I'm the most qualified person to beat him, and I know how to get things done.
So
If
somebody else
you
could beat
can be
him.
convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
God damn it.
That
Yeah,
was from
I really
Biden's
like,
first televised interview
you
since
know, in
his
anime,
disastrous debate.
it's specifically the deep male voice that they'll do with anime, where they like talk about like really like regal royal stuff. You know that voice, Jack?
Yeah.
Like, can you do it? Do an impression for me.
I couldn't.
But like and also North Korea, how they like get dramatic with their dialect, right? So like with Persian, you'll hear like Persian presenters, and it sounds like they're like talking with like this, where their like chest is all the way pushed out, and they're like blah 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 blah, and they talk like overly regal, like that type of stuff. It's
Okay.
very funny, but it makes it like easier to like, because like if I'm working on stuff for a while, I'll start to learn certain lines that I'll forget later, So like there was a time where I was spending so much time researching the Afghan war that like I remember I almost didn't need subtitles for a lot of the speech, because it was just like Quran passages and stuff they would constantly be saying.
I mean, that's pretty funny. So you just looked up the passages and you remembered them?
Well, it was subtitled, So
okay.
I hear it enough that like I'll start to remember stuff. Like
Right.
the reason why I passed Spanish in school is because I watched Pan's Labyrinth a bunch of times.
That's very funny.
But
with
like
Donald
I
Trump.
don't know
Biden
shit
also spoke-
Spanish now. I forgot
I
all of
need
it.
to learn it.
It's not difficult. It's just
No, I know.
it's just the verbs that are difficult.
to 2 radio stations where he was interviewed by hosts who asked him questions that were scripted by Biden's own campaign.
Yeah.
Biden still stumbled during the interview, saying at one point that he was proud to be, quote, the first Black woman to serve with a Black president.
Proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, the first Black woman to serve with a Black president.
Boeing has
Okay,
So
hang
I
on.
kind of get where he's
Hang on.
coming from.
No. Hang on. Come on. He's saying first vice president, right? So he's saying Kamala, right? So he's like first Black woman vice president, right?
And he was
And
VP to the
also-
first Black president.
And also he served to the first Black president.
Mm.
Like he's saying
it's pretty-
different things there.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to decipher what he's saying here. He's just mixed the sentence up. Like this is enough. This is another one of his stumbles that's just a nothing. It's not like he full went like
yeah, but
like he has before. You know what I mean?
It's
Where
like
he just
it's a
melds
pattern.
seven
Though.
words.
It's a pattern.
Yes.
It's not like he actually thinks that he's a Black woman. Like the fact that people have been presenting it like he said he's a Black woman.
Yeah. It's kind of disingenuous, this one.
First Black woman?
Well, yeah, it's
So he
he's
meant to
speaking
say-
in riddles.
Yes, exactly. But he's meant to say the first vice president to serve for the Black president, but also his vice president is the first Black woman to be a vice president.
And
So
that's,
he's saying
that's what I
two
got.
things, but he fused them into one sentence
Yes.
to make him the Black woman.
And now it's funnier.
But this is exactly why he
Proud to
can't
be-
stay in. It
Yes.
has nothing to do, like he clearly, like there's enough there that he clearly knows what he's trying to say. But what happens when he fucks it up on an actual critical order, right? And they were like, "Oh, I thought you said darber darber der."
Yes, yes, and that I think is the most important point here, is that it's not so much an if, it's a when, and it's also more how often does this happen not in public, and how often does it happen when he's making actual presidential role orders, is like, could be a lot, could be not at all.
So
we really don't know.
There's a line in Rambo 3 that goes really hard. And it's I think I might be able to quote it word for word, but they're talking to Rambo about, like basically like, oh, you need the American here or something stupid, and the Mujahideen just goes, "This is Afghanistan, graveyard of many empires. Soon you and them will be just another tribe here, and you will be cowards if you leave, and our enemies if you stay." And it's like, damn, that kind of is Afghan history summed up a little bit there. And also, not only that, also to add on to this, the Pashtun believe that they're Scythian. That's where the Pashtunwali code comes from, is from the Scythians. So they believe that they came in there with, like, Alexander the Great, because he came in with the Scythian horsewomen and horsemen. So they direct their lineage from there. I don't know how true that is, and I don't care to like falsify it. That's their thing.
That's their truth.
As I said, the first vice president, first black woman, served with a black president.
Boeing has agreed to a plea
deal.
With
he just said first again, so it sounded like a comma. It was first vice president, first black woman. I think what he meant to say, and this is being charitable, is exactly what you said, right? I've got the first black woman vice president. That just makes sense. Any other interpretation doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, so if you think about
you're
it,
implying that he's calling himself a black woman.
Right. I have the first vice president who's a black woman. I served with the first black president.
Yes.
Right. That's just a list of accomplishments.
Yeah.
Racial virtue signaling.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a campaign note, pretty much.
Justice Department that'll allow it to avoid facing a criminal trial over a pair of deadly 737 MAX crashes in 2018 and 19 that killed all 346 people on board. Under the deal, Boeing will plead guilty.
Hey, you think they're getting off so easily because they were Ethiopians that died?
That's exactly what it is. And Indonesians, I think.
Yeah.
Was it Indonesia?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lion Air.
I think the Ethiopian one is worse, though, specifically.
Is that
not casualty count? Not
like
casualty count.
Why worse?
Because they fucking gaslit the pilots and the families, saying that they're at fault. When they looked back, we reported on it. The pilots did everything they were trained for.
Yeah, but
fuck them.
They both did that. They both did that.
The first ones, they didn't know about MCAS. Boeing had to disclose it after the first crash. So they said, oh, it's fine. You can overcome MCAS if you do all this. Guess what? Pilots did everything Boeing said. They said that even a machine couldn't have done it better than the pilots.
Yeah, because I remember that the main pilot, most of his flight time was on 737s, and the co-pilot was like 40 hours of flight time, 38 of them in 737s.
And like, I want to say that it was an Indian pilot on the other one, but his wife said that he didn't need to train on the simulator to fly the new plane or something.
Yeah, well, that's what they got told, because that was the deal that they made with American Airlines. They gave $1 million off the planes per plane that they could produce without needing to retrain pilots through simulators. So literally, capitalism and self-regulation caused all of this. And Boeing, instead of being erased from the corporate world, nationalized or forced to sell.
I think nationalize is the best.
I agree, because then it's on the American government if it fucks up, and then the self-regulation has accountability. So I think that nationalizing Boeing was the correct choice here. Personally, it's also a good move for state power as well. You now have an American-built, a fucking bald eagle-filled fucking aircraft, baby. America first. You know what I mean? Bit of patriotism, nationalism. You know, like it's a great move. Instead, Boeing gets a slap on the wrist, a small fine, $1 million per death, pretty much, is what they ruled. So if you're not white, your lives are only worth $1 million after 6 years of fighting.
$43 million in additional fines. A lawyer representing families of passengers killed in the crashes has already filed an additional fines. Guilty to a conspiracy fraud charge and pay $243 million in additional fines. A lawyer representing families of passengers killed in the crashes has already filed an objection to the agreement. The attorney, Paul Cassell, said, quote, "Through crafty lawyering between Boeing and DOJ, the deadly consequences of Boeing's crime are being hidden," unquote. NATO nations have agreed to provide Ukraine $43 billion in new military aid next year. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg confirmed the deal ahead of NATO's three-day summit in Washington that begins Tuesday. This comes as Russia continues to attack Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving more than 100,000 people without power. Earlier today, Russian strikes killed 29 people, including 2 who died in an attack on a children's hospital in Kyiv. On Friday, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in a trip condemned by Ukraine and EU leaders.
I posted a lot about this hospital, but it just reminded me, this journalist who I really want to get on to talk to. I have to show you this post that he made. I have to find it first, though.
Okay.
But, like, I think you'll appreciate it specifically.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting with Putin today. More than 130 million people in the U.S. were under high heat.
The Federal Aviation Authority immediate inspections of 2,600 Boeing planes. So they basically grounded the fleet pending inspection.
Alerts this weekend as a heat wave intensified in California and other areas. Temperatures could reach 128 degrees Fahrenheit in Death Valley today. Meanwhile, in Northern California, wildfires have forced around 30,000 people from their homes. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall on the Texas coast near Matagorda as a Category 1 storm. About 200,000 people in Houston have already lost power. The storm killed at least 11 people as it battered Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula and several Caribbean islands. The storm has been fueled by record temperatures in the Atlantic.
So he says, sometimes in life it is no longer enough to simply observe. I am sorry, I cannot keep reporting for the next few hours, but I cannot simply watch first responders dig through rubble with a camera in my hand.
I love this. I love this. This is good.
Also,
that's another thing.
I believe he said that basically anything that he's posted about the hospital attack is open for anyone to use, because he's so upset about it. So I'll send you his page. So when we start covering it, we can look at some of the stuff on his page.
Nya Mwe, a 13-year-old boy who was shot to death by police 2 days after he graduated from middle school. Nya Mwe was a refugee born in Burma. His death has shattered the close-knit community of Karen refugees in Utica. His brother wrote online, quote, "Our family moved to America 9 years ago as refugees from Myanmar to find a better life safe from law enforcement killings and ethnic cleansing," unquote. 3 officers involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave. And a longtime labor organizer and scholar, Jane McAnally,
Utica, New York,
died at the age of 59 of multiple myeloma.
I'm fucking there.
3 officers involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave. Enforcement moved to America 9 years ago as refugees from Myanmar to find a better life safe from law enforcement killings and ethnic cleansing.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Of multiple myeloma. Jane McAlevey dedicated her life's work to empowering rank and file workers, training tens of thousands around the world to effectively strengthen their unions. She was also a prolific writer, authoring many books and articles, including as the strikes correspondent
around the globe.
In April, she sat down here in Democracy Now! Studios for one of her last interviews.
You know, the work is going to go on. And that's what makes me happy, is that I did a lot of succession planning. The work is going to go. And if workers just keep winning, one person falls, one soldier goes down. I've always thought of myself as a soldier. You know, one soldier is going to go down in the fight, and there's a ton more soldiers being produced every day in all of these campaigns and all of the training programs. And I do think that they're going to win ultimately, because people have had it with capitalism in 2024.
True.
That was noted labor organizer and scholar Jane McAlevey speaking in April in Democracy Now! Studios. To see our interview and the web exclusive we did afterward.
Nope.
Good Sunday evening. I'm Lisa Desjardins. John Yang is away. President Biden is looking for a comeback on the
bring John
campaign trail
back.
as more Democrats voice doubts that he should stay in
I actually
the
like
rest of
her.
the race
She's
for the
great.
presidency. PBS News has learned that at least 4 top Democrats in Congress, ranking committee members in the House, told their leadership today that Biden should step aside from the 2024 race. That was first reported by Punchbowl
It's funny
News.
because
Earlier, a member of the Democratic National Committee, a convention delegate, became another one to call
I'm
on
looking
Biden
at
to end
the
his campaign.
monitors and stuff.
The president himself was in
and-
Pennsylvania.
And the delays are different depending on the platform.
Yes. Yes, they are.
It looks like Twitter is the slowest.
Interesting. I
Sounds
would've
like a
expected
lethal move.
Twitch.
Bro, do you understand that the Rohingya had a genocide in Myanmar that Facebook's responsible for, right? Oh, not lethal, lateral. Okay, I thought it said lethal. I can't read. It sounds like a lateral move. I mean, I guess. Refugee programs, you know, they do resettlement programs for refugees where they just dump them all over the world, basically. That's why Minnesota is commie capital now, according to
the people
Falun Gong.
It's a very I was about to unload because people like this is like a pet peeve of mine, is people who live in Western countries and are like, well, why would they want to move to America? One, American propaganda, right?
It's mostly resettlement programs.
The soft power of America that makes people like America's the place to go. Crazy. Obviously the resettlement programs, but people want to go to America. There's like people aren't
because you know why
clamoring to go to Russia.
You know why?
Why?
Because we protect refugees.
Yeah, well, that's
America. Canada's great too,
for the most part.
Canada's
well,
really
unless
good
you're
too.
Indian or
if you're Muslim, get fucked. Then you go to Canada. Syrians, get fucked. We don't give a fuck that you're running from Assad, and we could prevent the war and prevent you from fleeing. You can go to Canada. We don't trust Muslims in our country.
But yeah, like it's
Oh, what's that? You're an Afghan interpreter? Have fun dying to the Taliban.
Yeah. Like it's completely understandable why people want to go to America. It's completely understandable. Even at its worst, America is still better than so many fucking countries. Like
especially immigration wise.
Yeah.
Like why would you go to Europe and risk it there? You know how many times a day, it's at least twice a day that I see someone who's like Kurdish or something, or Baloch or something, where they're in Europe, like Germany or something, at risk of deportation.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Venezuela episode. The guy that we interviewed, literally enslaved in Europe after fleeing Venezuela. Like, why would you go to Europe? If you come to Australia and you don't have the money to come here and you come illegally by boat, they stick you on an island for 10 years. Why would you come to Australia? Go to America.
Maybe the
it's
island's
such a better
nice.
option. Like, sure, guns everywhere. The fucking conservatives are basically anti-immigrant fascists at this point. You're still better off in America.
Yeah. They're not going to send you to Rwanda.
Including stops at a church and a campaign office to rally his base. But even staunch supporters of the president say he needs to do more to convince voters.
I think that he's got to go out there this week and show the American
and
public,
leave. He's got to go
that he
out
is
and
still that
leave.
Joe Biden, that they have come
Get
to
out.
know and love. I
Fucking-
take him at his word. I believe that
We're
he
gonna
can do it.
fucking
But I
hit
think
him
that
with
this
a
is
pinata
a really critical
stick.
week.
Get
I
out
do
of here,
think the
Joe.
clock is ticking.
Get out of here.
Congress is back
You
in
don't
session
allow
starting
black
tomorrow.
women around
5
here.
Democrats in the House of Representatives have already publicly called for President Biden to step aside from the presidential ticket.
Get out.
In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is still a
You
no
too.
to a potential ceasefire
You get
deal in
out too.
Gaza, saying today that he wants leeway to keep fighting until Israel decides its
Leroy?
goals are met. That,
Who's
in contrast
leeway?
with protester calls earlier today,
Is that like
hundreds
the
of people
Jewish
marched
Leroy?
9 months since the October 7th attacks with marches and by blocking highways in Tel Aviv. They
Oh,
called for
they
Netanyahu to
stopped
agree to a
people's
ceasefire
personal
deal.
travel
It was denied.
autonomy?
Hamas says
They
it's waiting for
deserve to
Netanyahu to
die.
officially respond to its latest position after it reportedly dropped a major demand yesterday
How
and is on
dare
board
they
with key
block
parts of the
roads and
U.S.-backed
impede
ceasefire.
movement of other people?
The Prime Minister of France, appointed by President Emmanuel Macron a few months ago, says he will resign
That
following the
picture
country's
is
second
fucking
round of elections.
chaos.
Yeah, I don't like that picture.
That's like, you
Polls
know,
are now
the
closed
image
and
where
ballot
it's like,
counting is
this is
underway
what people
as a
with
left-wing
strokes
coalition
see.
appears.
Sure.
And it's just like a fucking weird image where you can't make anything out in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this image is for me. What is going on? Am I having a stroke? I'm not convinced by
Who have held off the far right in
I
Sunday's
am.
elections.
He's calling himself a black woman. It's just going to get worse. It's just going to pile on. I think it's an easy victory, but he's got to do it at the DNC.
Yeah,
it's just before the election to bring heat, and then those 7,000 people that decide the election, they'll take that heat and they'll run with it, and not vote for Donald Trump.
I think you're right. I think people are going to be like, I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not voting for Biden. But when the actual option to vote, to not vote or vote in fascism comes, people are going to vote against it. I mean, look at France. Look at Britain.
Yeah, but I think that because we have to understand, like Wifey, right, who I had to explain that she's a liberal Democrat because she didn't know what she was, right? Because she just participates in the vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a majority of people. Those people are going to think, because like they don't see how crazy Trump was, you know? You can get them with the messaging that gas prices were lower. Mm-hmm. Things cost less under Trump and that he was good on the economy, right? You can get them with that stuff pretty easy. But then when they look at Biden, they're going to think that he can't talk and he's got dementia, right? So they're going to go, well, this guy was already good on the economy. My life didn't change significantly, and I'd rather vote for somebody who can think, because it's what if he's got the big red button, has to go to war? You know, we can't have a dumb guy there who can't think when we make those hard decisions to go to nuclear war. You know, that's the rational thinking.
Rational, yeah.
Yeah, Trump is better at completing sentences than Biden. At the end of the day, this is what we're rating elections on. Who can complete the most sentences?
Yeah, because apparently nobody actually listened at the debate, I guess we're just going on how people sound.
But again, the debate doesn't matter. It's never changed anything. But it's just going to pile on the rhetoric around Biden not being functional. And those 7,000 people that will decide the election aren't going to vote for him. Bernie would soak this election. See, I think it would be really cool if it was Kamala Bernie, but I think Kamala has to be the party head as well if Biden leaves. It has to be handed to Kamala. We can't do some because she's the vice president.
Okay.
So
can we not do this now?
Let me finish talking. Because we can't do shit where the committee decides. Well, it is precedented and it has happened in the past. There was riots over it last time because it was undemocratic that the committee picked the president over the voters, right?
Are you telling me that the way the Commonwealth systems work is undemocratic? No.
It caused riots.
That's how it should be caused. But in the Commonwealth, this is normal. The party picks your politician. It's retarded.
Early
and should be right.
But that's the thing is because she doesn't need a couple, like most countries don't need 2 years to fucking pump an election. Only the United States does this. So I think that it's the best move is to put her in as close to the election as possible to get that fresh heat before people start to get wary on her. I think the more Kamala is seen, the less people will like her. You know what I'm saying? So like if she's coming in late, they'll realize that she's awful after they vote. Yeah, that's true too.
Leftist candidates may
skipping
win the
Kamala would
most
piss them off too.
seats, but the lack of a majority party may cause deadlock in parliament. Turnout for this round of elections is estimated to be the highest in more than 40 years. Some voters say what they want most is unity.
On se retrouve ici et donc il est important d'envoyer un message à la France.
We are here, and it is important to send a message to France of unity.
I loved
France
all
is
the
an
quote
indivisible
where
republic.
it was like
We are all French.
showing
So
the
this is the
burqas being like, France has to vote this in or else it's going to be Burqa Town.
And it's funny because it's only Paris. Because where the fuck else are migrants going to go but Paris? Like France is Paris, and then not everything else is rural. So where the fuck else are they going to go?
Wow, you're just spitting on Danton's grave, huh?
I don't know who that is. Fuck France.
Danton is the guy who injected the romantic nationalism because it was Paris and nothing else, right? So he had to give them a national identity.
Is that where the Parisian things come from?
No. It was Parisians were before that, but Danton injected the romantic nationalism so these people in these farm towns that didn't matter had to be proud of the state.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's why I'm saying you're spitting on his grave, saying that it only Paris matters, you know, because that was his big thing, is convincing people that they mattered, so everyone would support their fucking party.
That's hilarious.
That's why he injected
I'm not talking about that. I'm specifically talking about in the eyes of a migrant. Where the fuck are you gonna go? Realistically, you're gonna go to Paris, right? And if you go in Germany, you're gonna go to Cologne.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are spitting on Danton's grave. I know, that's good. Did you see? I fucking sent you that thing where it said I hakta on your grave, and it was a fucking cover of I spit on your grave, and I said we need to destroy the internet. Have you seen that movie? Any one of them? Either the remake or the original?
I don't think so.
Okay, we should watch it sometime. I think the remake is way better. It's called I Spit on Your Grave. It's bro, I don't think the old one is nearly as bad as the new one. But you want to know what the plot of the movie is?
Spitting on someone's grave?
It's about rape. This girl gets brutally gang raped and has her revenge and kills all the people involved.
That's cool.
Right? And people got mad when it was originally released in the 70s because it was like feminist propaganda, they said.
Okay.
One of the original titles was Day of the Woman, right? But in the new one, it's so vile. There's a scene where, like, after they're done raping her, it's like shows only her legs and the ground is in focus and she's not. And fucking cum is dripping down onto the leaves and shit. And that's what's in focus. It's vile. It is a fucking vile movie. And so that somebody redid that. So it's Hakta on your grave. And it's like, can you not do it with this one of all movies? It's like making a joke about the 120 Days of Sodom. Like, we don't need to make jokes. We don't need to tell people these movies exist, to be clear. Yeah. But the new one did really well. They even made a sequel.
I'm just because it sounds
recent familiar. The recent one, there's two different assault scenes, and they're about that long too. It's
how long are they?
Full length movies.
No, like the scene.
Oh, like in the new one, I want to say they're all. It's like 30 minutes in total, like 15 minutes each. It's pretty. It's pretty long.
Is the acting convincing?
I don't remember enough.
Okay.
But I think the new one, they have a really good makeup because she fucking the kills she does is funny. Like she fucking cuts a guy's dick and balls off with the gelding shit with the horse, right?
Okay.
But there's one that is like brutal torture where she like has a guy, he's laying on two boards going across his chest face down in a bathtub, and she dumps like buckets of lye in the tub and then turns the water on, right? So he has to like keep his head back and keep like using the muscles in his neck to keep it back, right?
Mm.
And then she goes up and pulls one of the boards out, so it's only like on his lower sternum where he has to hold back, right? And eventually he starts weakening and his face lowers to the top and he comes back up and they have this beautiful latex mask on him. And his teeth like dissolve and stuff, and you see his teeth like turning to powder and goo in his mouth, and he's like, "Rah!" And his teeth are crunching up and dissolving. And they just, they made the latex mask wet, and they put a bunch of like suds on it and stuff.
Yeah,
it's such a good prop and really, really good makeup that's done.
Yeah, I don't really. The other thing is, I don't really watch horror movies. It's like I don't really.
Yeah.
I laugh at how dumb horror movies are, so I can't get immersed into them, right? Unless it's like Evil Dead, the remake.
I like that. I like the remake. I didn't see the most recent one.
I loved it.
But I liked because with modern horror movies, they always have to do the cell phone thing, right? How do we get rid of the cell phones? Oh, it's no signal, right? But the fact that they made it where she was addicted to heroin, so they turned off all the phones so she couldn't get a fix out in the woods.
Yes.
Great way that doesn't call attention to they're just getting rid of cell phones to make it a horror movie.
Yes. Because I obviously that was what it was. I didn't even give a shit, right? But I also really like spoof movies, so I like spoof horror movies. There was the one with I think it was Chris Hemsworth or his brother. Something about a cabin, and there's like
Cabin in the Woods.
They produce
Cabin in the Woods. I don't
shit.
think it's a spoof movie. It's just fucking awesome, and also
it's a good movie.
The ending when the Titans come.
It's a
because
good
they don't
movie.
complete the ritual is fucking awesome.
Yeah, like that one. Tucker and Dale versus Evil is a great fucking.
Now that
movie.
one's a spoof movie.
That is a spoof movie. Excellent fucking movie. There was another one, A Scout's Guide to the Apocalypse, which is a zombie spoof movie. Also incredible.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that movie, go and watch that movie.
Panda 4 is better than Mad Max. We talking about Kung Fu Panda?
Look, Kung Fu Panda is premier animation.
I love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
But like actual horrors, all the actually.
So also
talk to me. Hold on. Talk to me. Have you seen this movie? No. It's made by
is that the one where
Waka YouTubers?
They shake the hand.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty good.
It's made by YouTubers.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty good.
Funded by A24. It's incredible.
The other one is the one Unfriended, right? That looks like shit, but it's about webcams.
You think that's a good one?
No. But like, it's innovative because they shot the whole thing on webcams.
Yes. Okay.
Like, and they did it during like COVID. But if we're gonna talk about like the shocking movies, there's only one that like is above all. Everyone should watch because it's just that good, and that's Martyrs. Martyrs. They made an American remake and it was dog shit too, just like Old Boy. But Martyrs is so fucking good, and the ending to it is fucking awesome. It's so genius, and like there's so many things. Like the actors in that movie, like it fucked them up because they had to be crying for 10 hours a day during the shoots and stuff. Like the effort that went into it to make the movie is so incredible, and like and it keeps on hitting you with turn after turn after turn. It keeps it so fresh. Like it's like you open and then all of a sudden it cuts to the family eating dinner and a doorbell rings, right? And then the dad opens the door, boom, gets blown away by a shotgun. That's literally like the first scene after the intro, and you're like, what is happening right now?
A good way to do it. But I just like in general, I just never watched horror movies. Then you're like, you should watch Hellraiser. I watched Hellraiser.
Oh, Hellraiser's so fucking good. The first two are so good.
So good. I'm not watching the third one.
The third one's fun. They start making funny Cenobites because he comes alive, and like one guy is just CD head. He shoots CDs.
Important message in this election.
But eventually what they did is what they did with Hellraiser is they bought other movies and they just kind of like inserted Hellraiser for 10 minutes into it. Like, it's clearly not a Hellraiser movie, and they just quickly inserted Hellraiser elements from a script that they had.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Right? I mean, that's New Line. You know, they fucking went out
Yeah.
of business, so they were just trying to fucking make something. So they're like, oh, we bought this script, Hellraiserify it, which they've done. Like, that's what like people were saying. What happened with Halo? You know,
Yeah.
like they wrote a different show and just
Oh, the Halo show?
started.
No, that
Yeah.
well, that was confirmed. It's not a Halo show, but they put Halo shit in it, and they're like,
that's
"This is
what
Halo."
that's what they do. That's what they do. They just buy scripts and then they insert the fucking brand.
Yeah.
And Human
It's
Centipede.
aggravating.
What I'll say about Human Centipede is that I thought, wow, that was a terrible movie. And then I watched the second one and I said, no, the first one wasn't so bad.
Tonight, with final results expected as early as
This
tomorrow.
is true. What's
And
also
a NASA crew
interesting
is sharing
is
their
that
experience of
all the food that looks rotten on the table in Texas Chainsaw actually was because they filmed it in like 90-degree Texas heat. So like everyone's sweaty and hot. So like the reason why it looks so gross is because it was that like it was like a health hazard that people were working on that movie. And it's funny because the movie itself really isn't that brutal, but still it's up there. It was a video nasty, I believe. So it was like up there with like some of the worst of the worst, but and I think they tried to get a PG-13 rating on it too. Because
That's
it really
hilarious.
isn't gory.
Not really.
There's just
It's more of a thriller.
There's just the hook scene where he puts the girl on the hook.
Yeah.
And then the other one is, I think it's pretty disturbing, even though the mask is shit, when the grandfather is trying to kill the girl with a hammer. That scene's pretty fucked up, even though the mask is shit.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting. I never really liked those movies. The Hills Have Eyes was good.
I like both The Hills Have Eyes, the
Mm.
remake and the original. Actually, I think the remake is better
Interesting.
because they're more like mutants instead of just like hill people.
Hillbillies. Yeah. It's they're very interesting movies.
of being on an outer space mission for a year without ever leaving Earth. The four-person crew exited their simulated Mars mission late Saturday after 378 days locked in a 3D printed space in Houston. They lived, worked, and conducted experiments as if they were living on the red planet. The next crew begins their year-long mission in 2025. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, concerns about how Amazon is handling some patient calls.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't Wrong Turn? They literally fused it with other movies too. I haven't seen any of those, but I think it reminds me of Jeepers Creepers, which I was watching it, and I was like, "Oh, this is real cool!" Like they're like tracking down a serial killer, and then it's like, "Oh, it's actually a supernatural creature." I was like, "That's fucking stupid!" Like to play it up like it's an actual human killer, and then it ends up being some supernatural monster they have to defeat. Get the fuck out of here!
Quiet Place is amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't see Bird Box.
I showed my mom A Quiet Place, and because she like hates scary movies, but I'll show her once they're really good. Like I fucked her up with the Babadook. She couldn't sleep that night because of it.
I still haven't watched it.
It's all right.
Like all those movies are so boring. Paranormal Activity, like the
Paranormal Activity sucks. I turned that shit
demon
off.
shit.
Turn that shit off.
I only have a soft spot for Paranormal Activity because I saw the second one in the cinema with a group of friends, and when the cupboards exploded, I burst out laughing because it was so stupid. And every time something's about to happen, there's a rumble. It's literally telling you it's coming, so you can predict them. They're so shit, and that's the only reason is because it's like a core memory.
Yeah,
Like seeing that movie in the cinema.
As far as like fucked up movies, it's Martyrs and Oldboy are required watching. Like if you haven't seen Oldboy, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but you should go watch it.
Oldboy is that the kind of animated one?
No,
that's Old God, I think.
Oldboy is by Snowpiercer. So it's that's one of the he did that the guy who did this movie that Snowpiercer is from him, But he also did this movie Stoker, which is so fucking good. That's his other American movie, but it's basically about how like serial killers like run in the family type stuff.
Interesting.
But Stoker is really fucking good because it's like an uncle showing the daughter how to like kill or something like that. But like Old Boy is Korean, yeah.
Okay.
And it's not a horror movie.
It's that movie.
It's not a horror movie. Oh, nor is it a martial arts movie. People think that it's one or the other going in. It's neither.
Mad God is the movie that I was thinking about, and it was made by the guy Phil Tippett.
Audition is really good too, but it is a little long to set the stage and stuff, which it pays off in the end to really set the stage for why the ending happens. But Audition is also a masterpiece.
This guy is a VFX artist, and this movie is basically a VFX reel, essentially. And this guy did the VFX for Jurassic Park, Starship Troopers, and RoboCop. And apparently this is like a super disturbing movie. But there's enough movie talk.
No, but it's not about disturbing. Old Boy is just good. Period. We can talk about whatever we want if it's getting engagement.
Are usually a time for patriotic campaigning with flag-waving supporters.
Cringe.
But this year, neither of the leading candidates is on the campaign trail following their first debate last week. With
Battle Royale. What is Battle Royale?
It's the Hunger Games before the Hunger Games.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I love the teacher in Battle Royale is really, really good. He's in a lot of movies. But
trying to reassure
Battle Royale is literally where the game genre comes from, is from the movie.
Oh, that's funny.
So like these students, they're all selected to go to this island and only one can live, but they're also given random packages. So like one person gets a frying pan, and then they like rig it so that they have like ringers in there, the MLGs, right? And I think they give one of them an Uzi. So they all have different items, and like some of it, like it might just be equipment for survival, or it might be like a weapon. It depends.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
It's pretty good.
Times halting performance, and his challenger Donald Trump.
It's better than the Hunger Games. Better characters, better character development than the Hunger Games.
4th of July,
because like they made that mute girl. Like it's supposed to affect what is it? Candace? What's her name? Everdeen. Candace Everdeen. Evergreen. Katniss. So like they made the mute girl. She's in one scene, and then the next scene she's like dead, and we're supposed to care.
Yes, yeah. It's like they have their 5-minute touching moment, and then she's dead.
I gotta go potty.
Interview with Wisconsin radio station WAUK.
Well, yes, and that the jump scares is because of fucking Paranormal Activity. It's the worst thing they've ever given cinema, found footage, is jump scares.
Maybe this Saturday, maybe even tomorrow, I'll do a whole movie stream where I'll talk about movies and recommend stuff. And we'll do it somewhere where I can show trailers and not get fucking tagged for copyright.
Yeah, like Twitch. But they're also like some of the best horror movies, practical effects. Look at Alien. Look at The Thing, right? Look at Hellraiser. All of them are practical effects. Star Wars, a lot of practical effects as well as like animation, sort of revolutionary animation sort of shit, I'm pretty sure.
In the Hellraiser, you know, when they're raising the meat man?
Yeah.
And it shows the heart pumping. You know what they did with that? What it was?
No idea.
It's a plastic bag. It's a sandwich bag.
Seriously?
Yep. That's why it can
great.
inflate. They're just blowing air into a sandwich bag that's fucking blood red.
That's very funny.
Biden said
But that's that what I was getting to with this is the movie that I said, Mad God. I still haven't watched it because it looks fucked up. It's all sort of from this guy who does special effects. So I'm not sure whether it's practical or CGI. I'm not really sure. It looks great.
he did not have a good debate last Thursday.
Yeah, as it should be. Aliens is fantastic.
Thursday.
Like, why are people so unable to write female characters? I don't understand. It happens in video games, it happens in fucking movies, it happens in TV. It really isn't that hard. You write them like a fucking normal human being instead of trying to prop them up as this like crazy sort of what do they call them? Mary Sues. Like it's why people don't like Rey in the new Star Wars. It's why those movies would be fine if it wasn't for the way that the Disney writes female characters. I'm dead set on this, that this is why Disney has fucked up Hollywood for women, because they only want women characters Disney-fied. That's my hot take. How about that? It's like, I really don't think it's that hard. Look, it's rainbow capitalism. Let's just put it down to that. But like, some of my favorite games are female-led roles, and they're great. Like, Horizon Zero Dawn is a perfect example of how to write a fucking character without having to pander to the gender or whatever. Like, also having the ability to choose your pathway of like communication in the game, excellent addition. Being able to choose responses, great addition for something like that. So you can choose to be a bit friendlier to people who are like coming on to you and shit, or you can tell them to get fucked. I'm not actually sure if it impacts the end of the game or not, or whether it's just like lore. But you know, I just don't think it's that hard to write a female character. I just think that these people try too hard, and they want them to be this. They're trying to write female characters to fill the role of the typical male hero, which is not what they need to do. They need, like, men and women are not the same. You cannot write women like men and have it work. You need to write women characters like women, like they're real fucking people. Like, the male archetype is there because it's that artificial stereotype, which is dumb as well. What movie do you watch that's like, oh, the hero male stereotype, and you're like, that's the guy that I care about? I feel like none of them matter unless it's the specific movie is focusing just on them. All the side characters are better than the archetypal male hero. They're all better. Every single one.
A bad night. I had a bad night. And the fact of the matter is that, it was, I screwed up. I made a mistake.
Hey, we've been on this for a while. We talk about cinema all the time. We watched all of like offline, like just behind scenes, just in DMs and shit. We're sending cinema shit all the time. John did documentary stuff. Like, the early stuff on the 5th Gen channel is all stuff that he filmed himself. But we like, I want to do documentaries, so I need to learn all this stuff. He already has a base knowledge in the industry. Like, we were going to do a Ghost in the Shell thing. It just kind of like, we got distracted by the streams and shit. So we'll eventually do this kind of stuff. Also, once I have enough money that I don't, or once I'm in a position where I can focus more time on this, I want to produce some gaming content, sort of review stuff, movie stuff, just more on the pop culture side of things. But we've been here for a little bit. Also, as I was saying, it's not even progressivism. It's literally just writing women as women. The other thing is, like, I don't understand why women can't write women characters. It just doesn't make sense. It must be an industry thing. That's the only explanation that makes sense to me.
And but I learned from my father, when you get knocked down, just get back up.
The Biden campaign's trying to help get their candidate back up, with endorsements from leading Democratic Party governors, including New York's Kathy Hochul.
Boo!
Tell you today,
Boo!
President Joe Biden is in it to win it.
Fuck this bitch.
And all of us said we pledged our support to him because the stakes could not be higher.
Trump allies in
Not the best
Congress are
source.
feeding Democratic Party anxieties about Biden. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
I think they know they have a serious problem, but it's not just political. It's
Yeah.
not just the Democratic Party.
Yeah, politics.
It's the entire country. We have a serious problem here because we have a president who, by all appearances, is not up to the task. And these are very dangerous times.
We got a big segment on Australia because I'm not sure if anybody's heard. Labor kind of I'm trying to find corroborating sources for this, but apparently they've launched inquests into people who have more loyalty to their religion over the party because of their vote on Gaza or Palestine recognition. So yeah, that's fun. So we got that coming next.
Post-debate polling by CNN shows 56% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning registered voters now saying they have a better chance of winning with a candidate other than Biden. All campaigns go through cycles, says University of Texas history professor Jeremy Suri, but questions about Biden's health are here to stay.
He might still win this election. In fact, he still might be the favorite to win this election if he stays in. But his campaign was hoping that the debate would put the concerns about his health to rest. Those concerns about his health will not go to rest. They will be with us if he stays in the campaign every day of the campaign.
The Trump campaign had no public events this week.
There has to be serious discussions inside the Democratic Party about Biden staying in the race, and like they can't let him stay, surely. Like politically, it's suicide. Politically, it's a bad move. Politically, it gives Trump too much to run off. It gives Trump supporters too much to run off. Like if they're really wanting to win this, I think John's right. I think they need to replace him. But I don't know. Yeah, but look at all the people who are like, I'd never support Trump, and then stop and endorse Trump, or they say I'm not endorsing Biden, then they endorse Biden. Right? It's all politics. It's all posturing. The people who have already endorsed Biden are people like Hakeem Jeffries, like Gavin Newsom. Right? These people who are pretty high up there in contention with like pretty high positions in the Democratic Party and like politics. So why wouldn't they back the current leader? It makes sense for their political careers. They're not trying to create waves, right? Unless someone does want to create waves and put their hand up and be like, can I run? Like, hello, I'm 47 years old here. He's twice my age. Like, give me a shot. Fuck yourself. Yeah, that's exactly my point, right? When it comes down to it, when the vote actually happens, who is actually going to not vote and give Trump potentially more votes? So it really does not make any sense to me that people would be. It's kind of like how it doesn't make sense to me that world leaders would be torpedoing relations between the United States and other countries just because there's a potential that Trump could get back into power. Why? Like keep it going. Like why are you fucking people over because of a potentiality? Aren't you an independent state? What the fuck is happening? Like I just don't understand why other countries aren't going on the world stage. Why are you torpedoing relations? Why are you making things harder for everybody? Why are you advancing the positions of the bad guys, right? Whoever that might be, by holding them off. It just doesn't make sense. So nothing about this race makes any sense. And if I was a conspiracy theory dickhead, I would be right in Trump's circle. Like there's no fucking way. Everything is so suspicious. I completely sympathize with people who are in conspiracy land and unreality. I completely fucking sympathize with it. But
So I just like went to wash my hands, and I had like no water pressure because I just flushed the toilet, right? And because like I can only have one source of water at full power in my house. The pipes are just so shit, right?
yeah.
So I realized, oh, I left my hose on from earlier, so there's just been a hose on outside for like hours now. So I had to like turn on the lights and like go outside and find the spigot in the dark.
Excellent.
With a statement saying it would, quote, continue to build off the momentum earned by President Trump to grow our movement, raise the money we need to win, and head into the fall poised for a historic victory. Trump marked 4th of July with a video on his Truth Social website in which he said, America is one of the greatest stories ever told.
We will never forget that we are Americans and the future belongs to us. The spirit of American independence will never fade, never fail, but will reign forever and ever and ever. To every citizen throughout our land, have a glorious Independence Day.
With his Republican.
That was cringe.
Better than whatever Biden did, I'm sure.
Party preparing for its political convention this month, Trump
was
may
laughing.
benefit from a more moderate approach as his opponent struggles, says University of Texas professor Suri.
What Donald Trump
they
would
had
want.
Kesha come out and like sing on 4th of July, and I just like posted, who? You mean the girl who sang like the New Year song while you could hear a bum peeing in the background? That lady? Like, who the fuck is Kesha? You know? We like talk about washed up and irrelevant, huh?
I think we've spoken about this before. No, it won't. They won't get closer to China. There's no way. China is actively trying to fuck the entire global north over.
I disagree. That's why Macron has been doing stuff with China, is because they're worried about Trump coming to power. Just the threat of Trump has moved people close to China. Yeah. That doesn't mean that France wasn't the first ones to do like the EV ban. You know?
Well, the tariffs have actually come in now, so they've actually implemented them.
Yeah. But this was like a while ago.
But also, like, they've never not been close with China. Like that, they've always
but
ties
Macron
with China.
has like, this is like a common analysis, is that Macron's like foreign policy right now is setting up a contingency if Trump comes to power, because Trump can't disband NATO, but he can withdraw the United States, right? And might not get impeached for it. So I've said before, if that happens, it just gives the EU their EU army.
Yeah. And then we'll instantly see war in Europe. You watch.
I mean, there is war in Europe.
Europe proper.
Oh, come on. Don't
Well,
say
like,
that about Ukraine.
when I say like Europe, Western Europe, I should say. It'll be closer to Western Europe than the ex-Soviet bloc. You know, because there's been ex-Soviet bloc conflict since it crashed.
You mean shitty America?
Shitty America.
Not just the United States, because the French obviously represent Quebec. Like Quebec. You know how the
I genuinely think that if Europe has control over a military force, the first thing they're doing is fighting Russia. But and then what's America going to do? Sit and laugh? Probably.
Trump is going to say that, and then
Trump will probably side with Russia and fight on Russia's side because he's a fuckwit.
If Russia's paying us a lot of money.
Yeah, it would be the world's biggest mercenary group.
Yeah.
The U.S. Army.
He tried to do that, you know. That's one of the things that he tried to do after he fucked over the Kurds, is he literally said Saudi Arabia is paying us a lot of money to have these troops. So we're taking them from the Kurds who don't respect us or give us anything.
Amazing.
Saudi Arabia, they're our great friends. They give us a lot of money. Literally, very much that's what he said.
Yeah.
And it literally, that was the reputation, is that the United States is now a mercenary group under Trump. Because it happened multiple times.
Yeah, it would be English, but it would be trilingual. It would be multi-language. That it would have to be.
Yeah, but it would be specifically, it would focus on broken French just to piss them off.
Only to show vigor, but to show reasonableness.
You know how we already like
to
adopt French
make
words,
it so.
like bone apple. Like people will unironically say bone apple tit. You know, all those like things where it was like people who do the like wrong writing or spelling of the word when they do a tweet or something. All those French mistakes is going to be the real language.
So it's not a liar versus a feeble old man, but maybe a feeble old man versus a reasonable candidate.
The Biden campaign is pushing back against calls for their candidate to step aside following his debate struggles.
Get out.
With $50 million in paid media for July and an aggressive campaign schedule this week. Biden told
Who's
Wisconsin
the lady
Friday
there? Was that one of
he's
his
staying in
aides?
the race. Voter Sabrina Jordan says he's still a viable
She
candidate.
looked really, really like young. Like she
did.
she looked like a child, but also she was like as tall as him and all legs.
He should be, I won't say defiant, but somewhere between consistent and defiant. He needs to let people know, and he did today, that he ain't going nowhere. And unless something changes dramatically, he is the man for me.
Voter Jonathan Listag was not so sure.
The physiology that he displayed, he is not the same man. You can't turn back. We're not getting younger. You can't beat old age.
Seeing Biden back on the campaign trail after the debate,
The most
does not
reasonable
ease
take I've seen on it is it man's just old, needs to retire.
Yeah.
the concerns of registered Democrats.
Yeah. Would be
Like,
good.
bro, go sit on a beach somewhere. You've earned it. Like, fucking hell.
Ellis Johnston.
I don't
He
feel
does.
confident in Joe Biden's ability to win this election, and that makes me very afraid.
Yeah, that's
it's
the thing.
confidence in his ability to win that's
That's
getting
what I was
people.
trying to explain to my mom. It's not about that we don't think that it's his ability to govern. It's his ability to win. That's the issue.
Supporters Biden's sometimes halting debate performance reconfirmed their view that he's not fit for another term. California voter Lamont Pearson.
There's nothing that can come out of Joe Biden's mouth to make me think anything other than what he's already
Is this
shown.
the same California party that CNN got interviews at?
No.
Must be. It
Voice
has
of
to
America.
be. It looks exactly the same.
Voice of America did another story here.
As well
That's
as
what
it was
you're
VOA.
thinking of.
Biden's
That's what you're
debate
thinking
performance
of.
is not
You're
the whole
thinking of
picture,
two
says
different
Georgia voter
stories.
Jeffrey Tanarelli.
Okay.
I think Joe Biden is very passionate and very intelligent. I think he did not perform well because he did not meet the
I'm going to double check that Never Trumpers story because I'm pretty sure it's the same place.
expectations, and his performance was what people expected of him.
That lack of energy leaves Washington, D.C. voter Hannah Zabolovich open to a new candidate.
It was kind of clear to me that maybe Biden's not as with it as he used to be, and I think I'd be supportive if someone they put up another candidate rather than Biden.
If Democrats are to have a different nominee, they need to move quickly, says Michigan voter Alexis Zaidan.
There's a lot of conversations that need to happen within the next, month around what could the Democratic Party do to bring all of its
You're right, it was a
fractured
VOA
vote, like
story.
its fractured base back to its core and hopefully build strong ahead of November, or we will be looking at a Trump presidency.
Biden's vice president and running mate Kamala Harris would be at the top of the list to replace him as the party's candidate, but that may not work, says California voter Stephanie Bowers.
Kamala would take over, which I would.
She's the only one. It's
Yes.
not. It's either Trump or Kamala. We need to stop pretending that it's like a new primary where Bernie can get elected again or something.
Love, but I also think with the world being the way it is, all the prejudice going on, that Trump would probably beat Kamala more so than beating Biden.
Are you serious? Come on.
The nominee, his campaign has First Lady Jill Biden meeting with military
Are you
families in
kidding
3
me?
states this week.
People
And the
voted for
president
Obama just because it thought that they weren't racist anymore. White guilt single-handedly got Obama elected.
Soundbite.
counter programming next week's Republican Party convention with
It's
remarks
just
in
the
Texas
truth.
and Nevada. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
Calling from a 954 area code. Who's this and where are you calling from?
Yo, is this me?
Yep.
Oh, wow. First time caller. I watch you guys almost every day, but Probably have to stop that because my blood pressure is going way.
Bro, you fucked it up. You're supposed to say long-time listener, first-time caller. Or you say first-time listener, long-time caller. And then it's funny.
Too far up.
Well, that's
I'm
why
a
we
27
promote the sunsetlakesebede.com because it's
Yeah,
now become a necessity.
See, it's funny how he says it. So he don't ever clearly see CBD because then it's like less ad friendly, apparently, right? So he says it silly every time when he promotes this CBD sponsor that it's a really good sponsor. They pay him a lot of money to be sponsored, right? And he even says, "I enjoy the gummies and stuff like that."
The more that we watch this, the more I like this calling format where we do a show like this, but we have
I mean, eventually look at
great idea.
Eventually, when our comments are out of control,
yes,
that's when we can upgrade and do more of that type of silly stuff.
Yeah.
Right. I'm a 27-year-old from.
Because like he's coming from AM radio, right, where people would be in their car driving, listening to him. Right, the call-in format just works so well for AM radio. Because
it's a talkback thing, which is basically what we do here. Like, this is basically talkback. It's just visual talkback, really. That's all live streaming is.
Raw time.
I just want a better setup that I can like soundproof and have better audio and not have to worry about anything. But that'll come.
Florida, you can call me Joe. And
Yo,
I
mama.
gotta say, you guys are driving me nuts with the replace Biden stuff. It's terrifying because it's such a bad gamble. The Democrats, especially since all the higher level Democrats are behind it, I'm like, oh, that's when you know it's a bad idea. You know, it's like they haven't come up with a good idea in the last decade. But to think that
Hillary lost,
the racists who were upset that Obama was the president for 8 years.
Hillary's not black.
Then, we tried to pull Hillary. So they came out and they made sure she didn't get president, wouldn't come out and completely destroy any chances of hope. Is, to me, it's asinine. I'm not upset that people are saying it, but we're all carrying water for this narrative.
Point to an election where Obama lost, though, caller, Joe.
No. I'm saying afterwards, though. Afterwards, the racists lost their minds, and they've still lost their minds. After Obama, it was the end of normalcy. Like, after that, I'm not saying it's because of Obama. I'm just saying they just won't.
I agree with you, frankly, in terms of your assessment of what happened after Obama. There is no doubt in my mind, and my theory at the time was like a lot of these people were like, there were two dynamics. One is they're like, we just had a non-normal president. We're not having another one 2 in a row. We need to go back to a normal president. And Donald Trump is particularly good at essentially beating the bushes and bringing those people out. Here's why I think. And you may be right. It's definitely one of my biggest concerns about Harris as a candidate. That is, obviously not function of anything that she can do about that. But here is why I don't have the same concern that I would have.
She married a black guy, though.
And that's because it's a significantly different electorate from 2016, just in terms of age cohort. It's a very different electorate. And
can I say something then? Let
me just finish.
Can I say something?
That's one thing. I think on a numerical basis in this country, I think there is just a fewer. Is it 1 million fewer? Is it 500,000 fewer? Is it 200,000 fewer? 100,000 fewer? There are fewer misogynists and racists in this country. I don't know what the number is, but there are. Just in terms of, if you look at age, and we can know what different age cohorts feel about race and gender, et cetera. That's A. And B, in 2020, we had record turnout for both Democrats and Republicans. The idea that we're going to beat that turnout this year, I find hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that that's going to happen this time around. Now, it's possible, but if what you're saying, that Trump is going to have the ability to mobilize a new group of people who wouldn't have otherwise voted for him in 2020, because Kamala Harris is black and a woman, I find it hard to believe. I do think there are people who are going to be like, who would have voted for Biden, who are going to be like, I'm not voting for her. But I think they're going to be offset by people who might be more interested in voting because
I think more people are more informed about various things. and are therefore inherently less racist, less sexist than they were 8 years ago.
Well, also, I think
However,
Hillary didn't lose because she was a woman. She lost
no,
because
she lost
was
because
Hillary.
she's a Democrat.
No, she lost because she's Hillary.
Yes.
Fucking
She is the establishment.
even Tulsi as a fucking final Dem candidate would have done better.
Yeah. Yes.
That said, Kamala Harris, what we're talking about, again, it's 7,000 people here. We're not talking about running somebody for the country. That's not how American democracy works. Only 7,000 votes matter. If you want your vote to matter, go move there. You know, like, so can she win Pennsylvania? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Pennsylvania?
Philly and Pittsburgh? Yeah. You just need, you get Philly and Pittsburgh, you pretty much have the state.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
So Pennsylvania was a close one between Trump and Biden. It would definitely go with her, right? Ohio?
I mean, if she runs with Biden's policies,
she could get Ohio.
If she
Ohio
runs
would
with
be the
Biden's
harder
domestic policies, I think she has a chance. Yes.
Arizona, that'll probably go Trump. Nevada, probably go Trump. You know, what are other ones that can change? Minnesota, she'll get that. Michigan, get that.
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
Are they hard Trump?
Well, they're not worth a lot of points, but I'd have to look at what are the specific swing states.
Okay.
In this election, because they do change. Also, we could win Florida if the Dems actually tried.
Oh, Georgia.
Georgia, she could get.
Also, Florida is fucking up in the air. Like people sleeping on Florida. That shit is up in the air. I reckon.
Like technically, we could say that George Bush didn't actually get an electoral win. It was a Supreme Court win that he won that election by, right? So because Florida was so close, it fucked up that whole election. Like, they need to target Florida more.
I agree. I think Florida is honestly one of the best targets the Democrats could put resources into, because DeSantis is a fucking joke. Right? You could really push this guy's a fucking bigoted cunt and really go hard on that. Talk about how he's fucked up with Disney, that he had to back down.
Yeah, if they win Wisconsin, they'll win the election. That's, I guess, I could see that.
Interesting. It'll be an interesting election nonetheless.
Because she was not president when we were as supportive of the genocide in Gaza.
Okay,
or she's just younger, and younger people are like, she may be more in touch with what
swing states this year is Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Interesting.
So that's what they need, and I believe Biden has been doing a lot of North Carolina shit.
Yeah, he's been there a couple times. Yeah. Very interesting.
Okay.
We're doing. I mean, that's the theory, anyways. But what's your argument against what I've just said?
Okay. Well, your point B, I agree. I don't think Trump's gonna be able to squeeze more out of that Republican rock. I don't think, I honestly, in where I'm from, the Deep Blue area, Republicans always turn out. Like, that's a known thing. Like, they will always be there. They will always be voting. This isn't going to convince any more Republicans to go out and vote against them. This is going to convince those independents who don't really care, but they're going to vote, be like, I'm not voting for a woman.
Based on what? Based on what? Based on what?
No, hold on. I've worked with them. I've worked with people who, at a regular Target, unloading trucks.
He just shush her.
Menial, regular work, and men who are like, I mean,
yeah. Dude, if I'm going off on a rant, my favorite thing when I know the person that I'm talking to is not listening to me or is just completely disregarding everything I say is to shush them. Because it's so condescending. It's just like, shush.
Rude man who shushes, please call.
It's so fun. Because it really fucking hits them like a ton of bricks as well. Because you don't expect to be shushed.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
so in the 2020, presidential election, 7 states were won by less than 3 points. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, right?
Mm-hmm.
So only one of those Trump won, which was North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So if Biden won all those, if they were the swing states back then they might be, pretty much guaranteed to go blue. But I don't think you could get them for Biden twice on a lot of them.
I would not be so sure about Georgia.
Yeah. So, but I think if you swap for Kamala, you can pretty much guarantee that those voters will double down. Because if they didn't want Trump in the last election, they definitely aren't going to want him now.
Mm. Yeah. I don't think we're accounting. Well, what we're not accounting for is the age difference, which is interesting that they brought up as well. The age difference. Kamala being younger could be enough to swing a lot of people.
Andrew Tate sure is powerful, but to this guy's just a sexist. Like, to think that people, like, come on, bro. How, most men are married, right?
Mm.
And they probably are fucking helpless to do things and their wife has to step up for so many things, right? So, like, to think that Pakistan was ready for a woman PM, but America isn't, get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. Margaret Thatcher was the Adolf Hitler of women,
Mm-hmm.
Like, she fucking, like, the reason, if it wasn't for Thatcher, there wouldn't be this huge blowout election now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, her party, it's just like Mandela, right? Except he was awesome. His party has carried since then, right?
Yes.
The conservatives have basically carried thanks to Thatcher, just like how the Republicans were able to do with Reagan.
Mm-hmm. And funnily enough, all of those systems have come crashing down.
Sanders, he talked about good stuff, and this was back in 2016. They're like, I ain't voting for a woman. Woman can't run the country.
Okay, so anecdotal.
Brother.
No, it is anecdotal, but that's what the ears on the ground are more like. My father, three men at my father.
My dad, definitely not a sexist cunt, says women can't run the country.
Bro,
so I believe him.
Because he's like, not me, I love women. Other guys I work with, they're the sexist ones.
Male feminist shit, bro. Male feminist vibes is what I'm getting.
This job. My mother just told me 3 men said, damn, sucks that we're gonna have women here now.
I'm not discounting this caller, but okay, so I understand.
I'm
There's
in
going to be some
blue area, and this hold on, and this is misogyny that would make them just be like, you know what, nah.
Hold on 1 second. So those are anecdotes, and that's exactly what Sam is saying. Are there going to be some people that say I can't vote for a woman? Absolutely. Do you think that there's more opportunity for women and people of color to be mobilized, which is, by the way, the path to Biden's victory, to Obama's victories? And also, your anecdotes fly in the face of the data that we have so far, which is that Kamala Harris does better against Biden in the polls that have come out so far, and that among independents specifically, Kamala Harris has a 3-point lead against Trump and per CNN, and that Biden has a 10-point deficit against Trump with independents.
Fuck your polls.
So I gotta say, let me just reiterate this, okay? That you're talking about, stories from 2016. They're not going to vote for a woman, and I agree with that. But the fact of the matter is that the number of people that those people you have in contact with represent is just simply on a raw basis lower than it was in 2016.
Like there's no way in a modern America that misogyny is that like actively engaged in by men in America that they won't vote for
Let me tell you something, okay?
That they wouldn't vote for a chick. Like, here's
an anecdotal. Also, another thing. You know how there's this reputation that the lady cops are more likely to shoot you, that men say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I ever see anyone present a stat on that?
There's a lot of videos, but I would imagine that.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of videos. I bet.
But again, libs of TikTok proves that this doesn't matter.
Yeah,
right?
like I want to know proportionality. You know? Where's the stat?
Because that would be.
I could find a lot of videos of male cops shooting people.
Exactly.
To act like females are more likely to shoot you if they're a cop is just ridiculous. Anyway, so let's make camera crooked. Make it a little crooked. In Kobane, right? 70 to 80% of the defenders of that city were female, and people think like, oh yeah, well they're Kurdish, they're more feminist. What the fuck are you talking about? Like to think that like the PKK ideology extends throughout the region is just silly. This was fucking northern Syria. Some of these places still had Muslim Brotherhood, all right? So the resistance of Kobane, like people would literally say women are no good. Like it was extremely patriarchal, sexist society. And then they fucking steamrolled ISIS there. And it changed a lot of the reputation of women throughout the region. And by that, I mean northern Syria, right? So like this idea where that a country or a region like that can overnight shift to realizing that like, wow, women do kick ass, and something like America that started the women's rights movement can't. Are you fucking kidding me? That, oh yeah, we like, oh, they won't vote for a black president. Bitch, we invented civil rights here. You know, they might have gotten invented because of the oppression to begin with, but guess what? Go to India, fucker. Like, get out of my fucking face with that shit. Like, are you fucking kidding me? No. No. The country is not that sexist and racist that these things have, like, a measurable factor. The people who are already sexist and racist who won't vote for Kamala, guess who they were already going to vote for? The driving as well. Yeah, that's the classic one. Even Hassan was able to diss Andrew Tate with that one.
With what?
That men are worse drivers than women.
Women are just more cautious drivers, which makes men, the more aggressive drivers, angry. I sympathize.
Well,
stop driving 20 kilometers under the fucking speed limit.
No, I think it's more of like a testosterone response.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. But like when you, because like I also say these things, but it's not serious, right? It's like, oh fucking women driving.
I love the Jordan Klepper clip where he goes to the Trump rally and they're like, "What about a woman president?" Right? And he's like, and then he goes to this one guy where he's like, "No, we respect women in our party. The Democrats don't." He's like, "Let me see the back of that shirt again," and it says "Trump that bitch." And he goes, "The irony is completely lost on you, isn't it?"
Awesome.
And Hillary Clinton lost by 40,000 votes across 3 states. So I agree that there is a cohort of people that you've captured. But what I'm suggesting is that it's almost necessarily the case that that cohort in raw numbers is significantly less.
Also, we have to take into account, right? Trump did not get 3 million votes, right? Against Hillary Clinton, she got more votes, raw numbers.
Yeah.
So like the fact that people like, oh, I'm not going to vote for a woman because woman, is silly. No. Men definitely aren't emotional at all. No. That's never once has that happened.
Well, like I was watching something the other day. It might have even been Sam, but the first mainstream conspiracy theory among conservatives were that the Clinton killed their aides. Like there was an aide that the Clintons killed. There's a specific name they'll throw out, you know, and that name was like a trigger word for like people who were in the know. It was a dog whistle that they would use in the Clinton era.
That's funny.
Right? And so I want to say it was Rush who started it. And so like that's the thing as well, is like the disinformation campaign against Clintons started like before like what, like 50% of the voter base was even born at this point.
Yeah. So
like those old school voters had been hearing this fucking rhetoric for 30 years. This anti-Clinton shit for 30 years. Like, of course these like people who are the swing voters are not first-time young voters. Okay. Young votes don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's real
also,
cute that they get excited about their civic
Clinton
duty
body
and stuff.
count, not a conspiracy. It's totally real. They kill people.
Yeah, like Gaddafi. Like Gaddafi.
Yeah. They killed Saddam.
Less than it was in 2016.
They killed Sankara.
8 years is a long time for for young people to become.
There are some really sus fucking events though.
Yeah,
They
I
can
don't
be
trust
explained
Hillary
away by
Clinton.
like random crime, right? But the fact that they weren't investigated and were just ruled away as like random crime is crazy.
I
Like
don't
there was
trust the
one
Clintons.
Seth something is
Well,
his
they
name. I
even
think.
like that's the whole thing. Is like when Epstein died, they were blaming Hillary Clinton. Even
Yeah.
like that.
Seth
the
Rich was
reason,
his name.
Yes, the reason why this is in that zeitgeist is because of Rush pushing
This was-
conspiracy to begin with. It's like the first big political conspiracy. You know that
Yeah.
like we're not JFK shit. We're talking about the stuff that would like divide voters and stuff. It was the first like big disinfo campaign actively pushed. The JFK conspiracy wasn't like pushed by a party, you know?
Yeah, so it's like because I think what happened because they don't know who the perpetrators was. He was shot in the back and they just didn't investigate it. And he just said something about the Clintons and people were like, oh, it's the Clintons again. And this was in like 2016. So this was like new. So this revived the body count theory in new voters as well.
So he made a post about the Clintons one time.
Oh, he did something about the Clintons, the
Cool.
conspiracy theory. Here we go. Political
Sounds
conspiracy
about
theories, radically charged comments started to appear on social media the day after his death. Right-wing theorists began circulating false claims that his murder was connected to the DNC email leak of 2016 or the FBI's investigation of the Clinton Foundation. A post on Twitter before Rich's memorial service spread the idea that his killing was a political assassination. Subsequently, the conspiracy theory was then spread on the subreddit. Which subreddit? Have a guess. That's you.
Which
He's not listening.
subreddit?
Yeah, which subreddit? In 2016.
MAGA.
Close.
Make
Do
America.
you not remember what it was called?
Make America Great.
The Donald is the subreddit.
Okay.
It spread so many. So Reddit users attempted to tie the homicide to the Clinton body count conspiracy theory. Popularized by Roger Stone.
Oh, that's it. Roger Stone. Which it was before Roger Stone.
No, that's like this one was popularized by him.
Yeah. Roger Stone also claimed that he was drone striked on American soil.
According to British journalist,
that?
No. So according to British journalist Duncan Campbell, the Russian agency GRU tried to implicate Rich as the source of the stolen DNC emails. That's what it was.
Do you know what GRU is?
They're basically the FSB, aren't they?
No. So click on it. Tell me what it's called. Go ahead.
There's no link to the GRU.
Oh, okay. I'll pull it up.
But yeah, I was just reading this because I was trying to remember what it was actually, what they said it was linked to, and that's what it was. Is he was an IT specialist, and they apparently, he apparently leaked the emails, is what they were saying, and that's where it all comes from. It's a good one. WikiLeaks. So Julian Assange fueled the speculation in an interview with Nieuwsuur, which is a Dutch current affairs television program in 2016, which touched the topic of risks faced by WikiLeaks sources. Unbidden, Assange brought up the case of Seth Rich. When asked directly whether Rich was a source, Assange said, "We don't comment on who our sources are," which is a fine response, but I guess that fuels conspiracy. Subsequent statements by WikiLeaks emphasized the organization was not naming Rich as the source. So more runaway information.
Voter eligible and older people, particularly in the wake of COVID.
Spetsnaz is gone, isn't it?
And the people you were just talking about are also more likely to have passed away. We know
was
this.
Gone. They disbanded at the fall of the Union, no?
No, I wanted to say that I might be incorrect, but I wanted to say that the fucking Wagner division operated under the GRU to do that election interference stuff. But
Okay.
I can't actually find a link to that. So they were probably completely independent. They kept it like off the books type stuff.
Directorate of General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation.
Yeah. but I
main
thought
intelligence
I
director.
thought
Okay,
they
so-
were actually linked to the.
So they're the FBI, basically.
Yeah, but I thought they were directly linked, but I can't find something, so I must be remembering
Okay.
incorrectly.
That makes sense.
There's also Alpha,
Mm-hmm.
which are special forces as well,
Yeah. Okay.
but they're internal police special forces. They're
I
the
could've-
ones. They're the ones who burnt that whole school to the ground when there was hostages in there.
Oh, Spetsnaz is the intelligence agent special forces.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, that makes sense. So this is literally if the FBI had SAS. Is basically what this is.
Yeah, but they also have Alpha too in Russia.
Mm.
And they're the ones who do the. They were the ones who responded to the hostage crises that when they used fucking.
Ah, yes.
When they fucking used gas on their own people to rescue them from the hostage crisis and killed a bunch of them from it, and then burnt that school to the ground when they were trying to rescue kids in a school. Where all the hostages died, right?
Oh my god.
It's like they're elite SWAT, but they're like.
So there is it this thing? Is it this here?
What?
Or is this something else?
Alpha?
Yeah.
No, Alpha is just Alpha.
So it's not this, because this is apparently the first units that would become the Special Operations Forces were transferred from the GRU in 2009. This was founded in 2009 and is Special Forces Command. Which was linked from Spetsnaz.
And what's interesting, the one movie, what is that one movie, Tenet? They put alpha patches on when they do that whole hostage crisis
Oh,
thing.
at the start of the movie?
Yeah, I believe they do put alpha
Interesting.
patches on. But yeah, so it's it's a special purpose center for the FSB, standalone subunit of Russian special forces within the Russian security service.
Okay. I didn't realize that Spetsnaz was intelligence special forces. That's interesting.
Yeah. So both them and their sister unit do black operations inside and outside of Russia.
Okay.
Paramilitary operations and covert operations, both domestically and internationally.
Interesting. So even the Spetsnaz is a specific unit. They're not actually like a thing. They're a specific unit. The second Spetsnaz brigade.
So the Alpha was Spetsnaz until 91.
Okay.
See, and it even says Spetsnaz they are a Spetsnaz. It says type Spetsnaz. Because it's just special forces.
Yeah.
But there was a branch specifically called that in the KGB as well. So that's what got disbanded is the branch Spetsnaz.
Okay. Because I got this one, right?
But they still use the general term.
Yeah. Okay.
For special
So
forces.
like the Spetsnaz got disbanded.
It would be like if Green Berets got disbanded, we would still have special forces.
Yes. Okay. That makes sense. There you go. A bit of information on special forces in Russia for you. We're going crazy today.
Statistically, in COVID.
Oh no, I'm sorry. These were young people. Like these were people who were on the job, but these are just regular folks.
Well,
One of them was my direct boss, young guy.
Let's say they're all in their 30s or in their 20s. It doesn't matter because I can tell you as a fact that the 20-year-olds of today are less likely to be misogynist than the 20-year-olds of yesterday. That's just a fact.
Can you answer what I said about the independent polling that flies in the face of?
The polling. I did want to address that. I have a degree in statistics, and I'm never that confident in polling. I've looked into the but I've never been super enthusiastic about their results. There is one guy that I am.
All right, but wait a second.
I also don't really rate polls. I think if you base things off polls,
I think like indexes, it's something that you can take into account.
Yeah,
but it's
to
never
use
like
them as
your
like a
primary
main thing is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, never your primary.
So you're into statistics, but you want to tell us how we're wrong based on anecdotes about people that you know.
That's so
Like
funny.
that's better mathematical.
Oh my goodness! No, that's not what I wanted to say. I guess
You're gonna condescend to me. I'll condescend right back, buddy.
I wasn't condescending, but if you think I was, I apologize.
Listen,
She's
we've
mad.
been on this for
She's
too long,
legit
but the bottom
mad.
line is, I think it is a legitimate concern, but we're not in any position to say there's any data that you discount polls. Okay,
There is one, a historian who guessed the last 9 out of 10 elections, and the only one he got wrong was Al Gore, but that was because that one was stolen, and he advised that they should not switch the Biden ticket after the debate. He's like, it would not be in their favor.
Well, I hope that guy's on somebody's payroll because he's obviously the all-knowing. But I appreciate the call. I mean, that guy is still he is still a cohort of one. I mean, I think.
Yes, polls are not predictions. I agree. They're definitely not. Exactly. They're snapshots. They're how people feel at the time. We need to stop using them as predictors. Like, they're not. Please stop this.
How will we do weekly news stories for 2 years?
So here we are. We're finally getting to the root cause. We need polls so we can make consistent stories about stupid fucking topics. So we can continue rolling 24-hour news. So we can continue ripping every cent that we possibly can from every person possible. Because our job is giving information and not entertainment. Of course.
I think it's probably, when you have Harris as the nominee, there's probably a little more pressure on the import of who's going to be her vice presidential pick. And I'd be surprised if it wasn't somebody that they.
Also, anytime a poll comes up, I'm like, I need the questions. Because I can't judge a poll based on the results without knowing what questions they asked and what the bias was in the questions. Because, like, Trump can say, oh, here's 30 polls that say I'm 95% in favor. You only poll Trump supporters and give super biased questions. So I want to know.
It's like that when he did how our numbers were great with Axios, right? And then he even presented them with the source, and he's like, "Oh, you're doing it by population or something."
They felt
because they literally had to give Trump numbers.
I don't know who that person is off the top of my head.
Right? So they realized ahead of time, if we just give them the stats that don't matter by population, instead of factoring to per 1,000, he'll be happy.
Maybe it's a Jay Inslee, I've heard, or Cooper in North Carolina. We're talking about Bashir in Kentucky. I mean, somebody who has, who can, maybe project enough manliness that the people that that guy worked with on his job would be willing to go in and vote. I would also, I wonder what the statistically likelihood of a lot of those people on that job also voting are. I mean, it's a risk, but right now, it is clear that there's a lot of people whose own sort of like political fortunes are on the line, and they're worried about Biden as well.
I have to circle back to this, I think, very reductive narrative that everything since Obama has been because people went.
That is an interesting take. That people are freaking out because they're like, oh, my career might be over if I fucking back Biden or say something. This is great. You know what's even better? Good. Fucking good. I hope this is how it works, because the more people who fuck this up, the more space there will be for new talent to come up, for new people to fill this space, for the old guard to fuck off. We might see a complete change in the media ecosphere after this. Possible. It's very possible. We may see media collapse. Who fucking knows?
Went crazy about race in this country. Like, Obama won 2 terms. He's a black guy. I don't quite understand. Like, Hillary lost because she was already. First of all, she lost to Obama in 2008 because she was the pro-war centrist. That's probably why she lost in 2016 too.
I think misogyny, to be honest with you, is a more actionable force in voting than race. I just think that there are more people who are more comfortable in this country acting and articulating misogyny than they are race.
Yeah.
I think that's fair enough. Yeah, I think that
because women
Harris's
don't beat the
race
shit out of you when you start being misogynist.
I'm not sure it doesn't cut against it, because then You know, I think there
They
was a
just
lot of
don't
people who
fuck
wanted
you.
to prove that they weren't racist by voting for Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And
Maybe they should start beating the shit out of people.
and then, you know, I think Trump was able to capitalize on that. There was, you know, we had that data point from, I can't remember his name now. I've cited this many times. 50% of non-college educated white people in this country thought the Republican Party was to the left of the Democratic Party on race as of 2008.
Yeah. But that's the idea. What's the ideas in their head? But I also would underline they're the non-college educated whites, and we went through a financial crisis that Hillary Clinton wasn't speaking to at all. So like maybe that got translated into racism. But I think we should just look a little bit more at the fundamentals than just say like people went crazy about identity issues because the black guy was president for 8 years. He would have been president for like 8 more too, frankly.
He'd be winning in like Reagan numbers against. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but the reason I just get frustrated by this reflexive knee-jerk thing is that I feel sometimes it's like just the people automatically think a woman can't win because in their mind they can't really imagine a woman in a position of authority, and so then they say, oh, the rest of the country is going to have this backlash, but it's really their preconceived idea about things. Jamel Bowie was alluding to this when he was on with us on Friday. I think there's something to that, but when we're constantly talking about the threat of it, and there's not really any data that we're looking at the current moment that backs up that assertion, the independence numbers are the best we have from CNN right now, and it goes contrary to what people are saying. I sometimes have to wonder what the impulse is there, because it's never been done before, but that doesn't mean it can't happen.
Yeah.
And the misogyny about Hillary Clinton, as I said, it's hard to overstate. You know, people talk about how white women went for Trump in 2016. There's a lot of internalized misogyny in this country. I mean, I talk to any woman who's like older, maybe right-leaning, and mention Dr. Joe Biden and see the reaction that you get from them. And like people in the Democratic Party, there's, you know, I mean, I don't know. The point here is just that I guess I'm working against my point with that. But I do think that Hillary Clinton was so uniquely in the public eye, specifically as it related to her husband, and then the scandal and the judgment and what happened with Monica Lewinsky created like almost like a lot of women in this country had preconceived judgments about her for things outside of even her politics that had been built up for 30 years, in addition to like, oh, she's so corrupt, she's so out of touch, all of those things that created a misogynistic stew that Kamala Harris is not going to have to necessarily deal with.
I mean, this is also just like a question of just, you know, of generation. I mean, Hillary Clinton is from a completely different generation than Kamala Harris. In 1993 or 92, when she runs, when Bill Clinton ran for office, you know, one of the big interviews about her was like, I'm not just a Tammy. She said, I think the quote was something to the effect of like, I'm not, you know, Tammy Wynette. You know, I'm not just stand by your man. I'm not going to be spending my time baking cookies in the kitchen. And that was for women of her age in that era. That was like cutting edge. This is a time like that same year, I think it was, or the year before, Dan Quayle had said that Murphy Brown, played by Candice Bergen on a network television show, was sending a horrific message to the public by having a child on her own. Like, can you imagine a politician like saying that today? It would be bizarre. But
even Hillary saying that today, I think, like you
wouldn't have to. Like,
but even her phrasing of it is wrong. It's like an old way to view feminism, where like it's about, she embedded in her statement there is shaming homemakers versus like to empower herself, which is exactly those same women turned around and voted for Trump. Those same white suburban maybe homemakers turned around and voted for Trump because they didn't like the vibe she's putting out as like for other women. That woman doesn't represent me, right?
And that may be have been people are telling me that may have been in defense of, like, I think when they were having the sit down interview, you know, after reports of Bill Clinton, you know, philandering or having an affair. But regardless, the point being that this is not something that would even make sense for someone, for a woman who was 50 years old to say today. Like, I don't need to justify any of this. Like, of course, like, this is not, you know, I mean, we've come a long way in that respect. Now, I'm not saying that misogyny is gone. Again, I do think it's a very active thing, but understand, like, there was, like Emma was saying, decades of this stewing and out there, and people built off that in a way that they haven't had a chance to build that off of Kamala Harris. But, you know, we'll see.
We're not assessing it in a vacuum. It's is misogyny more relevant than Biden's senility?
Calling from a 318 area code. Who's this? Where are we calling from?
Hey, is this me?
Yep.
Hello? Let me walk outside and take you off my AirPods. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Jake from Georgia.
Jake from Georgia. What's on your
And
mind?
I just had two comments. One is kind of just about the General Biden senility stuff. I was in a group chat
Biden
recently,
old.
and it's just kind of frustrating to like see everyone calling for him to step down, like after an optically bad debate, and not like the horrific policy issues.
That's the issue, though. That's the issue, though. Like, I don't think that he can't do the job. It's about it's about these 7,000 people. Like if the media was a little better about it, if CNN actually they presented that he was actually answering questions instead of like this faff.
If they moderated,
like all kinds of stuff. But like he's old as fuck. The dude cannot talk. So of course that's an issue. Like to think that this isn't an issue, and it's going to affect his electability.
But like Stephen Hawking couldn't talk.
Okay, well, if we get Biden a speaking spell, will that make him more electable?
I think it would. To be completely honest,
Maybe that's
I think
what they
it
need.
would.
They need to punch him in the throat so he has to talk through a machine, and then it will be a lot better.
What happened? I fell down the stairs.
Stuff happened over the last few months and year.
You
Which
mean
has just been interesting.
Well,
what?
Welcome to American politics.
No, I know. It's just like it's just been interesting, and trying to like with a group of people who I talk pretty frequently with, who are like to play the moderate. The Republican Party is like it used to be fine, but now it's run by the crazies. It's just.
I mean,
it's
not
just
wrong.
kind of like a weird, surreal moment to be like,
They've never really been fine.
causing the problem now.
Yeah.
But that's
What are
just,
you conserving?
a
Again,
minor frustration.
I will continue to forever ask this question of conservatives.
But
What
I
are
also
you
think this
conserving?
idea where it's like the Republicans also said this. You're still gonna tell me that we just need to go back to the old party, and then these same people will slander Biden for like the crime bill.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like you pick one for God's sakes.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
It
To
is
act like the
ridiculous.
parties
in a
aren't
totally different
different
direction.
today is just silly.
Talk for everybody.
Like,
I
look
was
at the
talking
Dems
with
under Clinton.
Mm.
Think we're still that party? Get the fuck out of here. No.
Can you hear him purring? Can you hear him
Dick
purring?
Cheney, yeah. Dick Cheney made an anti-Trump commercial. And he's like, the man is a liar. And it's like, you are the last person.
That's very funny.
You are the last fucking person, Dick. He's
Same
not
group.
honest. He hates
Put it
people.
away,
about
Dick.
like
He's evil. He
Put
only
it
cares
away.
about he only cares about money and himself. Dick.
kind of public option stuff. It was more like in the technological sector about creating like public good AI, and like neither here nor there whether that could be good. But one of the pushbacks I got was this idea from one of the libertarians in this group that I'm in, saying that like the problem they see with it is like an opening for regulatory capture. And they sent me like a video of like, oh, if you don't know what regulatory capture is, here's an example. And it was the speech. I can't remember the guy who gave it was. But everything he described, like all the examples that were there, it was like the failing didn't seem to be that the regulation was bad. It was that like it wasn't being properly
regulated,
like managed or like actually enforced.
Like Boeing.
No.
But the libertarian answer is like, oh, then that means we need no regulation at all.
Yes.
No. Not no regulation. Self-regulation, which is
gets
worse.
it, though. This guy didn't need to finish the sentence though, because
Yeah.
Sam has debated and fucking hates libertarians.
I had this conversation.
We gotta fucking. You gotta see some of his libertarian debates. I'll save some for Friday.
Okay.
because they're very funny.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the Sam, I'm talking, stop interrupting me. That guy who says,
Yes.
"What's next? A license for toast?" But there's other great ones. Like he talks to the guy from the Ayn Rand Institute. That one's pretty good. But just general callers are the funniest ones.
With gosh, I can't remember his name. I used to go on Radigan every week with a columnist,
You mean
not a bad
the bad guy
but
from
a
the
libertarian.
Great Mouse
And he would
Detective?
always preface.
Oh, look, forensic architecture. I'm gonna follow these guys.
They're kind of cringe.
As a libertarian, and we would have
whatever. I'm just looking at
this
this
argument
guy,
constantly.
the children's hospital.
There is no doubt there is regulatory capture in our government. It is a real problem. And for folks don't know, it's like when industry essentially gets
U.S. ambassador to NATO. Ukraine's asked NATO for 7 Patriots, and we have a very positive response. Looks like Europe's sending them actual batteries.
Well, after this hospital bombing. Well, there you go. That's why they did. The Ukraine bombed their own hospital to get the
Patriot
missiles
batteries
that they need to then stop their hospitals from getting bombed. Genius. We got it all figured out clearly.
I'm just verifying this because that was a Twitter post. Let's see.
What I'm surprised is that nobody's saying
okay.
NATO bombed. I'm surprised nobody's doing NATO bombed a hospital and when they fought for Kosovo, the fake state. Like, where's that narrative? I miss the old narratives. Now we're getting into real dumb shit about we're getting into the frogs are gay territory with these fucking counter theories on shit.
This guy is the Pentagon correspondent at VOA, so I think that's a pretty good source.
Who? If you find him through forensic architecture?
Oztap Yarish is what his name looks like. I found him through that Oz Katerji guy that you sent me.
That guy, I love him. That guy's so good.
Yeah, I guess a VOA source is probably one that we could verifiably trust.
Well,
the Pentagon correspondent. I mean,
I vouch personally for the guy I sent you.
Yeah. So I'll keep looking, but it seems like they're getting Patriot batteries this time, which is what they fucking need.
Mm-hmm.
People in the comments are saying just enforce a no-fly zone.
Why not?
That's control of the regulatory apparatus and regulations serve.
I mean, Russia does it over Syria, right?
I mean, certain areas it might be hard to charter a plane through.
Yeah.
But you kind of avoid war zones anyway with regular planes.
Yes.
So if you go look at maps since the Ukraine war started, you'll notice
there's
a lot
no
of
flights
flights
over Ukraine
are diverted.
Yeah.
Serves industry more than it should, or whatever the balance is. And the libertarian solution to this is less government, so that they don't have the ability to regulate as much, as opposed to disempower those who capture the regulatory agencies. I mean, it's like saying, I've come up with a cure for cancer, and that is to literally kill the patient. And if we kill the patient, the cancer dies. I understand that, you may have a side effect of harming the patient to kill the cancer, but the agenda is not to kill the patient. And that is the argument they always make. But the counter argument to that is, why don't we disempower the corporations and the industries that are engaging in the regulatory capture? Because if they were disempowered through taxation, through broader regulations,
and socializing the industry itself.
Socializing the industry is an answer. Not allowing them to lobby. You can't spend more than X amount of money lobbying the government. Okay, and now we'd have some freedom of speech problems from the Supreme Court, but we could work on that. But the point is that there's always going to be attempts for regulatory capture if the regulations are doing anything, and shrinking the government. Also, I would point to local governments with these people, because if they think that regulatory capture is a problem on a federal level, wait till they see what's going on in their local governments. Appreciate the call.
Yeah. Well, and but what can I like one more thing? Just within that was the idea of like with Chevron just now being overturned. Like, I'm wondering how that'll affect the regulatory capture argument moving forward, because if they're trying to successfully like disempower regulation, and
they'll never end that.
Like ability to kind of
libertarianism is a religion. There is no end to that argument. It will go down. They'll ride that all the way to the end. Appreciate the call.
So you know what I've been
Who's this? Where you
observing
come
a lot of, and I've started really getting into. There is a shitload of Japanese accounts, Japanese writing accounts that are fucking all about the all about the war in Ukraine.
Oh,
the support from Japanese language accounts is probably like, as far as like, as far as like accounts, as far as their alphabets go, it's probably Cyrillic, Roman, whatever the Japanese kanji are called. It might just be kanji.
Yeah, kanji.
Whatever their alphabet is. So
Hiragana.
that one, and then Arabic alphabet F behind that.
Interesting.
And then I don't know what other alphabets you'd have.
I mean, there are plenty of languages.
Yeah, but like specific, like Arabic is a lot of people. It's a big regional alphabet, just like Roman is.
Yeah.
And Cyrillic.
Mm-hmm. This has been such an interesting video, honestly.
Yeah.
Sam, it is.
That's why I've kept it playing. Like because usually I just find the clips, but the input has been really good.
Wallskeeper in the front. You know what? Hey, Emma. I guess this is more of an Emma show.
All right.
Well, I just want to say, last caller. I'm sorry for getting upset at you, last caller. I feel badly, actually. I shouldn't get
The very last caller?
The caller before Kowalski. I shouldn't have got the one before. I shouldn't get upset. I'm in the midst of this, and so I feel badly. I just want to say that.
Oh no! Don't give them any room to breathe. I love the like vengeance art.
Yeah,
like,
never apologize, never
more
explain.
of.
I agree.
Exactly.
Let's
I would like to give.
She needs to
on
develop
this,
more of
the
a
eve
character.
our nation's final
Let's get this
Independence Day,
vengeance art going.
My beliefs and why Kamala
Like,
Harris
she
would
needs
make
to
for
be
a
like
good top of the.
This is kind of derogatory in certain lights, but she needs to be the attack dog on the show.
Sure.
Right? Like, I want her to be more confrontational while Sam sits back and can form these like eloquent arguments. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good. That'd be a good dynamic. I always don't really care what she has to say because she doesn't really say anything. You know what I mean?
Woman hater.
But I want her to say more and more meaningful shit. Like I agree with you. Develop a character, like develop something more than just like repeating lib talking.
Well, and then you look at like Junk and Anna, and both of them are attack dogs.
Yeah, and both of them are awful. I don't like hearing any of them speak.
Yeah.
All right. You support women. Thank you, Kowalski.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Clearly,
I'm
but
fucking better
here
than
are my
you.
thoughts. When I look at a place like Omaha, I don't see Biden doing anything that could win the place, but I could see Harris, because she would be more aggressive on pro-choice, really winning over those Republican suburban women. Like, what's Biden going to do to advocate to them? And what's Trump going to be able to do? Pretty much nothing. They all despise him. So, like, she would be better on that. I would imagine that would carry over to a lot of the Midwest.
I want to also just say, like, Omaha,
fair
when you say
analysis.
Omaha, you're talking about an electoral vote, right? I mean, I just want to make that clear that people may not be aware of that.
It would be my dream to make sure that Omaha is like the 271, just because, like, the amount of hatred towards our system would be so great. It would just be amazing. But also, I think Harris would be good from a business standpoint because she isn't going to be a threat to the business community. That's the only downside I would see with like a Bernie candidate right now is that would make the business guys upset because Kamala's not going to do anything to bother them. And frankly, she's going to be far more stable of a figure than Trump. So why would they want somebody who's going to like start a trade war with Germany over a tweet or something? Like that's something that I've heard from a lot of like middle management guys is that it made life a headache, especially with like ag stuff, just because
That's
trade war
super
with China,
interesting.
turns out, huge buyer of grain and a huge supplier of agricultural parts, pain in the neck if you're in a trade war with them. Probably not a good idea. And lastly, just straight up vengeance. I want to see like Senator Kamala Harris out there berating Trump on a debate stage because Trump has lost a lot of steps. Like he's got just like Biden, except he, probably had more stimulants. He's got one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. Like it's only a matter of time before he flips up. And I think she would do good, and she could bring a level of smugness against him that I don't think he could really counter.
Prosecutor background, that was her best moments in the Senate were when she was questioning somebody fairly aggressively.
Right? So, like, think about this. This whole thing about how the biggest, not the biggest, but one of the most slept on parts of the Supreme Court ruling about immunity, right? In his criminal cases, they can now not use his other official acts to build a case. Now, if it's not ruled on whether those official acts were official or not, because they're future cases, guess what the judge is going to do? Agree with the defense that they can't build any type of repertoire or case against Donald now. That's the real problem with this Supreme Court.
But how? I don't understand how.
Because if he can't have
because they haven't ruled whether it's official or not.
Yeah, but they can't use it to build a case either. They can't bring them up. They can't bring up that he did nothing on Jan 6 in a courtroom now, unless it's specifically on that case, and then that case is ruled that it wasn't an official act and he's found guilty on that specific case. Then they can bring it up in another
But
courtroom.
him sitting in the room not doing anything wasn't an official act. Just like him spurring on the riot wasn't an official act.
Hasn't been ruled on.
How is that an official act? How can the judge not rule on that?
Supreme Court overrules a judge.
It's a different.
I'm just
ruling.
saying. I'm just saying. This is the issue.
I don't see how that holds up.
That they can't use anything that's an official act against him to build a case. No. That said,
I think that would be appealed and would be
you know who
struck
can do that though?
Mm.
Kamala Harris during a debate.
True.
She can build the greatest case against Donald Trump that nobody else is going to be able to build in a courtroom. And if they aren't already shifting to that strategy, I don't know what's wrong with them. Because she's a fucking prosecutor. Prosecute him on that debate stage. Like, it's obvious. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
People stupid.
The only one in the Democratic debate, aside from Bernie, that did well against Biden. Putting her on the ticket was probably a smart move on that. But then again, we also have to look at if the Europeans are going to go completely right-wing, racist, whatever, them all having to bend the knee to a woman of color in the United States, I mean, coup de grace. That would be amazing. The fact that they have to bend the knee to their protector across the sea, wonderful. There's no downside here. And to be honest, I don't think the whole misogyny thing is going to be as big of a play. I think at the end of the day, a lot of people just don't care anymore. So,
I think statistically speaking,
those guys were never going to vote for him anyways.
I think statistically speaking, it's less of a factor. And I do think the fact that there has not been time to build the narratives around Harris in the same way that there was with Clinton is a factor. And I mean, I don't know how this works.
I think that's the biggest factor.
But I do think,
like I said, the narratives had been going for the Clintons for 30 years.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That there was, and maybe things have changed in an era of Trump, and maybe maybe it's not.
Sorry to cut you off, but something emergency just came up. I have to go. You all have a good 4th of July.
Okay. Hang in there. Hey.
Where are the libertarians' rights in prosecutor versus criminal?
Someone just blew themselves up at that guy's house.
There's some narratives there. That's what I'm saying. The abortion narrative.
This is 4th of July, right?
Yeah.
Cop stuff.
Back up, Terry.
Election wise, maybe.
Yep.
Terry.
And who knows how?
I mean, that's because
Put
the
it in
Democrats
reverse,
Trump
Terry.
would say hey, you lost a lot of the left because of your being a prosecutor. The Democrats would love that problem.
Of course.
Please call us too pro-cop.
And what we're seeing. Sorry.
I would love to see the data on how race and racism and misogyny play with each other in the course. I mean, if she becomes the candidate, hopefully she wins. But I think we would get an opportunity to sort of see how these two things stack upon each other when it comes to having to make a decision like voting. I mean, we know what the implications are for Black women within the context of our society. But in the context of someone pulling a lever, there was definitely a where people overcompensated for their questions about race in voting for Obama. I think that was definitely a factor in his election. Now, of course, he was running against McCain and Romney, and so they weren't sort of triggering the racists in the same way that Donald Trump was able to. But it'll be interesting to see. But let's go to 404 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Aaron, Aaron in Atlanta. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Aaron in Atlanta.
Can you hear me? Yes, sir. It's actually on the chat. It's DSA Aaron.
DSA Aaron. Nice to hear from you.
DSA. Yes, I've talked to Emma and Matt Bender a few times. I've never could get through Sam. I don't think Sam likes 404 numbers.
You're right. Actually, let me just hang up on that.
What do you got against Atlanta people over here, Sam? What is it?
No, just the 404 numbers. If you have a different exchange from Atlanta, I'm fine.
But I just wanted to call in to talk a couple of things. I wanted to tell Emma she does not need to apologize at all about that misogynist guy that called her.
I don't know that he was misogynist necessarily, but you got.
He definitely. He should somehow do.
He was.
He didn't sound too
Hell
great.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, but like, it's probably best practice for me to just kind of chill out. That's really just a lesson to myself, and I'm not above apologizing.
I understand why why you got upset though. It makes complete sense to me. But I was wanting to back off on something Kowalski said earlier too about Harris. I think she is obviously a much better candidate because she wins. I mean, Georgia's a swing state. She wins Georgia easily. I'm not saying I have any. I'm not saying I have any. I think she wins it easily. She wins the black vote of Atlanta so easily. It's like she will destroy in Atlanta. It wouldn't even be close, in my opinion. Now the rural areas would be a different thing, but I think she wins Georgia just based off Atlanta and like Macon alone. Because those are primarily black areas, and they would definitely vote for her. And they come out in Atlanta to vote. That's why I learned that this year. They did because I don't know. You wouldn't know. We actually got a person in a DSA member that was backed by DSA into he took a primary spot of a Democratic, like a corporate Democrat. So we're actually getting stuff done. I think you did talk about it, Sam. I'm sorry, you talked about it later on. I forgot about that. But we actually had another one.
Oh, you there, Aaron?
Oh my gosh!
Oh crap!
Do you fucking hang up on
He's talking about Gabriel Sanchez though.
What about Cop City? Literally, Cop running as a Democrat or Trump. Like, do you think that's a factor or not enough people give a fuck?
Nobody knows what Cop City is.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck?
Yep.
That's cool.
That which we had played a news report of him winning a primary at DSA backed Fulton County race.
Dang, how'd that
Georgia.
happen? I'm sorry, DSA Atlanta or Aaron in Atlanta.
After all that 404 talk. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
It was only a short one, I think.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
everyone
They
is
just
talking
kept
about this
getting
New
the
York
same
Times
calls about the same topics.
In
They're
a pair
able
of
to
tape radio interviews that
their
aired this
whole
morning, the president said
call
it's time to move
segment.
forward with his campaign. On the Earl Ingram show, which is out of Wisconsin, he stressed how important black voters are to this election.
The vote of the black community matters intensely. Look, it would make up a significant portion of the American population. Who's going to represent you except folks like me?
And when talking about last week's debate, the president admitted to the radio program The Source he had a bad night.
Is there any reason for the American people to be concerned?
No, I had a bad debate.
Yeah.
I had a bad debate. But 90 minutes on stage does not erase what I've done for 3.5 years. Proud of the record. And we just got to keep moving.
Well, joining me now is the host of The Source, that radio program, Andrea Lawful Sanders. It's great to have you with us this morning. Look, you got right in there with the president in this interview, which aired this morning. What are you hearing from your listeners in reaction to what the president told you?
I am so glad that, first of all, thank you for having me on this morning on your show. It is an honor. I am so happy that that was the first question that you asked, because right after the interview aired at 6 o'clock this morning, I began getting comments like, you just saved the democracy. You were patient, you were kind, you allowed him to speak, and we understood what he was saying amidst the noise that we had been hearing about the fact that he was too old and it was time for him to retire and give it to someone else. And so I was proud of that. I was proud that WRD was chosen to be a part of this conversation so that people could get a clearer sense of what he was discussing and why he wanted to stay as the presumptive nominee for Democratic President of the United States of America.
You told my colleague Laura Coates that you were a little concerned in the wake of the debate. I think, were your listeners as concerned?
It was interesting because the listeners, as we were concerned, myself, Joanne Bell, James Peterson, and Niall Blass, who was 24 years old, we found someone who was much younger who was willing to have the conversation with us. As we were beginning to feel concerned, the listeners said, they were typing away as we were talking, they said, I don't care if he's walking with a cane. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I am watching my freedom slipping away. And at that point, the Supreme Court had not yet ruled on all the things that they'd come down with a day later. And that even solidified it even more for them that they would rather vote for Joe Biden than Donald Trump. So I was so heartened by that. I have been in many living rooms having this conversation over the last few months. And I said to the people who were, waffling, oh my God, this doesn't look good, et cetera, et cetera. I said, you've been listening to two men. Both of them are older than we would have liked them to be. But of the two men that you are listening to, who is the one that would make more sense for the United States of America? Who is the one that would work with the people? Who is the one that has the data, the proven policies that would give us what we needed as a country to move forward? We're already so fractured from what happened on January 6, 2021. This has only frightened the people more. And so many of my friends have gotten passports and visas and gone on to other places to live as a direct.
If you cunts fucking watched us, you wouldn't have had this response because we were actually listening. Our coverage was actually talking about policy, about which candidate would be better for the country, not about who was fucking old. This is the fucking this is the general attitude from younger people, my age and younger, is just, it doesn't matter. Corpse. Voting for corpse. Like, that's the general opinion. It does not matter. All the people crying about this, old. Have you noticed? They're all old. Or the Democratic establishment. None of these people fucking matter. Like, this is why I say that I'm not worried. I don't think the American public are that dumb that they will blindly vote in Captain Vengeance. The guy who said, I want to fucking use the US government to go after my political enemies. He's counting heads. He's doing the stages of fascism's rise. Like, what the fuck? We're looking at it. We're watching it. We're looking at history rhyming. We're literally seeing it happen. Like, what was it? Like, if, like, I don't know. I'm not too worried. And I don't think other people should be either, is mostly what I'm saying.
Wow. So black and white, right? And so we have to create a space of calm in our country, bring it back to center, and find ways for us to work together again.
When you got this call, was it the White House or the campaign that reached out and said, we'd love for you to speak with the president?
Both. The White House and the campaign. And they called and said, we've been listening to you. We want to give you this opportunity. And I tell people all the time,
we'll interview him.
And do it well. And keep your head down.
Fly me to the US. I'll interview him.
Attention to yourself. And so
I'll do it in a hoodie.
WRD Radio, which is a small station, only one of four that is owned black media stations in the country. I said to Sarah Lomax,
it'll be a fair interview.
And it's independently operated. I said to her in 2019, Sarah, the ultimate goal is to get people to work together, to get our folks to understand the importance of what it is to be black in our community.
And who better to interview you than a foreign journalist? No skin in the game. An anarchist at that too. Someone who thinks your position shouldn't exist. Like, what a better person to answer questions. Huh? Do it. Do it.
Community and to take on the stories that matter most to us in a time where we can only get 30 seconds on another radio station or 15 seconds on air at a television station. We're able to delve a little deeper. So it is an honor. When I tell you it is an honor for us to have been chosen, it truly was.
And then that gives you the opportunity, too, to express what your listeners are saying and feeling and the questions that they have. Look, the interview with you, I also spoke with Earl Ingram out of Wisconsin. He did an interview yesterday as well. These are two important places for President Biden, of course, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. We know he's going to be making trips there. There is so much talk about whether the president not only can win this election, but whether he can serve, whether he is fit to serve another 4 years. Those questions are out there. Based on your conversation with him, do you believe he is?
I believe he is fit, but I also want to remind people that he's the face, the figurehead as president of the United States. He has a whole staff around him that has created so many changes over the last 3 years. Now, I'm not telling people who to vote for one way or the other. I just want to take a look and see what's happening on either side of the aisle and decide which would be best for their life, their well-being, and their freedoms. Let people, as I'm talking to them, are saying things to me like, Andrea, I don't care if they have to roll him in a wheelchair. I'm voting for Joe Biden. I don't care. We are seeing our freedoms taken away as Black people. He has helped create Black wealth, as he told me. 60% of Black wealth grew 60% since the COVID. He says we have to do more. He's talked about, student debt relief. He's talked about pouring money into creating spaces for Black-owned businesses so that we can grow our wealth. He's talked about, putting $16 billion into HBCUs. The man is one of the few people, and that includes Barack Obama.
But what about Trump? He did First Step Act and money to Black colleges and shit. Is that the only shit he did?
Basically.
Our former President Barack Obama, who has just really honed in and focused in on people of color in this country. And then he went for
Newsom already bent the knee and is currently has his tongue on Biden's boot, so he's not even in the conversation. Also, he's like the epitome of like California liberalism. Nobody wants that.
further to create spaces where we have the most Black justices,
But yes,
judges.
But you're correct. His charisma, yes, he has potential. Yes,
We call him the Rizzler.
Okay, 212. Is that New York? I'm
What?
assuming. Humdy.
Hello, white people.
Humdy.
Probably. Whatever.
Yeah, interesting. Where are you from? I'm curious. But yes, I think Newsom would have a shot. I am not a fan of how soft he is on China. His abandonment of his own state's infrastructure and business in like EVs to go and promote Chinese EVs does not give me hope that he will work in America's favor. You know what I mean? Somalia. Okay, interesting. European colors. What is that? I haven't heard that before. That's interesting.
What? European colonies use the word white. I mean, there was still racism amongst whites too. It really stemmed like Protestantism and shit.
Yeah.
All kinds of wacky dacky stuff.
Piracy. What do you mean?
Federal judges. He's the only president that's created that many Black judges in the country. So we have to look at his record, right?
Yeah.
Not just look at his frailty. And as someone who's from the island of Jamaica, I tell people all the time, we have to stop discarding our elderly, right? They've not lost their minds. They've not done, they've worked so hard to get to where they are. And yes, we slow down as we get older and our bodies move a little slower. But we tend to be moved
This
by
woman's an
what we see
agent.
people
I don't
doing,
like
how
her anymore.
charismatic they are, and not by the truths or untruths we hear.
Andrea Lawful Sanders, really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. Thank you, and happy 4th.
President Biden and
Fake
President
tapper.
Kamala Harris joined a call with their campaign staff. A source described it as a, quote, pep talk. Biden told staffers, quote, let's go win this, unquote. But can he? That's one of the very real fears I've heard from House Democrats in background conversations I held today. One Democratic member of Congress told me that their phones hadn't stopped ringing. They say there's a clear split in the House Democratic caucus. Those who seem to have a close relationship with President Biden want to stay the course. Others are all too ready to back Vice President Harris as the nominee. Quote, polling of House members is cratering, this House Democrat says about the congressional races they're all running. They're all running for re-election, of course. Quote, we are all outperforming the president, but that's not sustainable, unquote. A second House Democrat that I spoke with told me that they had to leave the room just a few minutes into the debate Thursday night during Biden's, quote, "we finally beat Medicare," unquote, answer. They had to leave the room because their blood pressure went through the roof, they said. House Democrat 2 then sat in the kitchen drinking for the rest of the debate. This was the first time this Democrat thought, wow, not only could Biden lose, I could too. Quote, "Every American knows what a confused older person looks like," this member of Congress told me. They went on to say, that was a massive signal that he wasn't able to handle a future term. They also told me, quote, "I do not subscribe to the people who immediately were like, he should go, he should go, he should go. Nor do I subscribe to those who said, we need to support Joe Biden at all costs. That's what we have to do. I'm a logical person. Defeating Donald Trump is the only mission that counts," unquote. The member tells me that they don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction. They're waiting for more comprehensive, deeper polling data next week to see on whether Biden has any chance of winning in November and on which alternatives might be the strongest. This Democrat engages with Biden pretty regularly and says the debate performance, quote, "was more of an anomaly, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't get better. The chances of those things happening more frequently are going up, and it's not going down." A third House Democrat with whom I spoke told me they had believed wrongly what the campaign and White House had been saying about Biden's health, all the assurances. Now they tell me, quote, "I just want to beat Trump, and I don't think Biden can do that. No one has laid out a path to me. Barring that, we have to consider what we do." It's almost impossible to see anyone coming back from this, House Democrat number 3 told me, because this is something everybody understands. And as one person said to me, it goes slowly, and then it goes quickly. When this House Democrat pushed campaign staffers that they had not been honest to Democrats, they were rebuffed. But this member of Congress told me, quote, "Sometimes when you're with someone every day who's declining, you don't see as clearly. You see what you want to see." Now, look, obviously, these are just the opinions of 3 Democratic lawmakers out of thousands. We know that President Biden has recently reached out to House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senator Chris Coons, his campaign co-chair. And there are still many Democrats who support Biden, including Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who said today on CNN that Biden, quote, "has the stamina and can do the job."
Okay. Well, maybe you should have moderated the debate better.
Her name's Debbie Dingell.
Welcome back. Taking a live look at the White House. A crucial meeting is happening today as the president is reassuring Democratic governors that he is fit to run for re-election. The White House is hoping to ease fears about his mental fitness following his debate performance. The president says he is focused on highlighting the issues Americans care about and is mentally fit for that position. One of those governors attending is Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Even though questions surround the president, the governor is backing him.
I mean, sure. Yeah, yeah. But what are you wanting to replace it with? That's my question. Here we're getting to it. Here we go. We're getting to it. Continue. We're getting there.
Him as the nominee. Pritzker spoke with CNN on Tuesday night. He's part of Biden's re-election campaign. And our state, of course, is hosting the Democratic National Convention next month. The governor says he supports the president as the nominee, and the final decision on whether he will run is...
I don't think brought down is the right term. I think taken down a peg is probably a better way to phrase it. And there are good ways to do that without causing conflict and suffering and pain for people who are innocents in the situation. Right? Would you agree?
Asking me or them.
What is the far right? What are we talking about? Can we use words? Can we describe the ideology, please? Do you mean the fascists?
Is up to the president himself.
Well, I think that there's a healthy discussion going on with...
What?
The way she said it like zup to the president.
In the Democratic Party, we're not a cult like the MAGA Republicans. We tolerate dissent, and we think it's good for democracy to have this conversation. And for me anyway, my word is my bond. I honor my commitments. Joe Biden is going to be our nominee.
Texas Democratic Representative Lloyd Doggett is the first Democrat in Congress.
Fantastic. So what is your proposal here? I'm entertaining, yeah, because our show we do from the perspective of the state, right? We're media literacy kind of stuff. So like what would be your proposed, like if you want the system to fall, to be taken down, what is your proposed solution, replacement. How would everything continue after this happens? What like dog chasing car, dog gets car, what dog do with car now? You know what I mean? Like what's the after plan? What's the action plan?
Congress to publicly call for President Biden to step down as the party's presidential nominee.
This just in, multiple Democratic sources confirmed to Fox News that Democratic governors yesterday held a call to discuss the latest developments regarding President Biden's 2024 re-election campaign
I haven't seen
in
her
the wake
before.
of the president's extremely rough performance in Thursday's debate with former President Donald Trump. Now, the call was organized by Democratic Governors Association DGA Chair Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Sources familiar with the call described it as a forum where the governors could discuss what was going on.
Western technology is everywhere. Take what? Take it where? Like what do you mean? Like I want tangibility, please. Like I'm looking. I want solutions. Like I want to discuss actual things, not just like wishes and dreams. You know what I mean? Like if we're having this discussion.
Look at Kenya. Like their technology, they've developed specifically for the region. Like it's better. It's like if you're in the region, you would want more Kenyan.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what would you prefer, a Kenyan-made infrastructure or a Belgian-made infrastructure?
Yeah, because I think the internet, the internet coming from Kenya is gonna in the long, because just the fact that they're able to the coverage that they can do just for the basic 3G shit has been something that the West would never be able to do.
And they'll advance.
Also, you can steal all the technology you want. China's shown this, but it took them how long to be able to manufacture the ball in a ballpoint pen?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
precise manufacturing required.
Iran has reverse engineered the fucking Beast of Kandahar, right? And then like we see those were developed into the fucking Delta Wing drones and shit.
Yes.
Like stealing the technology means nothing when you don't have the fabrication to match it,
nor the minds to comprehend it.
Well, China was perfectly capable of comprehending it, but they were nowhere close on the fabrication that they needed. It took them years to, and like even now with the microprocessors, which is the only thing that matters now, even their microprocessors are way below board because their fabrication is not as precision as Taiwan and Switzerland and
about 8 years in phone technology and like computer chip technology behind, I think.
But like developing for the region, like I said, Kenya is better. Kenya has been better for the internet infrastructure than anything that the West could do.
I mean, I personally don't think we should be using the Romans as an example of anything, but a historical example of what not to do. Conquering harms people, my dude. This is my problem, right? I would rather put a bullet in the head of the conqueror than serve under him. Like who's conquering what? Who dies? Like what happens here? Like, you know what I mean?
The Romans didn't bring civilization to Europe.
Going on with Biden, but that there was no serious talk of urging the president to step aside. One source characterized it as a gripe session. Sources also tell us that the Biden campaign was aware of the call ahead of time. From a national Democratic official familiar with the call, quote, Democratic governors are some of the president and vice
the gall are like able to fucking continually stomp Rome.
Vice president's most proactive and vocal supporters because they've seen how the Biden-Harris administration's accomplishments are directly benefiting their residents. The Biden-Harris team is in constant communication with
but they don't.
They don't.
You are.
Yeah. It's just such a narrow-minded look at history because these eras are like so few and far between. It's like this empire lasted from this time to this time. Okay.
Yeah.
How long did fucking like Tomris didn't start an empire? She united tribes of the steppes. How long did they rule over it? Oh, what? They still do? Uzbekistan is like a direct result of Tomris. then Turkey will be like, she's actually Turkish. It's very funny because like the Uzbekistan Film Institute, they made a movie about Tomiris, and Turks review bombed it because they said that she wasn't a Turk in it because it was an Uzbeki film house.
Oh my god. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah. It's a cool movie.
People in the West conquer what? The West? Like, what do you mean, man? Like, people are dying everywhere. And like, we're not in the Cold War anymore. Can we move past Cold War terms, please?
The Mongols, not take the Mongols were better as long as you didn't like try to fuck with the Great Khan, sure. Then they would just allow you to continue doing your shit and just pay tribute, and then he died and their society fell apart. But like Scythian culture still greatly impacts today, and nobody cares. Nobody even realizes. Like Druidism, you wouldn't have that without Scythians.
Yes.
So like a lot of the pagan shit that Europe has is Scythian in origin, right? So like to think that like, and like whatever, where are the Scythian cities? Where are they? There isn't any.
They're gone, right?
They weren't city builders. They were nomads.
Ah, interesting.
And that's why they were able to fucking conquer the entire fucking steppes. And they fucking like to literally to have a bunch of fucking herders and nomads unite instead, because they were dueling over territory, grazing lands and stuff, just like they do in the in America before the colonialism. Like they unite and cut the head off Cyrus the Great.
He just cut his head off.
Yeah. She cuts his head off and throws it in the garbage. Basically.
I mean, you have fun with that. We have all the guns.
Yeah.
And bombs and shit. So, you guys have fun with that one.
China's a source of cheap labor, and they will continue to be.
Yeah, like China, the CCP forcefully suppresses its own people's wages and commits wage theft en masse, and amasses it in the party members. They're gonna be cheap labor
also,
for a minute, and that's because of China, not the West.
The European powers' involvement in African countries, just on making sure they don't leave that country alone, just to keep them loyal in that country. Like, you're more owned than the West than you realize.
Yeah, like it's really fucked up once you realize how much control the European countries have over Africa and even America at this point. It's fucking crazy.
I hate Europe.
Yeah, fuck Europe.
The governors and their teams, including about yesterday's meeting.
European.
News of the call was first reported about 90 minutes ago by CNN's Jake Tapper. Kaylee, I want to get your thoughts on that.
That's his very well-paid staffers.
A lot of people. Like
a lot of people? What country are you talking about?
It depends on the system. There's a lot of like India has the most slave labor out of everyone. India does the most slave trading.
Yeah.
Then if you go into the Arab states, it's all India and then East Africa in the Levant region. And then then in America, it's like you have a lot of like the Mexican labor, which ends up being a lot of Latino labor.
In Australia, there's a lot of Filipinos here. There's a lot of Indonesians here.
Who works in the kitchens? I do.
Indians work in the kitchens here.
I work in the kitchens.
I worked in kitchens. In general, it depends on the work. Sometimes. I
mean, yeah.
Chinese.
I've worked in Latino kitchens where everyone's speaking Spanish but me, and it's fine because you just know the order calls anyway.
Yeah.
Again, I literally.
I mean,
I worked in kitchens for a decade.
I worked in hospitality for a decade as well. Like, what do you? Like it really depends. Like this is not. This is like everything that it really depends. Like sure, there's a large amount of, let's say there's a lot of Sikh workers in trucking in Australia, right? But there's not a lot. I wouldn't say that trucking is a Sikh industry. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Hindus in cooking kitchens, staff at restaurants because they come over and work for cheap, and restaurants love that. I wouldn't call it an Indian industry. It really depends. Like it's such a closed off way of seeing the world. It's just like conservatives see trans people or I don't know, other examples.
I mean, we are we
Promoted. I quit because I called out my manager for being a shit cunt.
Yeah, I actually defended another employee.
Yeah,
and
so
that caused strife with the best kitchen I've worked in.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of demographics. So, like for example, like Minnesota, a lot of Somali taxi drivers. It's a big industry for Somalian people. Is driving in Minnesota.
Yes, massive.
New York, though, all the cabbies are Indian.
Yeah, see, it depends on
the Italians, right? So the Italians have a big cab industry stake as well.
Well, it's interesting you say this because there's literally there's been exposés and shit about China setting up industry in other countries to just extract wealth, which you probably
and then they
support by
only
the
hire
sounds of it.
they only hire Chinese labor.
They only hire Chinese and just extract wealth out of the community.
This really hurt Ghana's economy.
Yes, and yeah, exactly. It's not just Western countries that they do it to; it's also Africa. So like, where are we stopping here? Like, where is it okay? Where is it
Look
not?
at the economic crisis in Kenya, where fucking 90% of the loan and debts that they have were from China, and now there's fucking people being killed in the street by police because of China.
Yeah, pretty cool. So like, where do we sit here? Like, what do you see what I'm trying to get to? Like, where this is why I initially asked, who's doing it? Because at the end of the day, when states fight, people die. And you are advocating for states fighting. We don't here. No, that's not what we do.
Say you about let's take the response about how there's always the communication and they're in great standing. What do you note about this call?
It's inconceivable to me. I mean, former President Trump, I was around him a lot after 2 debates. I was around him after events. He was constantly picking up the phone and calling allies, governors, senators, congressmen. And the notion that you've had a disastrous debate performance, widely panned by CNN, by MSNBC, by your allies, by Joe Scarborough, that you wouldn't pick up the phone and call governors? I mean, why not is the question. Is he, number one, too stubborn? Is he, number two?
He went to speak to his supporters, and then he probably went to sleep, I imagine.
Unable to call
Guy's
them?
old.
I mean, those are the questions that come to mind because it makes no sense. The only thing I would postulate is maybe there's more going on behind the scenes than we know. Maybe he is really considering stepping aside.
I mean, I agree with you.
In modern history, the West has the worst history of violence, but that's why they made organizations to prevent it. And so far, they've worked out.
So, in the last 80 years or so, it's mostly been the Cold War causing proxy wars and wars at the edge of America's influence.
Europeans almost ended the world.
Yes. And America invented the bomb that ended it.
I mean, that's one way to put it. I don't necessarily,
American propaganda.
I don't necessarily agree with that take, but that's one way to put it.
Well, what do they say? Oorah. Kaboom.
Yeehaw.
But yeah, no, it's like, in the last 80 years at this point, right? Since World War II, there's like just in the 30-year period, in the first half of the was it 20th century? more violent than the 80 years since, I would say. Also more strife. But on scale of conflicts, more conflicts have happened in the 80 years.
More
Not as
conflict. More
violent.
people have died in Europe from war than basically any other lands. Even the Crusades doesn't even hold a candle.
Yeah. So like that's kind of what we're doing here. So do you know about the death marches in the Philippines? I advise you look that up. They weren't just killing military. Also, maybe look up the rape of Nanjing. Tell me how many soldiers that was.
Maybe that explains why you wouldn't call the governors. That's the only thing I can postulate.
And Lisa, another interesting thing
And
to
then
note as well. So
we'll talk about attacking civilians. Or let's see. What about the Soviet push, the last push after the Nazis fucked up and Hitler killed himself?
What about Russia bombing a children's hospital today?
Yeah, Russia bombing children's hospitals. But I'm just using historical examples here because we're talking about Pearl Harbor. So what about that last Soviet push to Berlin?
The West invented jihad or extremism in Muslim countries.
Hold on.
Hold the fuck
on.
Shut up.
Hold the fuck on. We've got hours.
Nope.
We've got hours.
Nope.
Yes.
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 Listen. The West invented jihad or extremism in Muslim countries.
Yes, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. The Soviets
they invented Israel because of
mass rape of civilians on that last push in World War II. Right? The Russians. So like how Myanmar, right? The Rohingya genocide, Pol Pot. How, like, what are you talking about? Killing civilians is an American thing, a Western thing. It's a human thing. What are you talking about? It's not unique to America. Okay. Go off, sis.
No, I just it's just so dumb of something to say. Like a large part of the Quran is about Muslim expansion. Literally, the Quran is about that fucking expansionary war and mass conversion. Like, it's just wild. It's a wild thing to like even propose to say. And like the thing is that like jihad today is looked at as so much as a different way, because like, you know, like if I was from the region when the Second Crusade happens, I would have fought for Saladin. You fucking kidding me? You seen those fucking Crusaders?
Fought for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, for jihad.
Mm.
How did he get the house? Through jihad. Right. It's just silly.
Israel's using? I'm pretty sure Hamas was the one that attacked civilians, no?
They both do.
Like, yes, it's what Israel does, but like, isn't that what Hamas did in the initial?
No, they only attacked military targets, and the IDF were the ones killing the civilians.
Of course.
Who introduced jihad to Afghanistan? Buddy.
We've got so much stuff on this. You should watch our content. You might learn something. There's a lot of Afghanistan.
The Afghans believe, like, want to talk romantic nationalism? One of the myths that is generally accepted in Afghan society is that, well, mostly Pashto society, is that Pashtuns were some of the first followers of the Prophet. And the only reason why Afghanistan is Muslim is because those Pashtuns who were loyal and were the first followers of the Prophet brought it home. Like, again, this is literally like going back to, like, you literally can't get a further back source than the Prophet's war to expand the Arab Empire. Like, even though it came after, and this is not true, the Pashtun were not some of the first people, but that's what they believe.
Well, if we were Nazis, we'd say you're winning. Because that's what they like to tell you. Excuse for what, my guy? Like, come on.
As we mentioned, it was organized by Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota, but who also appeared on this network to
They
defend
referenced the
Biden.
Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Like, have we not demonstrated to you that we know what we're talking about and we're not on either side? I'm trying to get answers out of you. Please, can you answer the questions?
Post-debate. So what say you about him being the organizer behind
organization?
Well, I just want to say real quick, and looking at these images of Joe Biden, I finally agree with the sentiment, Orange Man bad. Just want to put that
I've
out there.
personally interviewed Al Qaeda. You know, I've literally been on the ground for people who are like, we're Al Qaeda, and I'm like, okay, cool. What's up, Mr. Al Qaeda? Let me ask you some questions.
It is a guide. It is a guide. It is guide, not my people. It is guide. Guide. Yes.
So, it happened. Okay. But anyway, all right. So, look, I am loving watching this implosion
doofus.
from the left because the media, the left, they're all
Like,
content with lying to us about Joe Biden's.
Maybe Indonesia, there wasn't like an active like jihad to expand there. Because do you know why Indonesia is Muslim?
It was because of one guy, right?
It was because of trade. So because it's a
Amazing.
trade route, and so Muslim expansionism went through, and so it came up to a thing where it wasn't like a direct apartheid structure, but basically if you were Muslim, you had more privileges than Buddhists. So the Buddhists just converted to Islam because they didn't give a shit. Right? It was just like they didn't really care that much about faith to begin with. So then it becomes the largest Muslim population, and it's all just through economics.
That's so funny. This is great.
Abortion on Western women. Like this guy talking about Al Qaeda. Yeah, I literally know members in Al Qaeda. I'm a journalist. I have sources inside Al Qaeda.
Condition until he wobbled on the stage and America saw
Literally,
what was actually happening. The mental.
You can go
Bro,
look at our
you brought it
channel.
up.
You can go look at our channel and look at my history. Like, and
Like,
not only
we
that,
weren't talking about it.
Not only that, we have a ton of Muslims in our company who do analysis on this shit too, from different regions around the world. And like
around the globby,
like especially like Ace and I especially, right? Like we'll have conversations and Jack will have no idea what we're talking about. We're talking about like the 1800s and shit, and like history before like these places had Islam and stuff. He's really good. He's really good at Africa though.
Yeah. Around the globby.
Yeah.
Vacancy that is Joe Biden. I will say I think Republicans need to expand the line of attack beyond Joe Biden's age. The country is falling apart not because Joe Biden is 81, but because of Democrats' policies.
90.
Look at California, for instance. I guarantee Gavin Newsom was
He's
on that phone call.
90.
He's 56 years old. California has some of the highest taxes in the nation, yet they have a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit. The highest unemployment as well. You look at the homeless crisis, the crime crisis. So Gavin Newsom at 56 years old has driven California into the ground. So this country would be falling apart if it was.
Isn't California still like the biggest economy in the country? Or is that Texas now?
It's well, Texas thinks that they're going to take it.
Oh, that's funny.
That's like rhetoric.
Gavin Newsom, if it was any of
that's why they why they think that is because they do things like, hey, if you move your business here, you don't pay federal taxes.
Policies win, which is why the country was
so
so much
you
better
don't own that gun.
under Donald Trump, and we need to be again. Fingers crossed. God willing.
And Julie, but to this
point,
so the
literally,
landscape is that the Biden team
Fudge gets it. Fudge knows.
to acknowledge
Indonesia. It's crazy. It's crazy because like there's a place in Indonesia that literally lives under like strict Sharia, right? A small section. It's an autonomous territory within Indonesia that they live under Sharia, and it's like all of it spread from trade.
Yeah. Oh, look. See, we agree. Yes. We say this all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
We agree.
Mm-hmm.
Open borders. But yes, they definitely need new representatives and new judges. I say this for most global North countries, especially mine, that the entire political class needs to be wiped and reset, especially here. Because it is a political class, especially in Australia, and we'll get there if we don't run out of time.
Institutions are good for like something to fall back on with stability, but then there's the downside of them as well.
The very prevalent questions about the president's mental acuity and fitness. We're sort of seeing almost a theatrical response, right?
Yes.
Oh, he's too pale here, he's too Hootian, right? We're seeing very discernible like things going into play. Okay, we're going to do this and do this. And then against that, we now have the Democratic governors that had a gripe session. That seems unprecedented. And yet when you look at what's happening in real life, there is a very large theater occurring surrounding the president. And now apparently Democrat governors have taken notice too.
Right.
Are they worried?
I don't know. I am. I mean, unlike Biden and Lisa, I've never gotten a spray tan. I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect your mental ability and your cognitive ability. I mean, Lisa's always
Bernie can stay.
I
mean,
I agree. I just don't understand what.
Oh
we
look,
possibly trust. This
look!
really is
I'm sure this biscuit is totally good vibes, right?
I'm pretty sure he's been in our chat before.
Yeah.
He is not speaking his words.
Bernie,
so what we are seeing
that's
in
the
White
thing
House
with
and what we
Bernie
see every time
staying.
he
By
reads
the,
teleprompter,
at
he
this
no longer-
point,
Yeah.
like the new generation, like even Bernie will be too old at that
I
point
don't
by
know,
the time
maybe.
it comes in.
Maybe I'm not 100%. We get a lot of people from Twitch. No, they're not very good interactions usually.
What was our title when we got into the hundreds the other day from Twitter? Was that a Friday stream?
I don't know. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been. It's not that people are mean; it's that they're Nazis.
Yeah, it's because there's only like 700 people in Twitch politics streaming at any time.
And I think there's only like 15 channels streaming at any one time as well.
I'm standing in the rubble of what was the toxicology department of Ukraine's main children's hospital, Akhmedit, which was hit by a Russian missile on the morning of July 8th. This hospital specializes in children's care, including cancer therapy. At the moment of the attack, hundreds of children were undergoing treatment. Early on, officials said that at least 2 people were killed and 16 injured, including 7 children.
Bro, did you
But they
know
expect
that
those
this
numbers to
story that didn't make top headlines is they're making a big deal about it in the West? They totally care. That totally wasn't underneath a story about Boeing
Yeah.
being sued. And what you know what else? You know what else took priority of this over this story today too? This fucking another so-called ceasefire that's going to happen in Gaza, which won't. Like this barely. Like they reported on it, but like the algorithms didn't push any of this. You look. You compare the numbers on this, which versus the Fox News garbage we just watched.
Yeah. Like this video here has 100 likes.
That's not, yeah, exactly.
1,800 views. This in 7 hours, 1,800 views. That's how much people care.
The hospital will be real quick with Western money. Okay.
Like the rest of Ukraine that is sitting in pieces. Okay.
Residents and doctors have joined rescue workers to help save children trapped.
See, look, this you can tell that this biscuit has good vibes by how happy it is. In the...
See, sit and enjoy. We're just covering news, and I've been trying to talk to this guy, but he's talking.
I mean, we'll talk to anyone who wants to come in and have the conversation. We'll sit here.
Yeah,
and
we'll talk. So like we're very open. So yeah, ask away if you want to ask questions.
Around 10:30 a.m.
If you have a subject or a topic that you want us to cover, we can cover that. I can look up videos quickly.
Local time, Russian forces attacked Ukraine with what Ukrainian officials say were 38 missiles. A series of explosions rocked Kyiv, damaging homes and critical infrastructure.
We are, well, I don't know what you call yourself. I don't like the labels, but I guess we're technically both anarchists. So horizontal systems more preferred.
If we're just talking about electoral politics, it's obviously going to be Democrats over Trump.
I would not vote.
Well, unless you're in a swing state, it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
But like it's not even voting against Trump now. It's also voting against Project 2025 and shit.
Yes, it's even more so that because that is the thing that we don't want, which is one thing that I think I've decided that the research stream that I'm going to do is going to be Project 2025. I'm going to go read through that, so anybody who wants to read along with me can fucking come enjoy that hellscape.
You know what it was? It's because we did that Biden interview in the beginning, and because the Twitter numbers are fake, that's what put it over.
Yes.
That's what it was.
That's what it would have been, yeah.
Infrastructure, killing at least 20 residents and injuring more than 60 others, including those at Children's Hospital. Anna Chernikova, VOA News.
Bisky, you seem sweet. Please don't say anything racist.
On July 1st, Russian media reported that
Yeah, well, I'm pretty much going to sit with I think it's called the leadership mandate or something like that. It's like a 1,000-page document outlining everything that they want to do. I'm basically just going to go through that after going through the website. Couple hours, 2 or 3 hours. It'll be maybe this week, maybe next week. If you follow us on Twitter, I'll probably announce it on Twitter sometime.
Ukraine's First Lady Olena Zelenska bought a 4.5 million euros Bugatti supercar. Pro-Kremlin users spread this news on social media, reaching 12 million users on X, the BBC reported. Dozens of US websites published the story, most sourcing RIA Novosti, a Russian state-owned agency. RIA Novosti cited a report by Verite Cachet, an obscure French-language website, claiming Ukraine's presidential couple attended a Bugatti
Unity.
And they're both smiling foods. Maybe these accounts are connected.
To a Pentagon report on Ukrainian corruption, omitting mentions of Kyiv's anti-corruption progress. Verite Cachet's report included footage of a Bugatti whistleblower, Jacques Bertin, and a copy of the invoice. RIA Novosti used it to report Zelensky's wife bought one of the most expensive supercars in the world, media learned. According to the publication, Verite Cachet, the tourbillon cost Zelensky 4.5 million euros. The news is false.
No way.
Bugatti
No way.
SAS told
You're
Polygraph
blowing my
Info
mind.
that Olena Zelenska isn't a customer, and the reports about her purchase.
Yeah, it's like, what a weird company to claim this about. Of all the car companies to be like, yeah, Zelensky, the billionaire that we know is a billionaire, right? bought a Bugatti, a car company which makes like 7 cars a year. Like, yeah, okay. The one that's owned by Volkswagen, the biggest car company in the world, pretty much. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Let's just say that they were a Bugatti customer. Let's actually see how many cars
they can
Bugatti
produce a
makes
year.
Yeah, because they're about $4 million each, and they're handmade. Okay, so they produce 75 cars a year, which is not as niche as I thought it was, but still 75 cars a year. They make 70 of the ones that they're claiming. So that's actually more than I thought. That's way more than I thought. They're expensive cars. Damn.
Choosing a Bugatti are fake news. Verite Cachet was created just 9 days before publishing the Zelenska fake. Fact-checkers identified the whistleblower Jacques Bertin video as an AI-generated deepfake. Community posts on X highlighted legal errors and called the invoice fake. Ukraine's Center for Countering Disinformation called it an attempt to discredit Zelensky. The BBC links the fake news to John Mark Dugan, a fugitive ex-US cop who runs a Kremlin disinformation network from Moscow. RIA Novosti later deleted its article, but did not explain it was fake.
Some breaking news this morning. Russia launched a barrage of missiles in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
You know
in
The Sims, how like you have the career path and like you get new jobs as you get promoted. Like, so like you take the cop career path and then all of a sudden you're a fucking disinfo agent in Russia, you know? It's like the natural progression for New York cop.
What is happening to our chat? I look away for 5 minutes. It's turned into a soap. They're chatting over us bringing them up.
Rare daytime attack. At least 20 people were killed, and Kyiv's main children's hospital was damaged. President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russian forces fired more than 40 missiles. Abdul Rasulov, with our partners at BBC News, has more from Kyiv.
The skyline behind me was covered with plumes of smoke, and Russia used at least 40 missiles to target cities across Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv, as well. And we still don't know how many of those missiles managed to hit their targets. We could hear loud
This is getting out of control
here in Kyiv. And
what are these questions? Man, you need to get out of whatever information circles you're in. You need to take.
Are
a
you
step
a European descendant supremacist?
Like what are you talking about? Like
Europe
man.
genocided my people.
Fuck Europe.
And it appears that the
like
Ukrainian
I'm in America because they slaughtered us because we were Catholic and not Protestant. And that's why we're here. And when we came here, we also had, which, you know, even when the slavery gets disbanded, they have the sharecropper shit, which was basically neo-slavery. What it was is that they were just getting the white slavery that was already existent.
Yeah.
Among other demographics that didn't have dark skin. Am I seeing a food relationship? I think that's what's going on.
And tried to shoot down those missiles. But some of those missiles tried to change their trajectory as they were trying to hit the targets and mislead and avoid the Ukrainian air defense systems. And some of those missiles did manage to get through and hit their targets, including the children's hospital in Kyiv. The video posted on social media shows the destruction inside and outside of the building, and some of the personnel members were reportedly injured during the attack as well. Other cities across Ukraine were also targeted by the Russian missiles, including the cities of Dnipro, Kramatorsk.
My fucking lizard was like climbing up to the roof of the tank. That was funny.
Kryvyi Rih and others, and we are getting reports from Kryvyi Rih that a number of people were injured and killed during the attack.
Yeah, we stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter at the same time, multi-stream.
We're trying to focus on Twitch.
we are trying to grow Twitch as well too, but
like specifically Twitch because YouTube is shit.
YouTube is fucking us.
But YouTube
is fucking our shit.
Yeah, YouTube is where the chat mostly is.
Yeah.
Sometimes people migrate over to Twitch if there's something fun going on, but
yeah,
usually people are just on YouTube. I think the chat integration into Twitch is better once you have everything on the screen. Like if we had a live Twitch chat, that could be interesting.
Yeah, well, we could also integrate through Discord. What is your channel on YouTube? It's right there at the bottom of the screen. 5th Gen IW.
So it's
just type in at 5th Gen IW.
Now 1 minute shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we are following breaking news alerts this Monday morning, giving you a live look this morning out in Kyiv, Ukraine, as we are following breaking news. This news alert just now coming into our live now from Fox Studios. Curtis,
their audio is awful.
Yeah, this is their live
partner over at Reuters. We are learning Russia launched a barrage of missiles on Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities in a rare daytime attack Monday, killing at least 20 people across the country and hitting a key children's hospital in the area. Now, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, says the Russian forces fired more than 40 missiles.
Oh, so innocent.
Targeting different cities and damaging infrastructure, commercial and residential buildings throughout the Ukraine.
I can't stand the audio.
Doctors, nurses, porters, administrators. 1 minute you're working inside the hospital. Next you're outside, clearing the rubble in case one of your patients or your colleagues is buried underneath.
This lady would do a lot of
Everyone's working together, united by
like in Syria, a lot of the footage I would sell would be narrated by her and shit. Like she did.
Oh, really?
I don't know if she just does the global stuff for Channel 4, but yeah, it's like I recognize her voice easily.
Operation and fury. The Russians regularly hit medical facilities, but today's missile attack on Ukraine's biggest children's hospital was amongst the most devastating of the war. Children and their parents were in shock.
We got here 5 minutes earlier. We managed to get to the pediatric ward. I don't know. It's a nightmare. I don't even know if it was a missile or the fragments of a missile.
Ambulances rush to collect the injured and take them to other hospitals. These are Russian.
Just the having to go in an ambulance to hospital from a hospital just shouldn't be happening anywhere, ever. Like, the fact that this has happened and wasn't a story is fucked. Like, that nobody really gave a shit.
Yeah,
but
because
Gaza,
like this is
more.
like when I did like a lot of like ethics and journalism stuff, the thing that they did is they gave us a headline and they said, guess what year it was, and it was something like a bombing in Iraq, right? And they're like, guess what year this happened? And I bet you if I got that headline now, I would be able to tell the exact date that it happened, because like just because of how much I know now about Iraq.
Yes.
Like I watch it be like the Jordan embassy like headline or something crazy like that, right? But their whole point is that this whole thing that like war is like good for media is just like a falsehood, because they keep going. There's not really updates that happen. The thing is like there's still a war in Ukraine. The majority of people don't care. They don't want to hear about it. Oh, it's still going on. Why isn't it ending?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we
Like,
going to fund this forever? That type of stuff.
That's exactly right.
You know, so that's why it's
Another
fucking...
Canadian.
And tactics that we've seen.
But yeah, no, you're 100% correct though. It's yeah, but it would. You know what's funny though? It would be good for journalism if it wasn't a 24-hour news cycle.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. They constantly have to have new, fresh stories in the news and shit.
Which is why attention isn't kept on things that it should be kept on.
Like I guarantee you, like most people who hear this children's hospital was bombed shrugged.
Yeah. They're like, oh, another one?
Yeah.
Because they've heard it so much about Gaza, right?
Well, also, not only that, but just like, I mean, Russia's been bombing buildings in Ukraine forever.
Yeah.
Not only elsewhere in Ukraine, but also in Chechnya and Syria. They target hospitals and other civilian infrastructure to make the civilian population despair.
I don't know if she's the writer here, but the fact that she brought up hospitals being bombed in Syria, I know she knows that because I know she's reported on it.
Yes.
Morale. So far, it hasn't worked.
But do you hear about that?
Civilian population in Syria. They target
like the specific reason that she gives.
Hospitals and other civilian infrastructure to make the civilian population despair and lose morale. So far,
like perfect.
It hasn't worked.
My wife drove here, then it started and my son began crying, so she didn't go to the hospital, but ran to the bomb shelter. Then there was an explosion. The car's been destroyed, but we're okay. There wasn't even enough time for the baby to be scared.
Hello.
But you can see what's happening. No words, even swear words can describe it.
That's not good.
If you think about it.
All that matters is that they're alive. Never mind the car. We'll buy a better one. We'll be okay.
That is true. That is true as well. It's mostly that goddamn plane, but that was part of it. This was part of it as well.
The wreckage inside the hospital makes
You could be on both at once and give us 2 viewers.
made a point more eloquently than any document could at tomorrow's NATO summit.
That is
in
such
Washington.
like getting
Ukraine-
a close up to cutaway B-roll shot of a fucking child's bloody handprint. Like
Point
that.
more
on the-
eloquently
Look at that.
Yeah.
That's clearly a child's hand.
than any document could at tomorrow's NATO summit in Washington. Ukraine needs better air defenses and help repairing and protecting its infrastructure.
YouTube channels, same as the Twitch.
Yeah, it's there at the bottom. Just
President
stay on
Zelensky was-
both to maximize the algorithm.
Yes, stay on both. We need the views.
Just
We're trying to
mute
grow.
one of them.
Share it too. Share it on your social medias. Tell your mum.
Meeting his Polish counterpart in Warsaw today.
Передусім від саміту НАТО.
First of all,
no,
it's
very concrete
at
answers and
5th
steps
Gen
from our partners at the
IW.
NATO
Yeah.
At 5th Gen IW.
summit. We'll have a meeting dedicated to reinforcing Ukraine's air defenses, to our civilian infrastructure,
Get in the
water
habit of
supplies,
putting
and
it
the
in
energy grid.
everything. I'll copy and paste my comments in both channels to boost engagement.
I expect concrete steps. We're discussing beforehand the number of different kinds of air defense systems that our partners, NATO member states, can provide to reinforce Ukraine.
But one NATO member leader, Viktor Orban of Hungary, may have other ideas. He was in China today, meeting President Xi Jinping, discussing a potential ceasefire on Russia's terms.
It's funny, the fascists tend to not go crazy with the flags, unless it's Trump.
Yeah, see, now I don't think, there's the tables need to be pushed in a little at this point because the flags aren't extending to the table edge.
Yeah, true. Needs the aesthetics. But I do like the little rose bushes and shit.
Yeah. I like the painting as well.
Yeah.
That's like one of the cool. There's those pillars in that one region in China. It's like no region in the world has the geography.
Yes. Yeah.
They got little bonsai trees too.
Yeah, they do. That's funny. Oh no. Where are we? Yeah.
Orban of Hungary may have other ideas. He was in China today, meeting President Xi Jinping, discussing a potential ceasefire on Russia's terms. Orban holds the road.
It's so disappointing. I would love to go to China, never going there while the CCP is there. At least Xi Jinping.
Rotating EU presidency that made the trip without EU or NATO agreement. Last week, he was in Moscow to see President Putin. Both men well aware that their friend, the former US President Donald Trump, may soon be back in office, keen to stop helping Ukraine and impose a settlement to Russia.
I mean, I just said that I'm not going to China while the CCP's there.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan, no.
But I'm a fan of like bad guys.
Especially also because I'm Australian and they're doing a lot of shit to fuck us over. It's yeah. Yeah, we'll get there.
Russia's benefit. The mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, visited the hospital and other sites hit today. It was, he said, one of the worst days the Ukrainian capital has seen.
Is that the guy who's the
38 missiles.
fighter? Is that the guy who's the fighter?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what they said. Oh. Yeah, I think he did, yes.
Fired in broad daylight today was shot down by Ukrainian air defenses. But the 8 that got through...
That's what that air defense do. Not all of it, though, I guess.
8 got through.
Need more.
Yeah,
bodies were pulled out.
I mean, how many weeks has gone by where every stream I've said they should give them the Patriot batteries?
Patriot batteries, yep.
How many times have I said it?
Now it's finally happening because a children's hospital got hit. Oh, it only took children dying, I guess. Unless it's Gaza, then we don't give a fuck. More bombs to Israel.
Of at least one residential building. Each missile carried a message. Russia plans to continue to wreak devastation on Ukraine in the hope that other NATO countries, including the new government in France,
was
will side with
like this hospital bombing was like almost a good thing.
Very strange.
Yeah, wild.
Hungary and advocate leaving the Ukrainians to fight back
So I wanted to get this one just before we move on from this. I think it's
to meet with the changing.
To show you guys on the ground what's really happening. Fight whatever fucking Russian propaganda they're gonna spew out saying it was something else.
I'm glad that was the pretext because I did not pre-watch this video.
Still see the smoke.
There was a high potential that this could have been like Wu Mao shit, where it's like a Russian dude going in and denying it.
Oh, no.
Trying to prove that it was Russia, it was Ukraine that did it.
There's people running, there's people worried. Little kids on the floor. It's a war crime. You're going to kill medics, kill the police. Guys, imagine if you just park here at the hospital. You're a nurse, you're a patient, you're visiting someone.
Because I wanted to see more of just the ground footage, just what's happening.
Well, the one guy I sent, he's got a bunch of stuff on his page that you can look at too.
Yeah, it was a lot to sift.
I would be careful because
bodies.
We might well if it's too graphic, I have to cut this entire section because of YouTube. You know, on
The
the.
saddest part is
I mean, Twitch will never care.
Yeah.
Or some Trump-loving MAGA fucking dude in the U.S. is going to try to spin this and say, "Oh, this is a valid military target. There was a soldier's wife giving birth here or some bullshit." It's a fucking children's hospital. And look, like it's not like they try to hide like people with cameras. I just fucking walked in here. There's thousands of people here. You don't think that if this was an ammo depot that somebody would accidentally show it on camera? People are live streaming the news reporting here. This is what Russia does. They fucking bomb civilian infrastructure. They bomb children's hospitals in the center of Kyiv in the middle of the fucking day. They destroy people's homes, their lives. Fucking Russia, man. Look at this shit. Fucking look at this. Yeah. Alright, well, it looks like there's plenty of workers and helpers now. Oh shit. They want everyone to back away. This isn't good. But yeah, they got all the people.
I don't think he's a MAGA guy.
No. He said that some MAGA guy from the U.S. is going to spin it.
Yeah.
Helping. This is why Russia does these double taps.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like
he just said it was a double tap.
Did he?
Like people helping. This is why Russia does these double taps. He's like kill all the policemen, kill the nurses.
Didn't he? Or did he say these types of
No,
attacks?
he's saying this is why they do this. They'll hit one, get all the workers there, then hit it again.
So he did say double tap.
Mm.
So was there's a double tap?
No, I don't think so. He's saying that they've done it before. But yeah, it's crazy. People try and justify this shit. People will see literal footage of children decapitated in Gaza and be like, Israel's justified in defending itself. Like, people will justify anything.
But it's also okay. They told us we gotta back up. Something's happening. Guys, there's another air alarm. We gotta go underground because knowing Russia, they will fucking double tap and kill everybody here.
Yeah, there you go. So I was just
and
saying,
unfortunately, these fucking cruise missiles, they're so fast. They're hypersonic. They do get shot down once in a while, even though Russia claimed that they can't be. But it's still fucking scary. I mean, this car can get fucking destroyed like this. Imagine what happened to your body. Russia, man. Let's go. People were killed so hard injured, but there's gonna be a head count by the time.
We get the point.
I really want to stress, we can point finger at the MAGA right wing or anything like that. The Patriot batteries should have been authorized. And the reason they're not is because they're afraid of the fucking Hezbollah war, and they'll have to send those Patriot systems to fucking like Israel, you know? And they don't want to give too many things away. Like, if they had the batteries they needed, this would not have happened. U.S. was like, "Oh, we'll give you all the missiles for the batteries you want. Get the fuck out of here."
To the final tally of the second round in its parliamentary election, with results that no polls predicted. The country's right-wing political party was expected to take control of parliament. Instead, a left-wing coalition won the largest number of seats, but not enough to govern.
Look, don't worry about being mean to MAGA supporters. They're fascists. Fuck them. Unless they're willing to talk and have a decent discussion and actually tell you, like, just ask them what policies Trump offers that they support. And when they go, "Oh, I just like him, the far left, the radical left, migrants," you can just laugh at them and walk away because they're fascists.
So what I'm saying is that the underlying infrastructure within like the military is like anything that they give, now we're in short supply. We can't give any more, you know? It's just the mindset of these guys. It's their jobs to like make sure nobody gets weapons. And they constantly have to give people weapons when they're like specifically told, don't give anybody weapons. So like, that's the issue. Is like, it does, and like, yes, most of the batteries are old and stuff, which would say, you would say, then why doesn't Ukraine have the fucking batteries?
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Like they are just so afraid that something is going to happen elsewhere that they'll need them. What about what's happening now? Like, end the conflict today. No conflict tomorrow.
Like, it's insane how much help Ukraine would have just from having air defense. Not even having air power, just air defense. because I said in one of the Twitch chats yesterday when I was fucking around on the Twitch account, that like as soon as F-16s get to Ukraine, we might see something change. If they also get air defense,
What do you mean?
while they get
they're
F-16s,
they're finally going to send F-16s?
weren't they always in?
I know. The joke is that they're never coming.
Oh, right. But yeah, like once they actually get the F-16s, and if they get more batteries, I reckon they might have a fighting chance because the ground forces can recover. They can start having some air support,
leaving the country in unprecedented deadlock. Here's Nick Schifrin.
Last night, supporters of the far right and far left clashed in the streets, perhaps a preview of the country's coming political upheavals.
America.
For those opposed to the far right, the results sparked rejoicing and relief that the right wing had been blocked. France's usually splintered center
Was
and
that
left
a new
second round
crying
weekend
lib? Did we just get a new crying lib that we can memeify? Because this is totally America,
The
right?
results sparked rejoicing and relief that the right wing had been blocked. France's usually splintered center and left coordinated in the second round to weaken far-right candidates they described as a threat to the republic.
At least France's democracy is healthy, I guess. Like, is this not a healthy democracy?
Seems good.
The winner was the new left-wing coalition, the New Popular Front, whose most powerful faction is led by one of France's most divisive figures, Jean-Luc Mélenchon.
The president has the power, the duty, to call on the New Popular Front to govern.
But that demand is expected to go
Guess
unheeded
what?
by France's now
Guess
weakened
what?
president.
Guess what their foreign policy is?
No foreign policy?
Pro-Ukraine, pro-Palestine.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They're not those. That's so like Elliot from Billingcat, right? He was like, "Is this the we love Assad kind of left, or the imperialism is actually bad kind of left?"
Is actually bad. I love that. That's a great way to.
It was something like that. It was a funny tweet, though.
That's funny.
Emmanuel Macron and his pro-business centrist coalition finished second after losing a quarter of its seats. As for the far right, its supporters expected jubilation. Their planned party proved muted, and the champagne would only be sipped. 12 million French voted for the national rally, but today they are disappointed, foiled by what their would-be prime minister, 28-year-old Jordan Bardella, called an alliance of the dishonorable.
28 years old. This guy was totally the next Hitler. Good job, France.
Oh, the far right
I can understand
guy.
today the frustration of millions of French people to see
young
that
far
change was
right is extra scary.
Jesus fucking Christ.
called for, but that once again Emmanuel Macron made the choice to throw France into the arms of the far left.
For an embattled president.
Brother. He didn't do shit. He just called the election. You lost.
In Biden, the takeaway today was more personal.
There will be no red wave. Polls are wrong in France. They're also right. There's no right wave.
He laughed at his own flub there. That was funny.
Here in America either.
And yet, national rally leader Marine Le Pen.
You know why he's going wrong there? He's trying to say, because in France, it's appropriate to say right because they invented it, right?
Yes.
But then he's trying to say red wave to apply to America. So it's a tongue twister where he's got to say red, right, red, right, red, right. It's hard to say just for a normal person, let alone someone who can't talk.
Well-known.
Oh my God.
Also, we got to stop with the evil eye patch people. Like, God, look at him. Look at his tie. His tie, whack. His collar, whack. His eyes, whack.
The tricolor flame, whack.
Known anti-Semite convicted of racist speech. The majority of voters
Convicted of racist speech? What does that even mean?
rejected Marine Le Pen's vision of tighter
Fucking France.
borders and less immigration. But they also did not embrace any single alternative, leaving the country more divided than ever.
Where's that
to
guy
discuss
that
the
was
election
crying
and
about
its results
Europeans
and how it might
taking
impact
over?
support for Ukraine,
Wasn't like
NATO, and
white
the European
there.
Union, we turn to Tara Varma. She's a visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution. Tara Varma, thanks very much. Welcome.
Not the party is being taken over by the migrants. Fucking having a cry. Fucking funny as. I love people who cry about this. Ever since I found out that there's only 400,000 people a year getting in illegally, every time I see a European crying about migrants, I just laugh.
Yeah.
Like, oh, 400,000 in a continent of almost a billion. I totally give a fuck.
To the news
Why
hour.
don't you try not killing them? That'd be great.
In some ways, we have seen France do this.
All right. None of
The
this.
new Popular Front, a coalition of several parties, won 182 seats in the National Assembly, making it the largest bloc. It doesn't have an absolute majority, though. None of the blocs do. President Emmanuel Macron's centrist Ensemble Alliance.
Yeah.
On Sunday, France went to the
Because we're very short on time. I'm going to get to the meat.
polls for the second and final
I
round
think
of the
Bisky's
legislative
looking
election.
for the meat.
In the end, despite an unprecedented victory in the first round, not only did Marine Le Pen's National Rally fail to win an outright majority in the National Assembly, thanks largely to a record number of tactical alliances between centrist and left-wing candidates, but the new left-wing Popular Front coalition actually came out on top. So in this video, we're going to explain what happened on Sunday, the so-called Republican front that emerged over the past week, and what happens next. So let's start with a quick recap. We did a full video on the first round results last week, so go and watch that if you want to know more. But the TLDR is that the French National Assembly elections, which just happened, were held in 2 rounds.
That video
In each
doesn't
constituency,
matter.
if no candidate won a majority of the votes in the first round, then the top 2, as well as anyone else who received votes equivalent to at least 12.5% of registered voters, go through to the second round, where whoever gets the most votes wins. Now, usually only 2 candidates go through to the second round, and 3 candidate runoffs, known in France as the triangulaire, are pretty rare. In 2017, for instance, there was only 1 triangulaire, and in 2022, there were only 8.
old mate still here?
However, this time around, that's not how things panned out, because turnout came in at a sky-high 67%, up nearly 20 points from 2022, and the highest since 1986. And the vote was also relatively evenly split between the 3 main parties in the first round, meaning that there were a ridiculous 306 three-way runoffs, and even 5 four-way runoffs. The vast majority of these triangulaires were between the right-wing National Rally, the left-wing NFP, and Macron's centrist coalition. But about 30 were between the National Rally, the MFP, and the centre-right Republicans, who outperformed the polls and won about 10% of the popular vote in the first round. This was all utterly unprecedented. The previous record for triangulaires was 105 in 1997, and the last time that there was a 4-way runoff was way back in 1973. And that meant that what happened in the second round would
They
depend
didn't have
more
lamps
than ever
back then.
whether or not
See
the
how
various
dark that
parties,
footage
and
was?
especially NFP and Macron's ensemble, could strike a deal to squeeze out the National Rally. And this is what's previously happened at previous French elections. At both the legislative and presidential level, centrist, left-leaning, and even centre-right parties like the Republicans have stepped aside for one another to keep out the National Rally and its predecessor, Jean-Marie Le Pen's National Front. This cordon sanitaire is known in France as
And
the Republican.
she really needs to give up. This is like, I've been hearing about her for a decade at this point. Always, she's going to win this time. And then always getting flattened.
We just did
and it's proved
another interview about Oklahoma yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That will be out forever
remarkably
from now because we're just 2
Successful in
people.
the
I mean, you know what's crazy? If we look at our YouTube releases on the graph, it's crazy that YouTube doesn't love us. Let me pull this up real quick to show you.
Oh, because we post consistently daily. Or we will be for the, I've set it up so we're going to be daily posting for months. Or I will set it up. It's till the end of July, I think. My only worry is that it's going to swallow our proper content.
Look at that. Right? Literally every single day it's going. Some of these this one is 9 because it's from the debates, but sometimes it's up to 3 a day. Come on, YouTube.
In the 2002 presidential election, for instance, after losing to Jean-Marie Le Pen in the first round, the socialists threw their support behind their nominal rival, Republican candidate Jacques Chirac, who then beat Le Pen with a ridiculous 82% of the popular vote.
Plus, we really got the
efficacy has waned over time.
What did they say with the interpersonal relations? It's not that. It's the one where you think the streamer is your best friend.
Parasocial.
Yeah, except we got that parasocial unlocked, except all of you are my best friends. I care far
Actually,
more
after Marine
about
Le Pen-
what I'm going to talk about on stream than I do in reality.
Succeeded her father in 2011
Good way to go
and
about it.
began
Keeps you
detoxifying
motivated.
the brand. In 2017 and 2022, for instance, both the socialists and Republicans backed Macron over Marine
Are you
Le Pen.
kidding me? I wish I
Despite
could
the backing
fucking
of both
mention
establishment parties,
anything
Macron never
political
enjoyed
in
the
real
margins
life
that
and
Chirac
have
saw
somebody
in
know what I'm
2002.
talking about. Like people
Winning just
find out, they're like,
66% in
"Oh, you do a
2017.
show? What do you do?" And I show them, they're like, "Oh," they're like,
Mhm.
"So, like, oh, I can't listen to this type of stuff. I don't understand." I'm like, yeah,
And just
fucking
56%
Americans,
in
bro.
2022. Perhaps more tellingly, in the 2022 parliamentary elections, Macron's centrist coalition refused to back the left-wing candidates from the NUPES coalition, which was led
This
by
is my
Jean-Luc
only
Mélenchon's
outlet.
France
I mean,
Insoumise
I tried.
There
That's
were less
like
runoffs in
I
2022.
try
so
to. The stuff I save, I try to make sure like it's really should be all you need, right? Like I think there's very few events that we have slept on, and if we have, it's like in the general. Like we even did the Hawk Tuah girl, you know.
And I do not do that shit. I veto everything. You have no idea. I veto all that pop culture shit. There was like the Justin Timberlake shit. I'm like, no.
But that was just funny because the cops. The only reason I wanted to show it is because the cop was like, "Who are you?" And then Justin goes, "Man, this is gonna really ruin the tour." And the cop's like, "What tour?" And he's like, "The world tour." Right? That's fucking hysterical. You would have
That
been
is funny.
dying if you heard that shit.
the lack of goodwill between Macron and Mélenchon was less electorally significant, but it still helped the National Rally massively outperform polls in the second round, winning
think
a
you
record
slept on
89 seats.
Trump
Anyway,
trash
this is why
talking.
when the first round results were announced,
Good luck.
it wasn't clear whether the cordon sanitaire would materialize. While Jean-Luc Mélenchon quickly came out and said that the NFP would pull out of any triangulaire where they were third placed, vowing not a single vote
You
for the
need like
National
an
Rally,
anthropology
Macron and his allies were
101 class to even begin to understand Afghanistan. Crazy that the United States thought that they could like build something up in there, which I don't think they ever really thought that, to be clear.
Maybe that's what we should do. We should produce history of miniseries.
Oh, I mean, I could do a history of Afghanistan with
And like
somebody.
you like,
I mean,
if
we
you did
do
the research, you
we
could
did-
dictate, and I could write the script.
We do a history, like I did test videos with Ghazi where we do the history of Afghanistan, and it's cut into like little digestible clips
Mhm.
with like other like sources in it and stuff, just to like it was just more editing practice I did.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he'd be a good one to do it with.
Well, we already partner a lot with Two Guys Talking History.
Yeah.
So like,
'Cause
what we
what
could
would
do?
be a bad
what-
idea would be like even if you did a mini.
Well, I was
podcast
gonna say
series.
we could do a joint show with them, where like monthly, just like history discussion on a certain topic,
It could work.
something like that.
It's an idea. It's an idea.
a bit more equivocal. Prime
As
Minister
long as
Gabriel
I don't
Attal
have to
encouraged
edit it.
tactical voting in order to prevent the National Rally from having an absolute
Because
majority.
I literally
edit that
I
stuff.
literally could not even keep up with our capacity at this point.
Yeah, look, like anything extra that we can do, I can do that editing. Like, but the particular
I started doing it where like I just cut like the first like 10 seconds and put them at the beginning before the like branding, right? So it has that like preview element. I'm not like hunting through the clip to find the best moment to put it at the front. I'm just putting a little bit in the front, then doing the branding, and then picking up where that one left off. So we'll see.
It's not even a sting. It's just the very start.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
sometimes
I've
I do
seen other
cut them.
people do that. I've seen other people do that.
Because sometimes I do cut them in a way that it could be done that way. Actually, I'll keep that in mind. I'll cut them so the front doesn't have to be trimmed at all. That way you can do that. Does that work? I feel like that'll work better.
The more accurate the trimming is, the better.
Okay, I'll make sure the front end is accurate, and I'll leave the back for you.
If it's perfect, I wish there was command keys for it. I don't know if there are, but like if you use not the edit window, but the cut tab, I can just it has them like all condensed in like a little box, you know, up in the left hand corner, and I click the intro, add, click the clip, add, click the outro, add, right, and I'm able to do that and hit new timeline, which is Control N, and I'm able to do that very quickly to have just those elements. And then if they're already perfectly cut and I didn't need to check them, then all I need to do is put the fades on them and export.
Okay. I could do that.
Because it's really, because like the thing that takes up so much time is the RAM, because it takes so long for me to load the clip so I can actually see the waveforms in the edit tab. It takes minutes per clip. And then I also like the normalization as well. I'd still have to normalize everything because our outro, I should just remaster it so I don't have to normalize it every time. Because it's very loud. It's very loud. So when you normalize it, it like goes down in levels greatly.
In the second round. But Macron himself only called for voters to rally behind candidates who are, quote, clearly Republican and Democratic, i.e. not candidates from France Unbowed. And Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire said that France Unbowed are as dangerous as the National Rally. However, in the end, it seems like the Republican front actually emerged stronger than expected. By Tuesday night, the deadline for candidate withdrawal, 132 left-wing candidates had stepped down for centrists, and 83 centrist candidates had stood down for the left, including at least one candidate who stood down despite Macron personally telling them not to. This meant that there are only a handful of triangulaires left between the National Rally, Ensemble, and the NFP. Now, most people thought that this Republican front was never going to be as effective as it has been in the past, let alone totally effective. In other words, there was no way that 100% of first-round NFP voters were going to vote for Ensemble in the second round instead. Nor was there any chance that 100% of first-round Ensemble voters would lend their votes to NFP.
I'm assuming this is exactly what happened. What they expected not to happen actually happened, and everybody voted in the way that they wanted to.
Well, like I said, they tried to tell the left to just coalition with us. Don't waste you're going to lose to fascism if you do this. Vote for the centrist is their plan.
Interesting. And that's funny here. It says political spectrum, purely illustrative. Thank you, TLDR. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is because some of the more right-leaning Ensemble voters actually prefer the National Rally to the NFP, and some more anti-establishment NFP voters actually prefer the National Rally to
they're
Ensemble.
probably Assadist
However,
as well.
In the end, it looks like the Republican front worked remarkably well, and the National Rally ended up coming well short of a majority, which is clearly what Le Pen was hoping for.
Well
after the
short,
first
bruv.
round. In fact, not only did the National Rally fall short of a majority, they actually lost to both the NFP and Macron's alliance. With the votes counted, the NFP are on 182 seats, Macron's alliance are on 168, and the National Rally on just
That's so funny.
143. Of the remaining 84 seats, 45 went to the centre-right Republicans, and the remaining 39 went to smaller parties or independent candidates, including France's first ever Basque nationalist deputy, to complement the political resurgence of the Basque Nationalist Party.
Nice. That's fucking awesome.
Also extraordinarily
That's
high,
fucking
coming in
awesome.
at nearly 60%. As of
You know,
5 p.m.
when we talk about
highest
pushing
since
for greater
1981.
autonomy and
Regardless, this
representation
result
of
didn't
these
go down too
autonomous
well with the
regions
National
in the
Rally.
larger government, that's what we're talking about. A single seat for a Basque nationalist, even though I'm sure their politics suck, but they're representing that territory that's trying to be autonomous, regardless of if they're a far right nationalist or far left nationalist. That's fucking great. Brittany next for France too. We should have people from Brittany in those seats, and let's get New Caledonia to be represented too.
Leave Brittany alone.
No, like that's
That would
actually,
be Prime
you know what, that would be a good slogan for the Brittany nationalists.
Just leave Brittany alone.
Yeah, because they don't want to be part of France. Like that's the whole point. But like
I would
Brittany
support them purely if they did
like
that alone.
like according to some experts and stuff, like Brittany has it's more likely to have more autonomy than the Basque region.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's funny. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it?
Described
And
the
there's
result
also
as
Corsica
and
too,
French Twitter has
which
been full of clips
they don't
of
need
National
seats.
Rally
They just
support.
need to get the fuck out of Corsica. Yeah. If anything, Corsica should form a confederacy with Cyprus. Because they're both island territories, so they could both do a lot of EEZ manipulation with each other, and that would help their economies out on both ends.
Now, at first glance, this looks like a massive win for Macron. His basic thesis that people vote for the National Rally as a protest vote, but don't actually want them in power, has apparently been proven correct. And not only that, his alliance have also massively outperformed expectations. However, they still lost nearly 100 seats, and Macron now has the extraordinarily difficult job of building a majority coalition, which will require multiple parties from across the political spectrum. If this coalition fails, Macron will be blamed for the ensuing instability, and the National Rally will be able to present themselves as the only real opposition going into presidential elections. If you want to learn more about the French and European elections, then we have articles discussing both topics in Too Long, our 60-page, high-quality magazine full of TLDR's very best journalism.
That is a fantastic name for a magazine. Well done, guys.
Oh,
well
what did
done.
they call it?
Because this is called Too Long Didn't Read. It's a video, right? The magazine is called Too Long. That's great. I love that. I'm a big fan. Okay. That was France.
This issue is focused on the UK election, diving deep into the...
So that was France. Let's go to Iran.
So, interesting fact about Brittany here, right? It's actually settled by the Cornish, not the Saxons, because the Saxons were killing the Cornish Britons. So it's another. They're also oppressed by Britain in a way, right? Even though the Cornish are British.
Fucking hell. So they're just British in France. Or like, we just want to be our own thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
Cool.
literally are British in France. That's literally.
So
what
what if Brittany got independence, then rejoined the UK, giving them a stake in Europe again?
The flag of Brittany is like the American flag. It is. Except it's cooler. It's way
Is it
better.
the American flag with the Union Jack?
No.
Thank God. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, pretty dope. They used to be a feudal state, basically.
Oh, okay.
So like, even when it was occupied by the Romans, it was like a separate place. So they've always had like their own identity.
See the cat chilling? He's fat cat chilling.
Iran is set to hold a second round of presidential elections on July 5th to replace the late president Ibrahim Raisi. None of the four candidates secured enough votes to win the first run on June 28th. The top two candidates will go head-to-head in the runoff. The United States did not expect free and fair elections, nor a fundamental change in Iran's direction. The US
they literally didn't get enough votes, as in nobody voted for them. You know?
Yeah, probably the record lowest turnout again, I imagine.
There was also a pop star. Well, yeah, if you type in Brittany autonomy, guess what comes up? Do you think it's the country?
Nope. Leave Brittany alone.
Deputy Special Envoy for Iran, Abram Paley, said, Iran's foreign ministry challenged that. The genuine and direct role of the people in determining their political destiny in the Islamic Republic of Iran is an obvious principle and has always been proven in practice. That is misleading.
Heroin.
Every citizen in Iran has the right to register to run for president, but Iran's 12-member Guardian Council, controlled by the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has the final say.
They're fact-checking
The Washington-based Freedom House said that while Iran does hold regular elections, they fall short of democratic standards. Authorities severely curtail civil liberties necessary for free elections, including the right to address grievances through public assembly and a free press. The Iranian government violently cracked down on mass protest in 2022-2023, following the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody, detained for improperly wearing a hijab. The regime also tightened dress code rules for women in response to women's rights rallies.
Okay. That was kind of shit.
Masoud Pezeshkian has become Iran's second reformist president after beating the Islamist hardliner Saeed Jalili in a runoff election on Friday. The vote saw low turnout, though, and elections that the US State Department has called not free or fair. Bloomberg's reporter covering Iran joins us this morning, Golnar Motovali. Welcome back to the radio studio, Golnar. You've done a lot of work on explaining the importance of these different figures to us. How much power will this president have? He's a former health minister himself. How much power does he have versus the supreme leader? What do you take away from this vote?
So that's, you raise a very good point there, and that's one of the reasons why we can say that the turnout was so low. It's an ongoing issue within the Islamic Republic, and it's this idea that ultimately the president can't do very much because the ultimate authority in the country rests with Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader who you just referenced to. And I think that this election doesn't change that at all. But it's interesting that Pezeshkian won this election. It was on a low turnout with a runoff because the odds were stacked against him somewhat. He was on a ballot initially of 6 candidates as the only reformist. All of the other candidates were very much hardliners, conservatives from the same broad political faction in Iran. What that tells us, I think, is that even on a low turnout, the consensus in the population is that hardliners are not popular. So this is what I think the Islamic Republic and someone like Khamenei can take away from this. Whether he admits that publicly is a completely different issue. But it's interesting that Pezeshkian has won, or cynics would say has been allowed to win this election.
It definitely
and
is interesting.
I think that's where the big question mark now.
Why?
Oh, just it is interesting. It's not like to act like it fucking changes shit though. And like this guy actually has power. Like he gets to do the stuff that the Ayatollah is too sleepy about.
It's very funny watching people freaking out over that Adam Friedland interview with Cuomo because they've found it, and they're freaking out over him saying that America hit the jackpot after World War II, and then he quoted the incorrect number of 1 million people dying, and it's this. I'll just show you.
CSS.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think this is just a fading empire. It doesn't really matter at this point. I wonder if the pillow's good.
A fading empire.
Yeah, of course.
That's what you see us as.
Yeah.
Your parent.
We hit a jackpot after World War II. We rebuilt Europe. Probably blew it in 1.5 generations. So the mafia.
I was trying to distract from what you were vomiting out of your face.
You're older than me. You had Reagan was the president when you were a teenager, right?
Yes.
Okay. When I was a teenager, Bush was the president, and I fucking hated Bush.
Hey, why would you ever invest that in anybody else?
Because they killed 1 million people. I don't know. I just think this is just a
like funny response. Oh, I also don't remember how he came back after that, but that's what they're freaking out about, that clip specifically, which is just very funny.
Because they're claiming it's wrong?
No. These are the like PSL people.
Oh. I mean, they're not entirely wrong. But we just have to add Obama's kill count to it, and we definitely get to 1 million easy. If you do the entire global war on terror, like the confirmed kills are just under 1 million. So if we attribute the entire war to Bush, it's if they're. I know. I'm just saying we could say that Bush has killed 1 million people. If we are attributing Obama's kills and Trump's.
Yeah, like the war on terror. Sure, we could make that claim.
Yeah, I mean, do we put the entire Vietnam War on like only certain individuals, right?
Yeah, whoever staged the fucking Gulf of Tonkin.
We'll see in history, right? So yeah, I know indirect deaths, right? The thing is that more people died between the Gulf Wars than the entire death toll of the War on Terror. Saddam killed more of his own people. And that's also after the Iran-Iraq War. How many Iraqis died in that war? Right? So the death toll of generations of suffering that have happened in Iraq have crippled the country. Like Ukraine is kind of like this too. Like look at how many young people Ukraine has. Nothing. Right? Like that's a big problem. Big fucking problem. And with the situation in Iraq, even with like they include insurgent deaths and stuff like that, but like you're not getting to 1 million in total. The thing is that you can do the maximum like death toll you can do with estimates and not confirmed like bodies and stuff can get up to 1 million. And that's why we always say killed hundreds of millions of people up to 1 million, which is just true. That's the fact. That's the estimate range, you know. There's a lot of stuff that are way more off than that in history, you know, where they don't even know how many millions died in certain events.
Look at this dude. Look at this dude. He never sleeps there.
What can he do? How much can he achieve? Is he president in a way so that the Islamic Republic can stabilize internally what's been going on in the country recently? We know that you know there was this huge uprising between 2022 and 2023 over the death of Mahsa Amini. He was arrested for allegedly violating
Iran
very
is
strict
just
Islamic
so
justice that
interesting
apply only to
because
women in the country.
The post-burnt generation is very similar to kind of, it's like a similar but opposite way to like how the boomers controlled everything, right? So like the immediate children of the boomers and stuff, like I think like you could literally, you know, when you look at the age demographics and you can see years when all of a sudden there's a bunch of people in that age range shorter, and it's like with Iran, it's the war with Iraq, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I think they killed like a third of the men in the country
What the fuck?
in that war or something like that.
Mm.
So they have this huge crisis where like there's a lot of like women from that generation who just like, you know, basically didn't have any families because there was like, you know, a man shortage, so to speak. Right. It's just any type of gender elimination on either side. It's gonna harm. And this is like, you know how they say like the femicide, and they said like there's also been instances where they killed military aged males specifically targeting them. Iran and Iraq are one of the examples they give on patricide.
Interesting. Because you don't really hear about patricide all that often. It's very interesting. But China is a good example of femicide and how that fucks your population.
Mm-hmm. And that's even an indirect that was just done through policy, you know?
Well, it was population control, eugenics shit.
Yeah.
Of course it happened. And then, of course, when you prioritize boys and you kill
but I
female
think that's
fetuses,
the thing is like when people say what's the difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide, there's just a little bit more with genocide there, you know. If the reason it's not violent, it's still a genocide, a femicide specifically, right?
Yeah, because like ethnic cleansing is just a softer way, I think, of saying genocide. But you know, genocide is weighted and hard to prove, so ethnic cleansing is an easier thing to pin. You also don't need to prove ethnic cleansing, really.
But
you can
like,
kind of just be like, oh,
if you think about the culture in the 80s and 90s in Iran, right? So the leaders of families are all women because of what Iran does, right? So you start having the matriarchal structure develop. So the children that these women had grew up to be revolutionaries.
Yes, that makes sense. It makes sense. It really does.
That level of dissent has been something that has been concerning for the state institutions and the Islamic Republic and the clerical establishment, especially for a long time. They are worried about that. So having a man like Pezeshkian who presents quite, you know, doesn't present as a religious person. He is a religious person. He doesn't have a beard. He's not a cleric. He's the first non-clerical president since Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. He's very relatable to a lot of people in Iran.
That's Bruno's favorite, Ahmadinejad.
Having someone like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna find that clip.
Yeah, but don't play it because it's Bruno.
What do they claim?
I mean, it's a movie.
I don't think that's actually from Bruno though. I think it's like a separate thing.
Eh.
I'm gonna double check.
You know, the question that it raises is, does it help the clerical establishment stay in power for longer?
But what does it mean for Iran's relationship with the rest of the world and in the region as well?
Well, that's the other key thing. You know, this is a man who has been elected on a kind of mandate of rejoining, or not rejoining, but restarting talks with the West to revive the nuclear deal. That's what he said during his campaign. He wants to get sanctions lifted from Iran's economy. He very much believes that Iran's economy can't really fulfill its own potential without having those US sanctions removed. That requires talks with the US, and that's.
We don't believe that Iran actually is going to change anything because
also, I'm not sure if it's when it's the males, it's called patricide. I think that's just when you kill your parents. Then that's the charge. Is patricide. It might be fratricide?
I'll look it up. Androcide.
Androcide? I guess. Okay. That's what it
is a term for the hate crime of systematically killing men, boys, or males in general because of their sex. Not all murder of men is androcide.
It's
in the same
well,
way
it's
that not all
specifically
murder of women
military.
is femicide.
It's like specifically military-aged males, though. There's like a tactical reason for doing that type of shit. They're trying to kill the young men before they can be brought into
Androcide
the
may
military.
be deliberate, for example, to degrade the offensive capability of an adversary. Massacre
There you
the men
go.
and boys
There you go.
may be this type, for example, during the Kosovo War, the Yugoslav forces under Milosevic.
Yep, that's a good
accused
one.
of massacring male Albanians of battle age because they saw them as a threat.
The Serbiencia was all men too.
Armenian genocide, they say, is a large androcide. Men's rights activists, and I'm going to stop reading.
Something that hasn't been very forthcoming since 2022, at least. And under the Raisi government, the previous government, they were much more hawkish towards the US. So there is an assumption here that the relationship generally is going to be warmer. Now, again, it depends how much Pezeshkian can do, how much he can get away with, given that the supreme leader is obviously the ultimate head of state.
That was a lot of words for.
Overseas reformist candidate
matter.
Pezeshkian won Iran's runoff presidential election. He has pledged to open Iran to world and deliver freedoms.
She can't. She went from Iran to Iran. She's pronounced it so many different ways.
Okay, it is not from the movie.
By Dark Zeus, with over 853 digs. If you had a chance to go on a date with Kim Jong-il or Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who would you choose and what would you do? Be specific, please.
I'm not that into King Jong-il. I think that I would choose a night with Ahmadinejad.
Because you said you haven't seen Bruno, right?
No.
No?
Because one night with Bruno and he'll be Ahmadinejad. He's like so cute. He's got that kind of taxi driver chic.
Right.
That's true.
Opinion.
I've seen this, by the way. I've seen this clip.
Have you?
Yeah.
He's like the kind of Arab George Clooney. You know, a few
Not Arab.
Famously said that there are no gay people in Iran.
Yeah.
So he must be very sexually frustrated.
Oh my god. Pega sent me a video of like the morning dance instructors. Right? And she's like, this guy is like the gay Persian dance instructor. I'm like, wow, I couldn't tell. It was like the gayest man I've ever seen.
You know, the only nuclear bomb waiting to go off is underneath those grey slacks of his.
Excellent. Well,
relations with China and Russia. This comes after the Iranian president died in a helicopter crash earlier today.
With Pezeshkian has become Iran's second.
Hold on. Okay. Yes.
On Friday, Iranians went to the polls to elect their new president. So to understand why this result is surprising, we need a bit of context. While Iran obviously isn't a democracy in the usual sense of the word, the regime still holds regular but controlled elections.
I mean, it's also interesting, just before we get onto this one, China's screwed from their population drop, but people aren't or they're now taking it into account, but American super capitalism that was implemented in Korea and Japan has splintered the country so hard that the entire basically male population is right-wing, conservative right-wing, right? While most of the women in society are liberal left-wing. And it's like, this is driving the population drop. Like the birth rates are dropping because of political differences. How dumb is that? All because the society is just, it undervalues women and it overvalues corporate work. Korea is kind of interesting because Korea specifically, it's kind of this issue that the West is getting at where everybody is too qualified. So nobody can work unless they go to university. But because you add in, because apparently Korea has the Zaibatsu as well, that Japan has, which is like Mitsubishi and shit like that. The big, like, the big legacy companies, Hyundai, all these companies like that. They're all these legacy companies. The big 5 companies. Samsung is another one. Every single person in Korea is fighting over these jobs, and if you don't pay for private tuition and you don't spend all your money raising your kid to give them an education, you're seen as a piece of shit. So it drives them into poverty, which makes the women feel left out because they're just raising kids all day. They're like, we want to do shit. And then the guys are like, we need to work at these big fucking high paying jobs and shit. And it's driving the fucking population apart and crashing the entire population. It is fascinating. It's such a fascinating, yes. That's exactly what they're called. I couldn't remember what the name was for the Koreans. But yeah, Korea and North Korea is having a population crash as well, which is super interesting because it's not hyper-capitalism there. But the same hyper-capitalism is driving Japanese men and women apart as well, which is so interesting that it's all driven from America implementing their capitalism into this super efficient society of Japan post-fascism, and Korea coming out of oppression, basically, from China and Japan for hundreds of years. They just blew the fuck up. It's super fucking interesting history between these 3 countries. Maybe that'll be another topic that I dive. I already know a lot about it, but it's a very interesting topic nonetheless.
Most important of these has always been the presidential election, which is normally every 4 years. Now, this election is controlled insofar as presidential candidates have to be vetted and approved by the Guardian Council, a group of 12 clerics and judges who are generally loyal to the supreme leader. Now, you might assume, given the regime's repressive tendencies, that the Guardian Council only ever allow loyalist or hardline candidates, but this hasn't always been the case. In fact, until really quite recently, there would always be at least one candidate from the so-called reformist camp on the ballot. And they did actually win sometimes. Reformist Mohammad Khatami won in both 1997 and 2001, and another, albeit more moderate reformist, Hassan Rouhani, won in both 2013 and 2021.
Yeah, I'm not
between
sure
them was
what that would
hardliner
be.
Mahmoud
Doesn't ring any
Ahmadinejad.
bells.
He wasn't exactly a loyalist and constantly sparred with the Ayatollahs. Now, the regime allowed more moderate candidates because genuine elections with real choice and therefore high turnouts were a way for the Ayatollahs to simultaneously gauge public opinion and legitimize their rule, both the Iranian public and the international community. Khatami's first election in 1997, for instance, where he won with about 70% of the popular vote, saw an unprecedented 80% turnout, higher than most Western democracies. The regime could also always just veto any reforms they didn't like, which is what happened with Khatami's pro-democracy reforms, even though they passed parliament. However, as relations between the Ayatollahs and the Iranian public have soured over the past few years, evidenced by the reoccurring and widespread protests, the regime apparently decided that letting reformists run was just too risky. But this is presumably both because they're worried that their electoral success might be interpreted as proof of the regime's unpopularity, and because a reformist candidate might end up becoming the face of any future anti-regime protests. And this is why, in 2021, no well-known reformists or popular candidates were allowed to run, essentially gifting the presidency to hardliner and regime loyalist Ebrahim Raisi. Now, the lack of real choice meant that the 2021 election saw the lowest turnout in Iranian electoral history, at just 48%, down from 73%.
These were worse.
And there were also a record 3.8 million spoiled ballots. Anyway, after Raisi's death, most people expected the regime to pull a similar stunt and only let pro-regime hardline loyalists into the race. However, while 5 of the 6 candidates approved by the Guardian Council last month were indeed relatively hardline, they also let one reformist candidate, a long-standing but relatively unknown MP called Masoud Pezeshkian. Now, Pezeshkian is not a radical reformer. Unlike traditional reformists, he hasn't said anything about making Iran more democratic or changing the balance of power within the republic. And he's actually signaled that he would be fundamentally loyal to Khomeini, although admittedly he couldn't really say anything else in the current political climate.
What?
What are you talking? What is happening where? What?
I was just curious. I went onto the Twitch onto politics to see who's got the most viewers. Do you want to see what's got the most viewers?
Not really.
That's what it was. I don't know if it's original music or not, so I don't want to run it for too long.
Karaoke?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. Why is it in politics?
For instance, he said that he'd stop requiring...
I understand why people get lost on this website. That's fucking hysterical.
Iranian women to wear the hijab, arguing that it's not required by Islamic law and it's impossible to enforce anyway. He's also said that he'd try to improve relations with the West and restart negotiations on the nuclear deal with the US.
These are the only 2 important things you need to know. The only 2 important things you need to know is that this guy said, hey, nuclear deal was good and mandatory hijab bad. So when we look at this and we gauge how much reform the regime allowed, those are the only 2 things you need to remember. It's that simple.
Yeah. Yep. And if that even happens.
Well, that's why you need to remember it now, right? Because
Yeah.
then you can gauge on like if these things do or don't happen,
Yeah.
and you'll be more informed when you hear about Iran later. If you just
Yes.
remember these 2 things.
Especially if it comes to the besiege. Or the besieging.
Yeah, he wants to. That's another thing. He said he's wants to get rid of the morality police.
Okay.
Not gonna fucking happen.
It's not going to happen, but we may see a decrease of like loose application of the law.
Probably let Pezeshkian run because they didn't think that he'd win, but hoped that his candidacy would boost turnout and mitigate the regime's ongoing legitimacy crisis. They might have also been thinking that even if he did win, his plans to resuscitate the nuclear deal would ultimately be scuppered by Trump's likely return to the White House, which is what brought down Rouhani in 2021. Now, originally, Pezeshkian's candidacy did indeed look like a long shot. Many analysts thought that Pezeshkian would suffer the same fate as Abdel Nasser Hamati, who was nominally the reformist candidate in 2021. Now, Hamati wasn't well known or an effective campaigner, and it was so immediately apparent that he wasn't going to win that the reformist camp in Iranian politics didn't even really bother to support him. But while Pezeshkian isn't a great campaigner either, this time the reformist camp
well, the other guy also sucks.
Pezeshkian is backed by both Khatami and Rouhani, as well as Mohammad Javad Zarif, a former foreign minister who is today one of Iran's most high-profile politicians. Anyway, in the first round of voting, Pezeshkian came out on top, winning 44% of the vote. In second place, with 40% of the vote, was Saeed Jalili, a hardliner who served as the famously uncompromising chief nuclear negotiator under Ahmadinejad, who advocates for confrontation with America, deeper engagement with Russia and China, and resists any social liberalization. What makes this result so extraordinary, though, is the fact that turnout came in at 40%, the lowest since 1979. Now, low turnout has historically benefited hardliners because it's usually driven by moderate voters deciding that not voting or spoiling their ballots is a better way of expressing opposition to the regime than voting for a token reformist candidate. And while low turnout isn't good for Pezeshkian because it suggests there's little enthusiasm for his candidacy, it's especially terrible for hardliners and the Ayatollahs, both because it suggests they're even less popular than in 2021 and because it further undermines the regime's legitimacy. So what actually happens next? Well, at first glance, it looks like Jalili should win, given that the third place candidate, Mohammad Ghalibaf, is also a hardliner and has since told his 15% of voters to vote for Jalili. However, there are still 2 reasons to think that Pezeshkian could win. Firstly, at least some Ghalibaf voters will go to Pezeshkian.
Sure. Will a reformer win? I mean,
he did.
I guess we already know. So yeah, I guess it was 6 days. Sure. All right, let's move on. Here's the UK.
This morning, Britain has a new prime minister.
You have given us a clear mandate. Our work...
But we got the point across. It's just hijab and
nuclear deal.
Huh?
Hijab, nuclear deal.
And the nuclear deal, yeah.
Is urgent, and we begin it today.
Which, if you've
Thank
been
you very
paying
much.
attention to Iran, are really the only two like big issues that have hit
Yes.
international scenes.
Yeah, because they're not talking about, all the other problems.
Keir Starmer's Progressive Labour Party winning.
They certainly aren't talking about the people that they're taking prisoner extrajudicially and shit. That's for sure.
Last night's election in a landslide, their biggest majority since Tony Blair won in 1997. Starmer defeating Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's Conservatives, who have led Britain for the last 14 years, including through Brexit, and are now reeling from their worst loss in 2 centuries.
After 14 years of Conservative rule in England, the Labour Party has finally retaken power in last night's decisive elections. It was a landslide victory for moderate Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, which secured 412 seats compared to 121 for Conservatives. So that means their Labour will be the government's ruling majority after one of the worst electoral losses for Conservatives in British political history. This is a big deal. Starmer has presented himself in this campaign as a moderate.
Crazy, right?
With some conservative positions. For instance, he's vowing to control budgetary spending and to not raise taxes. And he's talking tough on immigration and Social Security. Alexander Smith, a reporter from NBC, had this to say. On defense, Starmer has mirrored the conservative promise to raise military spending to 2.5% of the country's gross domestic product, a slight raise over last year and above NATO's recommended 2% target. And while this is clearly a win for Labour, their victory says more about the country's current disdain for the Conservatives. Opinion polls and interviews suggested that many voters were motivated not by love for Labour, but rather by a desire to punish the Conservatives for 14 years of scandals and policy missteps. It raises the prospect that Labour's support, while wide, could be shallow and brittle, shattering just as easily as it came together. And that is backed up by the fact that voter turnout was very, very low. Across the UK as a whole, turnout was 60%, the second lowest in a UK election since 1885. Only 2001 was lower, with
She must be real new.
59%. 2001 was a rough year for all of us. I
Well,
don't know
now
if you guys
that they've
remember that
gone
year.
to the studio
Following
list thing where they can just film people in their kitchens.
They can hire whoever.
Yeah.
Mm.
the Conservatives' massive losses, outgoing Prime Minister Rishi Sunak apologized to his party. Take a look.
British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all.
All right, Cenk, does this have broader implications around the world? I know that we've been seeing waves of right-wing dominance around the globe, but could this possibly send a signal to conservative parties in other countries, including the United States? What do you think?
Thanks for watching. Our audience has
epic. Love it.
Get fucked.
Love it.
I know more than you.
They know that you are already considering clicking off before they bump to Cenk, huh?
helped build TY.
And it actually barely has anything to do with the UK. So, yeah, I'm positive what it means. And it actually barely has anything to do with the UK. When you look at it, people get confused because they keep looking at it as left versus right. And they're like, which way is UK going? Which way is America going? Which way is Brazil going? I don't get it. They're going left, right, left, right, left, right. And these big giant changes, and it's happening all across the world, in Argentina and France and so many places. Guys, it isn't about left versus right. It's that the people all across the world are saying, change, give us change. And you know why?
That's a fair
because
take.
we all live under corporate rule. And so
I got excited. I thought he was going to get there. I got excited. It's a fair take.
Look,
I understand.
Look, I can distill it down to fucking capitalism too, but the average person isn't that.
An average person isn't even there. They're not even blaming capitalism.
Yeah.
They're blaming the far left.
Or the right. Like, you know, it's like,
I don't know.
If it
people
means
keep going, well, is anybody going to change this?
They don't realize they're slaves to capitalism. Maybe that's what junk means. Let's give him some credit. I mean, he is junk after all. The wise junk.
This goddamn thing. And so,
the famous
reason why this was the
anti-capitalist
perfect
who was like,
summer,
what are
if
you
will.
doing unionizing me?
He's still in the studio. I guess he only gets the studio because he's the boss.
Yeah, well, you hear what I said?
Is because
no, what
the Junk, the famous anti-capitalist who said, "What are you doing organizing a union in my business?"
And it was such a giant result and the best result they've had in such a long time, worst defeat for the conservatives in I think 200 years, is because people thought, okay, we did Brexit, we gave the conservatives all these opportunities, and nothing changed. And they just did the same kind of corruption that every politician does.
Okay.
The UK general election results are finally in, and it's terrible news for the Conservatives, who have now suffered one of the biggest losses in their history after being in power for 14 years, since Gordon Brown in 2010. The clear winner is the Labour Party. But before we look at the results in more detail...
Damn, they almost had as many leadership changes as Australia did in like 5 years.
Let's first have a quick look at how the UK elections actually work. The UK uses a first-past-the-post system in general elections. Each of the 650 constituencies elects one member of parliament to the House of Commons. As an example, let's look at the Suffolk Coastal constituency. 5 parties received a significant number of votes, with Labour obtaining a plurality of 31.7%. Under the first-past-the-post system, Labour won the seat in the House of Commons because they secured the most votes among the competing parties.
Nice.
The party with the majority of seats typically forms the government, and to achieve an outright majority, a party needs to secure at least 326 seats. The leader of the party that wins the majority of seats in the House of Commons becomes the Prime Minister. If no party wins an outright majority, a hung parliament occurs, and parties may seek to form coalitions or agreements to establish a government.
The first
the incumbent Prime Minister
system
remains
is like one of the more undemocratic things, right? So basically all it ensures is that the two-party system is going to continue. One of those parties is going to get the seats. So, like, sure, it limits the seats that psychos like Nigel can get, I guess.
Sure.
You know, but, like, it's kind of just...
Dude, if they did that and then fix their healthcare system, they'll be in power for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
Like, if the UK can fix their public transport system and healthcare while reducing crime and not changing migrant policies, they will be 100% voted for the next couple decades. Unless a third party comes up and replaces the Conservatives, which seems to...
You can definitely get a decade, at least, with just good policy. But 2,
office
that's
until
hard.
Yeah. And especially if you're not, like, dick riding tyrants too, it's good sign that you're gonna stay somewhere.
Government is then formed. And let's not forget about the king. King Charles III has a role too, though it's mostly ceremonial. After the general election, the king invites the leader of the majority party to form a government.
This is one of my favorite videos.
What?
And become the prime minister.
Fucking
Boris Johnson
with his
umbrella.
fucking
General election,
umbrella.
the king invites the leader of the majority party to form a government and become the prime minister.
He's such a doofus.
What do the results actually
You see
look
the
like?
video when he
Let's
gets
first look
stuck
at
on
the
the
percent.
zip line?
No.
Percentages and then the seats.
You know,
In sixth place is the centre-left
he does
Scottish
it on
consistently
purpose,
campaign for
right?
closer ties with the EU and have previously...
That he's actually an evil genius and he does the bumbling bassoon. Like, people have seen him mess his hair up before serious things just so he'll look more buffoon-like.
That's very funny. I wonder if that's a genuine tactic.
With 14.3% of the vote, Reform UK party, led by Nigel, all features that I use. In third place is the right-wing populist Reform UK party, led by Nigel Farage. Yes, he is back, with 14.3% of the vote. Reform UK advocates for smaller government, lower taxes, and significant political reform. They also made the fight against immigration a central part of their campaign. Reform UK is strongly anti-EU. Originally called the Brexit Party, they called for a hard Brexit, meaning a bare minimum relationship with the EU. They advocate for complete sovereign control over immigration, trade, and regulatory matters.
How do they
They
still
oppose any
come
form of
third?
rejoining the EU or its economic structures, like the customs union or single.
I love that the SNP got 2.4% through the entire British. It's like just become independent. Just become your own state within the UK. Like, just withdraw from the UK Parliament entirely. Like, why the fuck are you even doing this? Clearly, every Scottish person is voting for fucking the SNP, pretty much, right? If not, they're voting for Scottish Labour or Scottish Conservatives.
single market. They
Well,
also
they
want to leave
still
the
have,
European
like,
Convention on
local parties, like the Welsh. Like I said, the Welsh Labour is different than regular Labour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is why not just become independent and do a sort of union kind of thing, like a UK union? It
Well,
would
I
make
think
sense.
especially after Brexit, they're especially tired of this shit.
Yeah.
human rights. In second place are the centre-right to right-wing conservatives, led by Rishi Sunak, with 23.7% of the vote. The Conservative Party emphasizes
I'm the Conservatives. Here's my logo. There's a logo. Retards.
free market
I
policies.
didn't see their
With 23
logo. Oh, it's a tree.
It literally looks like a scribble.
7% of the vote. The Conservative Party emphasizes free market policies, reducing government intervention, and maintaining strong national security. When it comes to the EU, the Conservatives led the UK through the Brexit process and supported a sovereign UK, independent of the EU. Their manifesto provides little detail on the desired relationship with the EU, but
see
one
that?
thing is
You get
clear.
that thing I
They
sent
strongly
ya?
oppose rejoining the EU or any of its economic structures. The party strongly
I don't
emphasizes
know if it
UK
will be
sovereignty and
claimed
regulatory
because it's like a
independence,
viral
frequently
thing that
mentioning the
some
removal of legacy EU
viral news
regulations.
thing
The
might have
Conservatives
bought.
are also
It's
committed
when
to
he was the
negotiating
London
trade
mayor.
deals independently. Now, in first place is the centre-left Labour Party, led by Keir Starmer, with 33.9% of the vote. Let's not mince our words. The Labour Party won by a landslide. The Labour Party wants to focus on improving healthcare, education, and welfare, with policies aimed at reducing inequality and supporting the working class.
It might be claimed. You gotta be. You never know. See, exclusive. See that exclusive.
It's fine. We saw it. Hold on, I'll keep it.
Very well organised. What they do, get me a ladder.
Labour advocates for a closer relationship with the EU, stating that they want to reset the relationship and seek to deepen ties with our European friends, neighbours, and allies. Labour aims to improve the UK's trade and investment relationship with the EU by removing unnecessary trade barriers. They seek to prevent unnecessary border checks, reduce food costs, and secure a mutual recognition agreement for professional qualifications to benefit UK service exporters.
He's being pulled.
New UK-EU Security Pact to enhance global cooperation. But while Labour wants to improve relations, their manifesto clearly states that there will be no return to the...
No, I just saw this. Boris looks like the halfway transformation into Shaggy Dog. Like, absolutely, 100%. I identify with that message. So accurate.
Keir Starmer made it very clear a couple of days ago, where he said the UK will not rejoin the EU or the EU single market in his lifetime.
Interesting.
So how many seats did each of the parties actually win? At the time of recording, Labour got 412 seats, Conservatives 120, Reform UK 4.
So Labour still isn't going to rejoin the EU. They're just going to be their own thing again.
But
honestly,
like,
I do think this is the better option for them. I think they royally fucked it up.
But can we talk about the first past the post system? Like, let's wait until all the numbers come in and determine if it's fair. Okay, so they got 12%. That's about as much as 14. So they should get maybe 3 seats, right? The next party there. You're covering the
Liberal
other
Democrats
ones, so.
71.
I'm gonna move you over so we can see it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The Greens 4. Each of the parties actually win. At the time of recording, Labour got 412 seats, Conservatives 120, Reform UK 4, Liberal Democrats 71, the Greens 4, and the SNP 9.
Wait. How does this happen? Am I right?
Yeah,
Does this not make sense to you?
This
You
makes
see
no
how this
sense.
kind of seems kind of rigged?
Yeah.
Won a massive majority of seats, 63% of the total seats available, in fact.
So what? Basically, if all the Labour votes come in first, nothing else matters.
No. So it's localized, right? So like
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. Like, I understand it's localized, but let's say there's only so many votes coming in. Let's say all the Labour voters get in the morning, and they get votes first. And let's say it's over the predicted amount of voters, but it's over the predicted 50%, right? It's first to the desired amount. Do they get the seat?
No. So like it's after everything's counted is when they determine it. So what's happening here is that the opposition party in most of these districts was the Liberal Democrats, right? So where it was winning that 12% of the vote were, yeah, exactly. This is like ideological strongholds, right? So like they were the second place in these districts. So because of that, they got 71, even though they only got 12% of the total national vote.
Oh, so it's rank choice.
I mean,
is it rank choice?
no,
Is that how they do it?
So in most places, conservatives were second place, right?
Sure.
So basically, in 12% of the places specifically, the Liberal Democrats were second place to either Labor or the Conservatives. So because they're second place there, they get more seats.
That doesn't sound accurate. I feel like it's just 71 places that the Liberal Democrats got over the amount first. That's how I interpret first past the post. It's just whoever gets the most amount of the desired amount of votes first.
They have to be it's the top two.
Sure.
It's not you if you
1/3
you can't have a system that's more democratic when you serve pancakes and less democratic when you serve steak.
Yeah, I'm still what you're explaining doesn't make sense to first past the post. When you say first past the post, it's whoever the fuck gets to a set number first.
No, because they count it after the election.
You would need to have a set number. So it's whoever gets past that set number. You can't have a post without a number.
Well, then
you need a set amount of votes.
Then it just depends how your votes are counted.
So whatever system this is, it's fucking stupid.
Like I said, the system, I guess if you look at it locally, it might be a little better for local, like minority power, right? That, what Republicans talk about, the minority power shit, right? So I guess because of that, it might seem fine like locally, but like as far as like national goes and who gets seats, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
34% of the total vote. Even more peculiar is that Reform UK received more votes than the Liberal Democrats, but only got 4 seats, compared to the Lib Dems' 71 seats. This is due to the UK's first past the post system, where the winner of the constituency takes all, even if the second, third, and fourth placed parties receive tens of thousands of votes. For example, if Reform UK were to come second in every single constituency, they would be the second largest party in the UK, but would receive 0 seats. This is different in a proportional representation system like the net.
So I was correct. It's whoever gets the most amount of the votes, or I guess it's the most amount of votes, takes the entire.
Locally you get them.
Yeah.
So it's
the Liberal
ideological.
Democrats won
More ideological
71
strongholds.
different spots, but was only 12% of the vote.
Yes.
Netherlands. And I'm sure this will be discussed in great detail in the coming weeks as to whether the first past the post system is fair and reflective of the populace. Nonetheless, Labour's victory is the biggest victory a single party has achieved
But it's
since
not,
1997.
right? It's how they
with
preserve
412
minority power, just like in the United States.
seats. This is way over the 326 needed to form a majority. If we compare the results to the previous election in 2019, you can see that the biggest winners are Labour and the Lib Dems, and the biggest losers are the Conservatives and the SNP. So what does all of this mean? Firstly, Keir Starmer will become the new Prime Minister, and with such a significant majority,
a lot
he can
of the
push
Lib
through a lot of his
Dems
plans.
won against the SNP as well.
I bet you, yeah.
So I think that
Manifesto.
like we'd have to. They showed a map, but we should look at what the party colors next time that map is.
Is also good news for the EU, as Starmer advocates for closer cooperation with Europe. However, the UK will not join the customs union, single market, or the EU anytime soon. As you can see in this overview, the vast majority of seats went to parties that want more EU cooperation, but no EU membership. If you want more detail on whether the
Yeah, I was right, because although that must be SNP. What color is Lib Dems on the chart? What one is
blue.
orange?
So there's red, blue's Conservative.
Orange must be Lib Dem, right?
It must be, has to be. So here and through the bottom and south of the UK, as well as north of Scotland, and a little bit here.
3.9% of the vote. Let's not mince.
Interesting.
Prime Minister, you talk about the need for a reset. One of the lessons of Labour governments is the need to take the tough decisions early. We've already heard.
I say some words, you guys.
That it is the policy now of the NHS is that it is broken.
No, I think
if in the coming weeks
you nailed it with just ideological strongholds.
Through department by department, you find that things are worse than you expected. Are you
still
prepared
think
to
Jack
take tough
thinks about
decisions?
if you vote by time for pancakes, then you win the election.
Including
that's how the Conservatives have held their victory, because the old timers get up early, huh?
Point about how you've won the biggest majority relative to the size of the vote in history. In history, you said yesterday that your priority would be to govern for those who didn't vote for you. Some 80% of British voters didn't vote for you. That's including those who didn't vote at all. What does that mean in practice, in a sense, for the culture of the government and how you'll govern?
Thank you, Robert.
What a stupid fucking question.
Look, in relation to the tough decisions, we're going to have to take the tough decisions and take them early, and we will.
Oh my God, I don't care.
The Labour Party has won this general election.
All right, do we want to explain how Labour's victory played out, or do we want the election results explained? We kind of had that already.
I forgot I was going to say something, but I don't
Keir
remember.
Starmer is the new
Let's watch Fox News crying.
UK Prime Minister after his Labour Party demolished Britain's Conservatives in Thursday's snap election. The centre-left-leaning Labour Party received a huge election win, dealing a major blow to the right-wing Conservatives who've been in power for 14 years and 5 prime ministers. Here to help us understand what this could mean for Republicans here in the States is former British foreign policy advisor Niall Gardner. Now, great to see you this morning. You know, we watched just a few weeks ago France, Germany, Italy move right in a lot of their EU and parliamentarian elections. Here's the UK.
I would like to see basically an alternative graph where they award seats for who came in second. To see,
yeah, that would be interesting.
How different the government would be.
That would be a very interesting experiment.
We go in the opposite direction. So, what's going on in England that is not taking place over in the rest of Europe?
Well, many thanks for having me on the show from London this morning, Will. And if we look at what's happening in the UK, of course, it's very different to what's happening in most of Europe, where many European countries are moving to the right. But in the UK, they have a new left-wing government headed by Keir Starmer. In my view, this is a disastrous development for Britain. This is a socialist government in power for the first time in over 14 years. I think a key difference in the UK is that you've had the Conservatives in power for such a long time. Many voters wanted change. But I think at the heart of the Conservative Party's defeat was the fact that the Conservative Party abandoned many of its own voters by moving towards the centre ground and allowing mass migration. The Conservatives raised taxes. They pursued a net zero green agenda.
This is wild.
All of these, of course, very unpopular with Conservative voters, many of whom stayed at home or switched to Reform, which is a new party on the right headed by Nigel Farage. So
new.
You had the
wild.
Conservative vote.
This is awful information. This just shows you why people who watch Fox News are so brain broken, doesn't it?
Split between two
this is the
parties,
first thing
Conservative
they
Party
hear
and
about
Reform.
this.
This allowed the
They hear
socialists
this
to
guy,
take power.
bad
So important
Britain,
lessons, I think,
led
for
by
also
socialists,
for conservatives
and that's
in
what
the United
sticks in
States.
their mind.
If you abandon conservative principles, your own voters will abandon you.
Well, I don't want to superimpose what's happening in Europe too heavy-handedly on what's happening.
Maybe both of you should learn how to tie a fucking tie. Fucking useless idiots.
They're
in
like,
America.
how do we
But if
lie
I do
about
look
this
at the UK
turn it
and then what
into,
happened
we could be next?
in the rest of the continent, it seems to be that immigration, mass migration, is the overriding voting issue. So if voters in France look around and say, I don't like what's happening in the country and the left is in charge, they're going to punish the left. I believe in Denmark, if I have this correct, the left actually adopted some policies, some restrictionist policies when it came to immigration and reaped the benefit. Meanwhile, in the UK, if you in the Conservative Party are not enforcing some level of control on migration, you're going to be punished. It just seems like whoever is
the place that has like insane tax rates on their citizens, right? And so they inform policy for people who wouldn't be paying like into like the taxes the same way. Crazy. You
Pressing the
You mean if we adopted a Nordic model, these people could ban more immigrants, but yet good luck getting that one through their head.
on the street voters' concerns about mass migration reaps the benefit in politics.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that immigration, mass migration, both illegal and legal, in Europe is now the number one issue across the Atlantic, and we're seeing
Big issue with
people
Denmark
here.
is people would get jobs in Denmark because they would get paid way more, but they wouldn't be Denmark citizens, right?
And
so then you just cross the border to Germany and you have 10 times the money.
That's true.
You know? So they're not paying into the Dane system. So that was the big problem, is actually white people coming to their country and working that were draining their system.
seeing the impact certainly at the polls in countries such as France and Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, Belgium, and across the entire continent. In the UK, you've had a Conservative government for 14 years.
I fucking hate this guy. Next.
Today, Labour wins big after a dramatic election night in the UK. Israel approves thousands of new settlement homes in the occupied West Bank, and Hurricane Beryl batters the Caribbean. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Friday.
I'm
the 5th
ready
of
for
July,
my daily
2024. Yesterday, voters here in the UK went to the polls to elect a new government. As the polls closed at 10 p.m, the major broadcasters were able to reveal what they'd been working on all day: long-awaited exit poll. Now, as exit polls come, this was on the relatively shocking side for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it was predicted that Reform UK would win 13 seats, significantly more than the majority of pollsters were predicting. Considering how new the Reform Party is, this was seen as a really impressive feat. However, as the night went on, there were signs that perhaps this figure might not be all that accurate. In the end, Reform ended with 4 seats. It's worth pointing out that we're recording this at 8:40 a.m, and there were still 6 seats left to declare. The Conservatives were predicted to win 131 seats, which again was higher than pollsters had predicted in the weeks running up to the election. This figure turned out to be fairly accurate, with the most recent number being 119 seats.
Still under.
Labour was slightly down on the pre-election night polls, with the exit poll predicting that they would win 410 seats. In the end, the results through the night showed that Labour were doing slightly better than expected, and ended up again at the time of writing with 410 seats, the same as the exit poll saying, but there are still a couple left to declare. This is ever so slightly below the Labour seat record of 418 set in 1997 under Tony Blair. However, considering that Labour won its lowest seat share since 1935, back at the last election in 2019, their landslide victory yesterday was a really significant achievement. Anyway, through the night, we saw a number of so-called Portillo moments. This is the phrase given to senior members of a party that unexpectedly lose their seats.
He didn't exactly.
The first of these happened just before the 2 a.m. mark, when Education Secretary Gillian Keegan lost her seat. The next big result was at 3:10 a.m, when Grant Shapps, the incumbent Defence Secretary, lost his Welland-Hatfield constituency to Labour. The next big event came only 20 minutes later, when the Shadow Paymaster General and relatively big Labour figure, Jonathan Ashworth, lost his seat to a pro-Palestine independence candidate.
Paymaster General. You mean Secretary? Treasurer? Like, what the fuck is that? Paymaster General. Use English, you fucking useless idiots.
The first of a small handful of such candidates who went on to win seats. Right as this was happening over in Clacton, Reform leader Nigel Farage, for the first time ever, won a seat in Parliament, having been defeated on 7 previous occasions.
Lol.
Around this time too, we saw one of the most shocking results of the night, when ex-Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, who stood as an independent in Islington North, retained his seat with a strong majority, defeating the challenger selected by his former party. Labour's shadow culture secretary, Fagnan Debonair, lost her Bristol seat to the Green Party's co-leader, Carla Denyer, with the Greens going on to win a total of 4 seats. A really great night for them. At 4:30 a.m, we saw potential leadership contender Penny Mordaunt also lose her seat to Labour by a margin of almost 2,000 votes. At almost exactly the same moment, we saw Conservative ex-Deputy Prime Minister Theresa Coffey lose her seat too. Later, at about 4:45 a.m, both Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt, the Prime Minister and Chancellor respectively, retained their seats. While it was pretty certain that Sunak was going to retain his seat, this was far less certain for Hunt. It remains the case that no Prime Minister or Chancellor in history have ever lost their seat in a general election.
Epic.
To cap the night off, we saw former Prime Minister Liz Truss lose her seat at around 7 a.m. All in all, at the time of writing, a record 12 Conservative cabinet ministers.
I did have an interview of her on Sargon. On
Bro,
the list, which we were going to listen to.
This Assad picture is so funny. He's such a fucking goofy looking dude.
Yeah, he's a weasel looking motherfucker. As I was saying the other day, yesterday, He is a fucking anthropomorphic weasel. That's all he looks like.
All right, you ready for this?
Alongside a large number of high-profile Conservative parties.
So this is 2016. Look at Assad, bro. He's so funny. Just it can't even zoom in because the computer's broken clearly. But look at him there.
Yeah, he's a very weird looking dude.
Yeah.
If you want our full analysis of the result, then check out the video and the other upcoming videos over on the TLDR News UK channel.
Right.
Genuinely, I've been up since 10 a.m. yesterday doing work on all this. It's been nearly 24 hours.
So
genuinely pleased to check out the
he
UK
called
video.
for a ceasefire followed by a political solution in Syria as he refused to blame Bashir al-Assad for chemical attacks.
Very cool.
Boeing has agreed to plead
But
guilty.
see, he opposed airstrikes in Syria.
I mean, that's
So I think that was when.
fine.
Yes. So Khan Shaykhun, 100 Syrians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Corbyn said nothing, only breaking his silence to condemn. To condemn a U.S. airstrike partly on the. So remember how I said the only thing Trump did good was bomb that airbase with Sarin?
Yeah.
We did
Yeah.
invite the British to help. Now,
Okay.
the British in the past, Obama slept on an airstrike that needed to happen for a previous Sarin attack, right?
Mm.
And the British were the ones who did it then. British
Oh.
and the French, the EU did it because the United States refused to act then under Obama.
Interesting.
So he backed down after sarin was used. Crystal clear evidence of sarin. And he backed down, saying, we're not going to be involved in these strikes on this airstrip. I guess he didn't need to be, but it's not like the majority was going to come from the United States anyway. I'm good with anyone who I think they should have just killed Assad that day. I'm good with. Let's just be clear about something, okay? There's been 3 big users of sarin, okay?
Mm-hmm.
2 of those men were hung. There's only 1 left. Let's be consistent, Putin as well can get in there.
Who was the other one? Saddam and
Shinriko.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Of course.
To 2 fatal crashes of its 737 MAX jets. That's according to a court filing by the US government late Sunday. If approved by a federal judge, the plea would brand the plane maker a convicted felon. It will have to pay a fine of over $243 million and invest more in improving safety. The charges flow
He
from
could
the
have at
fatal
least
crashes
condemned
in
both.
2018
That's
and
all I'm saying.
2019, which killed 346 people. They were later traced to a design flaw in the jets, which has since been fixed. Boeing subsequently struck a deal with the Justice Department, deferring any prosecution in return for compensating victims' families and improving its compliance. However, officials this year concluded that the firm had not complied with all terms of the deal. Boeing's position wasn't helped by the mid-air blowout on another MAX plane earlier this year, which raised new concerns about its quality control.
Okay.
It faces a separate criminal probe over
I think
that
we're finally
incident.
done with this story.
Nope. Not at all.
I mean, we followed it from start to finish.
We did.
I think it's pretty much done.
Reaching a deal to plead guilty in a case related to the crashes of 737 MAX planes 5 years ago. Philip O joins us right now. He's got more of the details on that. Phil,
There's
good morning.
2 authoritarian, barbaric systems that we should adopt, but only for corporations that fuck up. If we're going to give them the breaks, I think that we should compromise in other places, right? So, partial public execution, except we're not going to execute anyone, and the flogging from Singapore, right? We get the corporate out there, they have to be spanked in front of the whole nation.
Spanked, sure. I say rotten fruit.
What? What do you mean,
Rotten tomatoes and shit.
Oh, throw
Help
tomatoes at them? Well, we can also throw tomatoes at them while they
like
get
some
spanked.
shame kind of
Like,
shit.
okay, think about it.
Public square
You know at the
tomatoes.
zoo how you could be a tiger when you put your head in the hole?
Yes.
That's what it's like, one of those clown portraits that are in the front of them, right? And it's like you have to paint the clown's face, right? And then while that's happening, he's making Tom and Jerry screams from being flogged.
I'd be okay with this.
Becky, this was a filing late last night, and it is a guilty plea by Boeing. So let me go over what the terms are of this plea agreement between Boeing and the Department of Justice. And again, they jointly filed.
So it's easy. So all you do is you get a bunch of 3-year-olds, right? And you just put them in the water that he's going to be dunked into, and it will become this. On the 100th child that you put in there.
It'll slowly turn.
Filed this with the court last night. The charge is conspiring to defraud the government. By the way, that is a felony charge. We'll talk about the significance in just a little bit of it being a felony.
Is Boeing being nationalized? I don't care.
Pending 2019, Boeing has declined
Can
to
you
comment
believe
on
that
the
most
details.
people put this story above a hospital being bombed?
And we put it at the very end of the stream.
Of the plea agreement, simply saying that it had reached an agreement. This does not sit well with the relatives of the 737 MAX family. We knew that they would not be happy with this agreement. Javier De Luis issued this statement overnight. The penalties and conditions imposed on Boeing as a result of this plea deal.
What do you mean?
Trump gone. It's part of the title.
Oh yeah, there's no Trump videos. That's Trump gone.
There's the one Pac-Man video.
Sure. After the Australia stuff.
I think if rage quitting on Pac-Man is always a good way to end the show, because he says some dumb shit. We rage quit on him as much as Fox News, I think TYT, we have completed the least amount of videos by them.
I think so, yeah.
I would like some crazy person who becomes a fanatic in the future, who's coming back 10 years from now to watch all our stuff. I think you, crazy fanatic, I'm talking to you directly because you're my best friend. This is totally a parasocial relationship. You should follow the clues. You're correct in your brain. Start making a chart on how frequently we finish videos for me.
That would be funny if that eventually happens. How many videos do we actually finish?
For a fraud charge, that factors into
some psycho made a chart for Hassan showing how often percentage of his stream he's not at his desk and shit.
That's fucking hysterical.
And he's like,
seriously?
You fucking psychos. You're fucking you're literally watching my life, right? And policing me, right?
Dude, no, that is getting good habits. You should listen to your chat, Hassan. You should listen to these people who track.
It was
I'm assuming about
they
35%
listed
of the
all
time he
his
wasn't in the
daily
chair.
activities and shit. It was very weird.
Okay, maybe it might have been a bit much. If it was just him getting up from his chair, fair enough. I would say it's probably about 30%. But,
defense contracts that the next CEO will have to keep in mind. Boeing believes that you can get a waiver, let's say from the Defense Department, Becky, if there is a charge, or if there's a program that they bid on. And let's say Boeing has the best bid, they believe that the Department of Defense will be able to issue a waiver, because right now, if you have a guilty plea to a felony conviction.
Here's how you solve this problem. Split the civilian aviation from the military aviation, nationalize the civilian aviation, and then Boeing can continue having their shitty little military contracts. And then America gets a fancy little Eagle-powered jetliner. And then you can call it the Freedom Plane. And you can call it the Freedom Plane 911 and sell it worldwide and not have any problems, because America good, right? America engineering and shit. Yeah, American made. I'm sure that's a thing. There's buy American made. Is that a thing? I'm sure it is.
Sometimes.
In many ways, you're not supposed to be able to win a government contract. But according to those who I've talked with at Boeing, they believe that there's some wiggle room.
What if the fine wasn't $240 million, but the fine. Look at this fucking cat, man. My lizard's about to fuck him up. Look, he's going. I'm not sure if you can actually look.
I can see the lizard's little head.
They're like staring each other down. Get him. Yeah, get him. Funny animals.
There, and that if it's the right contract and Boeing is the right bid, they could receive a waiver from the department that is overseeing the program that is being bid on.
Phil, it's such a strange thing to say that this is a felony agreement, that Boeing's a felon,
Yes.
but no individual really is responsible anywhere for anything.
Right.
Fucking.
Well,
Steps
corporations
is
are
brought up.
people, so we're going to arrest Boeing and put them in prison.
Is that actually a thing? Like, are they actually considered people under the law?
Yes. But
Wow.
because they're not physical entities, they can't go to prison.
So how can you be a person then?
Well,
and
that's
be charged with a felony.
Well, that's the thing, is that's the way corporations work, and that's why that's the biggest issue in the like so-called like anti-meritocracy structure is the failed upwards mentality.
Yeah.
Like all these CEOs bankrupt companies and then go to work as a CEO in a different company.
Mm.
Like most CEOs have more losses than wins under their portfolio, but it doesn't matter because they have experience running all these companies.
Yeah, and that's all.
It's
that
like
matters,
the same
right?
5 people, who they keep hiring as CEOs. It's way
the
more
same
than
fucking
that.
problem. It's the same problem as every job, right? You need experience to get the job, but to get the job you need experience, and to get experience you need to get the job, but to get the job you need experience, right? It's the same circular logic bullshit in the hospitality industry.
Bro. So like in that one interview I sent that I was like, oh, you should watch this interview and not sleep on it for a month. He's talking
I already
about
watched
how he's talking about how he worked at G4 and there was just guys who came from like companies and he's like, well, do you like games? And they're like, not really, I'm just here to spice it up,
Yeah.
And he's like, no wonder
Jazz up
it went
the-
under.
Yeah.
No, you're
I
making
wonder why
shit
it went
that's
under.
not for your audience, right?
Yeah, insane.
And that's how it
Crazy.
works.
Yeah. But it was artificially inflated capital, right? That's all it was. So that whole 10-year period was held up by artificial capital. None of those companies were ever making money. They never actually cared. It was all a rort, really.
Well, remember,
understand why the families would be upset.
There was a trial, and there was an individual from Boeing who was put on trial for charges related to the 737 MAX program, as it was.
Imagine being the fall guy for Boeing when it was really the CEO trying to cut costs. And then he gets a sweet little pay package and a $50 million a year fucking CEO deal. Probably a nice cushy new job at Raytheon, I bet.
He'll fucking
Yeah.
go, no, but it'll be like it won't even be the same industry. He'll go be a CEO at like McDonald's. Like when they fired Steve Jobs, do you know who came in and replaced him?
Tim Cook?
No. Back in the day. Before Macintosh.
No.
And shit. Well, I think it was after Macintosh, before the iPhone, right? So Steve Jobs got voted out by shareholders
Okay.
at Apple, right? And he went and was the CEO of like a different company that basically did nothing or something. I think they invented the Newton or something. I don't remember.
Okay.
But he basically comes back and then it's iPhone time, right? So when the shareholders vote him out, the lead shareholder used to be the CEO of Pepsi, right? So the guy who replaced Steve Jobs after the Macintosh, and they voted him out because the shareholders didn't like him because he was too combative or some shit. They replaced him with a guy who sold soda pops, right? Do you think that's cross experience, like compared to Steve Jobs running Apple? Like, I know we don't want to put too much credit on his shoulders, like it was the engineers, right? And like Wozniak to this day wants Steve Jobs to acknowledge that he's not the genius and the engineers helped build the tech. And that's been a huge divide between them.
Would they say that Steve Jobs was just like the vision guy? right?
Yeah.
He just had the ideas. He was the
He's
ideas
a
man.
fucking psychopath, bro.
Yeah, but he was like the ideas man and just reaped the benefits of the engineers, right?
Basically, yeah.
Typical wage theft, right? Of CEO wage theft. That's typical, right?
But still, like, you can't just say that he didn't he at least knew what he was doing for building computers. He wasn't going in and selling soft drinks.
Yeah.
He went to a computer company after being fired.
Yeah.
Well, by the fucking shareholders voting him out.
Being designed, and they could not get a conviction. The Department of Justice could not get a conviction.
I remember what he
And the
did.
belief is this.
So he knew that they couldn't build an OS for the next system. So he builds like a new computer company that's actually just to make the OS that he knows Apple is going to need. So they bring him back to get that OS. That's what it was.
But yeah. Don't forget, CEO paychecks are only that big because they steal your wages.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever forget that. Okay. I don't know how much background people have about this story, but this has been a very interesting story.
Isn't that the Aboriginal?
Yes, that is. She is the Greens. She actually pulled this as well over Labor, funnily enough. They wouldn't support her Aboriginal things. And she was like, go fuck yourself. I'm crossing the floor and leaving. And isn't it funny how it's now two major topics that Labor virtue signals about inside the country to get support don't actually support it, and
they're both minorities.
And they're both minorities, exactly. So I found out that she's from Afghanistan, Afghan born, now here representing Western Australia as a senator. So there was also some information that we found out from one of our contacts who does some stuff in Afghanistan, that she didn't really. I'm not sure how much I can actually say, so I'm going to be a bit careful about this. But basically, she didn't turn up to a Hazara memorial. The media wasn't allowed to call it a genocide. And basically all the Hazaras thought that she was Hazara. But that turns out not to be true. I'm not sure how much relevance this has, but it was just a surprise to the community there. Also, very condescending her staff, apparently, when bringing up issues about Afghanistan, because obviously you know who I'm talking about and their connections to Afghanistan and what they do. Obviously that's quite a concern for them. So I just wanted to bring that up to say that, like, while being Afghan and standing up for Gaza, and keep in mind this is just one person, I would need to do a bit more, and I'm going to do a bit more looking into sort of stuff around this. I'm going to look into like anti-protest stuff in Australia, and that'll lead me into that sort of stuff, because all of the anti-protest stuff is, funnily enough, pointed at like three different groups. The genocide, anti-genocide protests, right? In general. You've got the environmental protests. There was a Just Stop Oil protester, I think. One of those groups in Queensland. 3 years jail for protesting. Very cool. We love Australia. Australia is a great country. But yes, so yes, it will be very, very interesting to actually see what she does from now on, as she is now independent and has left the Labor Party, which we'll get into. But yeah, she's crossed the floor on this issue, which was Labor has been saying that they want to recognize Palestine, they want to recognize the state, blah, 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 genocide. Penny Wong, they go to vote on recognition of Palestine. Friendly Geordies was claiming that it was a staged vote to put Labor in a hard position. And I'm just sitting here like, Maybe they shouldn't be cunts and they wouldn't be put in hard positions. But, actually voting the way she thinks the vote should be going and crossing the floor, she gets kicked out of Labour for it. So, and it's quite. This is how dumb Australian politics is. It's quite literally crossing the floor to the other side. So these are all the greens here, I think.
Order. Order. Senator Thorpe. Today, I say to every member of the Albanese government in this chamber, you should be embarrassed, and in that chamber as well, that you should be embarrassed that it has come to this. And we will do all we can to drag the...
I was trying to find the votes for who voted for and against. Couldn't find it. It was 43 against, like 14 for, something like that.
The Albanese government kicking and screaming to take real action.
The only reason the Senate is considering this motion at present is because it was triggered by the events that have unfolded since Hamas's barbaric and brutal attacks of October.
So hang on, I gotta say this is a good point that this idiot's saying. I think this is something that, but obviously it's bullshit, right? You can see it in his eyes that this is a cover-up. So he's saying we can't give Palestinian statehood now because it would be rewarding Hamas for October 7th, right?
Sure. When it's not really though, like that like any sort of fire held to that would melt it. You know what I mean? Also, in Australia they have caucuses, so they literally have backroom meetings where they decide the agenda for the party. And then the party votes in uniform party lines. And then,
I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi. She would never bring a bill unless she knew she had the votes for it.
Yeah. So it's like that's more why they're pissed, is because she broke caucus. I think that's fucking dumb. I think that if you're elected by the people to represent the people and you think that your vote should go that way, you should, as the representative of your people, vote that way. I think the voting in the favor of the party is undemocratic and actually going against your representatives that voted you in. But who the fuck am I?
Just a voter.
And frankly, it is shameful that we find ourselves in a position considering and debating something that Hamas has welcomed and Hamas considers to be an advance on the position since...
Actually, no. Palestinian statehood would harm Hamas. They would be able to effectively, theoretically, organize to eliminate Hamas through a centralized system. That's
so why doesn't Israel support it then if they're so anti-Hamas, huh?
That's the question, isn't it?
October 7.
Order. There being 13 ayes and 52 noes, matter is resolved in the negative.
There you go. 52.
That concludes matters of public
You said 14.
urgency.
You were close.
I'll wait for a change.
I said 14 noes.
No. They were 13 though.
Oh,
so you were one off. You were close.
Okay, I was very close because I said 40, 48.
I don't know, but I definitely know you said
14 or something.
That concludes.
Okay.
Now, the big political event during the week, we all know, was the defection of Labor Senator Fatima Payman to the crossbench after she crossed the floor with the Greens on the Palestine issue.
Bro,
then defied
there's
the
no
Prime
way
Minister
she pronounced it Fatima.
No.
What was that? What was that pronunciation of Fatima?
Is that how you actually pronounce it?
Fatima is normally how I would pronounce it, but there are dialectical differences sometimes. But I can't. There's no way it's Fatima.
No, there's no way.
ABC's Insiders program, where she indicated she was going to...
It could be the Australian accent because we do say a.
Fatima.
Like that, yeah.
Across the floor again. Payman was then summoned to the Lodge for a meeting with the PM last Sunday afternoon. And Prime Minister Anthony Albanese raised with the rogue senator directly the question, what was she doing dealing with the controversial preference whisperer, Ben Drury? Payman responded she had met Drury because he was working with people in Western Sydney. At this very time, Drury was contacting journalists to tell them to snap the 29-year-old senator leaving the lodge after she'd been told off by the PM. So the PM pointed out to Payman that Drury had previously worked with One Nation. He questioned the motivation of doing the insider's interview and questioned whether she was trying to damage the Labor Party. He also questioned why she'd never addressed caucus on the Palestine issue and never telephoned him about her concerns on the issue before coming out against the government. It seemed to the PM and other senior figures in government that Ms. Payman wanted to be expelled and martyred. She had crossed with the Greens on a motion that there should be a state of Palestine.
Did they really say that? Did they really fucking accuse her of like martyrdom and the fucking Shaheed shit? Your country is so racist.
On the Palestine
it's
issue
wild.
and never
it's
telephoned
wild that people sleep on how racist Australia is.
This is all I want. I just want people to realize how shit of a country this is. That's all I want. That is what will make me happy.
That's fucking
about
insane.
her concerns on the issue before coming out against the government. It seemed to the PM and other senior figures in government that Ms. Payman wanted to be expelled and martyred. She had crossed with the Greens on a motion that there should be a state of Palestine and refused to support Foreign Minister Penny Wong's change to that motion that a state of Palestine should exist within a two-state solution and after a ceasefire. It seems clear after Ms. Payman's resignation from the Labor...
I kind of agree with her position that, no, we shouldn't wait for a ceasefire. Recognize Palestine so it's state-on-state violence. It's an easy fix.
Yeah, how are you going to fucking take Hamas to fucking war crime tribunals?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, Hamas is supposed to be the leader of Gaza, right? So Gaza is a part of Palestine. Recognize Palestine, take Hamas to the ICC. Like, what? Legitimize them as the government. Like, fucking hell. Oh, you're legitimizing a terrorist group. For a reason. They were already a legitimate political group. It's like Hezbollah. It's just like, just because you deem them a terrorist doesn't mean shit. You just need to realize that you need to recognize them. It's like the PKK. They're not terrorists. If Turkey just fucked off, there'd probably be no issues. Same thing. But again, we come back to this issue of why doesn't Israel want this for Hamas? Is there a deeper reason why Israel wants Hamas to exist?
Yeah, why don't they want war crimes prosecuted?
Like, what is this? Why do they oppose the ICC? Is it because they're... because if they actually looked into it at all, they would find that Netanyahu
is also a war criminal?
Hamas?
Is also a war criminal?
Crazy, right?
If a war crime tribunal happens for Hamas, it's happening for Hezbollah too. Just like in the fucking Bosnian genocide.
Mm-hmm.
The people who were genocided against, if they committed war crimes, they went to trial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole thing, is the Serbs try to falsify that they were just responding to Bosnian brutality, Albanian brutality.
That Ms. Payman may now join a collection of Muslim independents being advised by Glenn Drury. Well, I spoke to Glenn Drury.
You have all your Muslims have to be independent.
No. I'm so glad he brought this up because I forgot that this was a narrative. People are legitimately saying she's going to form a Muslim party, and I'm like, this is insane. Oh my god!
All your Muslim, you have an entire independent Muslim caucus now.
I have no idea
because they won't be accepted by the traditional party.
I'm going to assume yes.
Yesterday, who confirmed that he was
there are a few in the Greens, I think, but that's about it.
Invited to a meeting of Muslim community leaders with Senator Payman, and he told Sky News, quote, "I'm not their official advisor, nor am I to Senator Payman, and I'm not on anybody's payroll."
Okay.
But Labor has polled some of the seats seen as vulnerable to such candidates and found these Muslim independents won't dislodge them from the seats.
What did you just call them?
What the polls indicate, 10 to 20% of the vote. The PM's concerns around such candidates is more about the effects on social cohesion.
He rolled that. That's how they used to say it. You know, when the Bosnian genocide happened, it wasn't Muslims in Bosnia. You know what it was? Muslims.
With an O, Muslims.
They would literally go look at the government documents. It's with an O.
No, I actually, yeah, if I recall correctly, it is that way.
Yep.
I've read
Yep.
the documents. Yeah.
Yeah.
It being an electoral concern, I'm told, even as it might relate to the Senate.
Fatima Payman has been met by a crowd of supporters as she arrived home in Perth last night.
When are we getting
Australia's
an interview with
youngest senator
Payman?
resigned from the Labor Party
She
this
won't
week
respond to my
to
shit.
sit on.
I'm trying because
Probably because
our contact.
the media
Hold
keeps
on.
harassing her.
Our contact is a constituent, which means she gets priority email. So I'm utilizing this to get an email quickly. I just have to wait for her to get timed so we
Yeah.
can
Well, the
make
press
an
is
email.
harassing her.
Yes, that's the other
But
thing.
like all
And-
these things that I'm like, it's so because like it's remember one of our favorite videos is that Friendly Jordy's video where I go in knowing nothing about Australia and immediately I'm able to pick out the bullshit he's spewing and like explain like why Labor's policy and housing is shit and like why he's full of shit about shit.
It's very funny.
On the crossbench.
A hero's welcome. More than 200 supporters waiting and cheering as the senator arrives home.
Sort of don't follow a whole lot of politics ourselves, but I think we all value sort of someone that stands up for their own rights and is
see her response when I ask her about this rhetoric of them trying to point you as a martyr like they do with weaponizing shaheeds.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to mark this and clip that, and maybe we can get her attention with a video.
Show some independence.
A makeshift security guard ushering her out as crowd members push to give her a hug.
Ready to serve them as an independent voice, to be their
I didn't
voice
realize
in
she
Canberra.
was so young.
29 or 28.
29. That's very young.
Yeah.
This is
Slay.
honestly the most humbling experience. I will be working hard for them, making sure that I represent them every step of the way, because West is the best.
Fatima Payman was
Wrong.
suspended from the caucus last
Nobody
weekend
likes
after
Western
crossing the floor
Australia.
to support the Greens' motion to recognise Palestinian statehood. Ms.
Dude,
Payman
she's
is
so
Australia's
cool.
young.
Like her charisma is really good.
I'm very interested to see how willing she is to talk and how informed she is on issues.
As senator, she was an organiser for the left-wing United's Workers' Union before becoming an electorate officer. The 29-year-old was elected in
Do
2022.
you want to explain how you have these fake unions that are actually government organizations?
Ah, yes. I'm not really sure how they work, but our unions aren't unions. Not really.
Basically, you have a government representative in the workers'
Yes.
unions.
Yeah. Think CCP in every corporation kind of thing.
Yeah, that type of thing. But like, it makes it sound like Australia is pro-union and they have all these unions and shit, but it's just like a handshake between capitalism and the government. So it's
Yes.
another like circumvention to the people.
Yeah. And this is why you get union bosses standing down workers and making them riot during COVID. This is what happens because the Victoria's biggest union stands down workers because the government tells them to when the workers are telling them that they don't want to. You would think that a union that's supposed to represent the workers and challenge the government's dumb rules, like locking down all tradies, you would think that the unions would be fighting for the people, right? The people who pay their dues. Yeah, no.
Mandatory dues too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, great. So good. We love
It's like the number one way to not do one.
yeah.
180.
And I would almost hesitate to say that you can't set up a union without these government representatives.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
One
you know who we
personal
can ask?
As an elected senator, Ms. Payman will sit for 2 terms or 6 years.
I think that people will look at Fatima Payman. She's made a decision. Fatima Payman received around about 1,600
I
votes
cannot wait to
in the
hear how
WA
she pronounces her name.
election. The ALP box above the line received 511,000 votes.
Jack, can you say
Very clear.
Fatima for me?
Fatima.
No, Fatima.
Fatima.
There you go.
Fatima Payman is in the Senate because people
That was funny.
in WA wanted to elect a Labor government.
The Prime Minister.
Do you hear this shit?
Around about 1,600 votes in the WA election.
He's basically saying they didn't vote for you, they voted for me. Fuck you, is basically what he's saying.
ALP box above the line received 511,000 votes. It's very clear that Fatima Payman is in the Senate because people in WA wanted to elect a Labor government.
The Prime Minister is warning against...
He's basically saying people are so dumb, they didn't vote for you, they clicked the box above the line. So you can pick your senators 1 to 80, or you can hit the number 1 in a single box, right? What do you think people do? You think people are going to sit there and pick the names number 1 to 80 on a big sheet that's like the length of my wingspan? You know what I mean? Like, you think somebody's going to sit there for hours filling out the Senate form? You're fucking insane. So yeah, no shit they voted for Labor. Who do you think they're going to vote for now when the Senate sheet comes for it? You think they're going to go number 1, Fatima Payman? And then fucking fill out the rest? No, they're just going to hit number 1 on the name and bail. Or they'll hit number 1 in her name and not Labor. Like, this is a perfect way of telling Labor voters that they can go fuck themselves. Their representatives doesn't matter. Thank you. Thank you for telling us this.
Against faith-based political movements.
And it seems to me as well, beyond obvious, that it is not in the interest of smaller minority groups to isolate themselves, which is what a faith-based party system would do.
Although most of these people don't know Fatima Payman.
They're literally doing, you know how I was joking about the fucking guys who would be like, posting shit about how the new left in France is going to be women in niqabs?
Yeah.
That's literally what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's literally doing the thing.
This is the Prime Minister of Australia. Just so everybody is aware.
Personally,
the Muslims are undermining us, the dude just says.
They reference the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
Little context to this one.
Insane. I cannot believe a sitting person in a Western global North government said something like that, and they're considered the left wing. Are you fucking kidding me?
It gets worse. It gets so much worse, right?
That's like,
this is a source.
Almost as bad as like the 3 people in our Congress who say things like the Hamas caucus, you know, who aren't party leaders, aren't presidents. Like Trump might say something that stupid if he was still in power. I will give us that. You know, we can match your racism and beat it there, specifically with Donald Trump in power.
This is a source from the one and only Drew.
Oh, epic.
Exiled Labor senators' donations to Barbie-hating Islamic TV studio revealed. This is
well, I'm now against them because they didn't like
exiled
Barbie.
Labor Senator Fatima Payman is poised to quit the Labor Party as early as this week as her links with the 1 million Islamic television studio that campaigns against homosexuality in Barbie movies and dangerous feminist propaganda
Who cares?
emerge. Right?
Who the fuck cares?
Who cares? Anyway, I found what this page was called. It's called One Path. This is the video we're about to watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were controlled. I was told where to go, when to go, what to say. I could never fully express how I felt about what was happening in Palestine. It just made me feel uneasy.
This is where she goes instead of us. She goes to the place that she.
With my own conscience.
Is Drew Australian? Yeah. I mean, you can go watch her interview as long as it's not on Spotify.
Yeah,
we paywalled it on Spotify. We paywalled it on Spotify because he couldn't even do the decency of promoting it.
Yeah, he didn't even promote it. Like he didn't even see the message. He didn't see the message. He didn't even bother looking at it. Crazy. And now he's ranting about fucking Israel justifying genocide.
For a telling off. It almost
party.
It would be even better if she's like got like we get all of Drew's enemies as well on interviews.
This is what I was saying. It would be so funny if we got her and Friendly Geordies in like a couple weeks of like releases, or like a couple releases. That would be hysterical. And just have a Drew versus all his enemies sort of cast.
I think Drew would be easier to talk. I think Drew is easier to talk to as long as we're not talking about Israel than Friendly Geordies would be about fucking regular politics. So like, because I can't sit there, because I'm going to say, I'm going to quote what fucking Alba Mayonnaise there's just fucking said. Right, albino mayonnaise, right?
Because because Jordan is
and watch him sit there and justify what the fucking guy said, and I will not be able to sit back and be like, okay, buddy, you're right. Good. I see your point of view.
Good. Don't, because nobody challenges him. Nobody is equipped enough to challenge him, and that would be why we have him.
He's a racist right to his face.
From the party, you've had a smear campaign by the media.
I'll do it like really shitty too, where I'll be like, seems racist, and then just like roll into a
Continue
question.
On, yeah.
Labour Party against you. Today, you resigned from the Labour Party and decided to run for the rest of your term as an independent in the Senate. It sounds like a roller coaster. I'm sure I'm sure you're very emotional, or I'm sure this is a very emotional time for you. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you so much for the question. And yes, it has been a roller coaster ride. It has been quite an intense.
What a softball question to start with.
It's so cozy though.
Our first question would be, why do you think Labour failed to recognize Palestine? Why did Labour fail to recognize Palestine? No feelings, bullshit, straight into the meat.
Like, what do you think of their excuses that it's rewarding Hamas? Like, if let's just put, let's just say, okay, we accept that. Let's not even debate their point about that being Hamas. How much do you think it's just kicking the can down the road? And let me tell you about someone named James Monroe. See, James Monroe had the opportunity to end slavery in America before it became a problem. Instead, he basically caused the Bleeding Kansas crisis and guaranteed it from happening. Then again, they had another chance to do it with Polk, and it led directly to the Civil War. You think that's labor, except, not, in a civil war, because we're not talking about slavery right now, that they're just failing. Failing to do something that
I would be very interested to hear a comeback from that. Yeah. Just a theory. Just theoretically, of course.
Intense journey. It's taken both an emotional toll, and I do physically feel worn out as well. But I also,
because my response is, why not before this? Why not before October? If October's the issue, what was the issue before?
Of recognizing.
It's the same way I feel about why I think the romantic nationalism of how great America's institutions are under the founders and shit is.
Here we go. Why did you defy the Labour Party? Because this is 26 minutes, and I kind of want to cut through it, so I'm gonna.
Well, you cross the floor, and
plus we'll have a better interview anyway.
In defiance of your now former Labour Party.
I really just wanted to see how much of a softball this interview was going to be.
I would still pretty much have a softball interview too, but the questions would be more intellectually challenging, and actually be better for showing her positions on things.
Yes.
Than a softball.
A genocide's taking place.
Exactly.
Simple answer.
Slay.
40,000 people have been killed.
As many as 180,000 now, potentially.
Massacred brutally. And for us to be in a privileged position in a nation that champions human rights, in a nation where people have big dreams of seeing a free world, or advocating for freedom, equality, and justice, for us to just sit back and
I'm so good at developing the interview into a relaxed conversational thing where it just flows.
Yeah.
See how it doesn't have that conversational flow here because it's so set up, where she's actually really thinking about what she's saying instead of having a genuine conversation.
Yeah.
And as a middle power, that's in the best interest of our nation, but also to establish a independent national foreign policy.
I think that's a
isn't
pretty good
bound
term.
to another nation for us to make our own decisions. We had so many opportunities for us to do more than we have.
True.
Exactly.
And I
Exactly.
think I had to draw a
What did
line
I just
when
say? See?
It was as simple as
See, but my response to this would be, okay, so Labor's not doing enough. Does this not reflect their policy in China as well? Because they shake hands with China all the time just to sell their wine and coal. So is that not also a repetitive failure of action against genocide by the Australian state?
The thing is that the information being readily available is different between those two nations. Palestine, it's in your face every day.
Yes.
It's not being hidden. It's broadcasted to the world.
But even like it's come out, like the slave labor.
I know it's come out, but just
slave labor connections,
I think
right?
people are also conditioned by the frequency that they hear the atrocities.
Sure. Okay.
And if like the complacency left over from the war on terror, I'm sure still affects even Australia. Not as much as it does America, though.
Yeah.
Here is a clear mandate. The moral stance for this situation was very simple: recognize the state of Palestine. And back in 2021, the Labor Party had its national conference where it was heavily debated, and within the party platform, it stipulated that the next Labor government should consider recognizing the state of Palestine. And we can't now keep talking about a two-state solution of which one of those states are not recognized, and then expect that that is going to give people hope and solace that we are progressing towards a peace process.
Okay, and what's been the feedback like?
Interesting. Okay. I did want to play this just before we continued.
News baby.
News
baby!
Continues with the party now set to focus its efforts on candidates' loyalty. Although senior party sources have indicated exclusively to 6 News partner WAMN News that there will be no overhaul in the official candidate selection processes, Labor will be putting more scrutiny into weeding out candidates who are seen to be putting their loyalty to their religion over the party and national interests. A source has told WAMN that the recent saga involved.
What do we think about this, chat?
I think honestly, no. Loyalty to the party is one thing, right? But the national interest shit, like, how do you get Stalin and Hitler in one statement? The national interest thing, I think, is worse. You know what I'm saying?
All because she crossed the floor
to recognize
and sided with the Greens over recognition of Palestine.
Well, we don't want to award Hamas. They want a Sharia state. That's the thing. Like, why don't we just bring the Christchurch shooter out next, and hear from him? No wonder that shit happened. If this is how your fucking Labor government talks. No wonder that shit happened. Look at the fucking culture that you have.
Imagine what it was like for her in the back rooms where there's no cameras. The hostility that she must have felt.
Not only do they have the minority status, right? There's also she's a young woman, right?
Yes.
So you have this dominant male crusader ideology in your face telling you that you're a fucking,
you're basically you're a danger to the country, is what they're telling you.
You might as well be Osama bin Laden's daughter.
Insane.
Who, most of his daughters are pretty cool, actually.
Who put religion above loyalty to the party or to the
If
country. They added, quote, loyalty to Labor is a paramount principle of the party, and we expect future candidates to accept this. Currently, the party is committed to supporting the two-state peace solution with a pledge that there will be no more conflict or terrorism. Meanwhile, Deputy Greens leader Maureen Faruqi has told the ABC that Payman has been the victim of a vilification
Wait. You mean to tell me that there was conditions that said there can't be more murder from Hamas for the states to be recognized? Wow, crazy. It's almost like nothing would have happened if that's the case, because, like, as long as there's terrorism, then it wouldn't classify it to meet the state's status that is set out in that vote that they just took. So even in this, it was a symbolic vote, and it didn't actually matter for the recognition, right? You know, it's just like how the Pope apologizing for the indigenous camps and schools. Sorry, they were camps, right? That literal genocide. He apologized for it, and a lot of people said, "Wow, I'm glad we at least got the apology." That doesn't negate the genocide that happened.
No, it's like Labour. Labour did their little apology with Kevin Rudd, right? I think it was Kevin Rudd. Apologized to the Aboriginals for the genocides and the child separation policies and shit. I'm like, okay, how about the conditions of the Aboriginals today? Does that change that? Like, does it change the history? Does it change that they've been systematically fucked over to the point that they're 3% of the population now? Like, when are we actually going to have a solution? It's like the Australian government when their solution to domestic violence is let's put more money into organizations that have done nothing for the last 10 years while violence against women goes up. Yeah, Australia has great solutions to so many great problems.
It's like, so you want to hear something funny? So like basically back in the day, they made it so like basically they did a 3-to-1 ad thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, or something like it's something like our airwave mandates is that it's for every 3 ads, you need like a PSA and stuff. And that's where all the anti-smoking stuff comes in.
That's so funny.
Right. And like all those anti-smoking ads increase smoking. They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. It was just free ads for cigarettes. That the cigarette because we banned cigarette advertisements basically on TV a while ago.
Yeah.
I've been in touch with Senator Payman over the last few weeks and also way before that. I think being the only other brown Muslim woman in that Senate, I can understand far better than most what Senator Payman has been going through, not just over the last few weeks,
I
but
think
just
she's
in
the
general.
deputy leader of the Greens.
I mean,
Explain that to us. That's interesting.
Yeah, just because throughout my political life, I have been a target of Islamophobia. I have been a target of gaslighting. I have been,
one of my favorite all-time PSAs. Okay, actually, my absolute favorite. I like two
She's the
from
deputy
Canada,
Greens leader.
but one is the kitchen safety ad. And this lady's like, I'm about to be married next week, but that doesn't matter because I'm about to have an accident. And she slips on grease and pours boiling grease all over her face. And then it hard cut to her looking like Freddy Krueger screaming on the floor. And it's like, kitchen safety is important. And then another one, it was something like they're at the beach and they're stepping on landmines and getting gorily blown up in these landmines. And they're all screaming like, oh my God, what is happening? And it's something like when you do drugs, you're risking your life or something like that. There's also one where it's like an anti-texting thing, and they get into a horrific T-bone, and it's like, don't text and drive. Canada has the best PSAs. They were so good. I don't know if they still do them now that like cable is kind of dead.
Damn.
It's true. The robot, don't put any of that in your mouth. I need to see this one.
So born in Afghanistan, father fled from the Taliban
in the 90s.
Arrived by boat, so literally almost could have been killed by John Howard coming in, right? Worked as a security guard, kitchen hand, and taxi driver to afford to sponsor the migration. Got here in 2003. So legitimate, like refugee, I guess. If they've fled the Taliban, then it would be refugees, right?
Well, that's like in Hanoma. She was a refugee resettlement program.
Okay. So it's even more insane that they're doing this rhetoric about her specifically because, like, it's even more disgusting because they're basically associating her with Hamas. I wonder if they're aware that,
both are Muslim Brotherhood.
Like, I wonder if they're aware that the Taliban sent fighters to Hamas and how offensive.
Well, they're both
really
Muslim Brotherhood. They both come out of Muslim Brotherhood. Well, the Taliban a little less so. They're both Muslim Brotherhood adjacent, but Hamas especially is definitely Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood doesn't really like give money to the Taliban like they do Hamas, because the Muslim Brotherhood believes strongly even they criticize Hamas, saying they're too nationalistic and not Islamic enough. Right. So I don't know how much the Muslim Brotherhood, I don't know their opinion on the Taliban right now.
But yeah, so I feel like that's a pretty offensive statement from the Labour Party. This whole thing is so fucking offensive. Like, not even like an oh my god, clutching my pearls. Just like generally is very offensive things to say, just like casually as the leader of the country.
Yeah,
like
it's almost as bad as the Hamas caucus shit.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
For strong positions that I have taken.
They've done everything except outright accuse her of being Hamas.
What Senator Payman is going through, and this issue of Palestine is very core to not just the Greens, but personally to me as well.
Payman has also said she would not join the Greens and would not form a Muslim party, despite some speculation. Joins 6 News now for a very first interview since crossing the floor. Senator, good evening.
Guess we'll watch.
Good evening, Leo.
She hadn't quit at this point.
It's great to have you here. So have you actually spoken to any of your Labor colleagues since you made that decision, and have any actually supported what you did?
Thanks for that question. I've had many welfare checks from colleagues both in the Senate and in the House of Reps. Many have shown their support to my mental health and making sure that I don't feel alone. But yeah.
You've sounds like she does feel alone.
Answers regarding Gaza, both before and after
certainly does
vote. You were, I think, rebuked by the Prime Minister for saying from the river to the sea, and it was only a couple of weeks ago.
Oh my God.
And of your treatment by other
criticism of the Israeli government means you hate Jews.
Yeah. A genocidal statement. It means wiping Jews off the face of the earth, of course.
Or bullied at any
point. It means
point.
you don't want Israel to exist.
Look, there's been a mixed response.
Wait, so hang on. Let me get this straight. She said from the river to the sea, which means she doesn't want Israel to exist, but also voted for the two-state solution?
That's very curious.
Can anyone explain this to me?
Mentioned in the presser after crossing the floor. Obviously, there's been the reception of me crossing the floor.
I'm sorry.
My statement on 15th
Can
of
we
May
go back to how News Baby said her name? Because if anyone's going to say it right,
it's the same way.
News Baby,
it was the same way. It was the same way.
Has upset a few colleagues of mine. It has made some feel that there's been unfair judgment.
She's also probably never had an interview where the host asked them to introduce themselves. Right?
True. That probably would be a first, because we do a very different type of interview.
What I've done, and today I heard that there may be
helps
extra
them
penalties.
feel like they're also a creator. You know,
Sure.
Like they're deciding how the interview goes, and it makes them feel like, that they're also addressing a specific audience instead of me.
Sure. I mean, I like to get people to introduce themselves anyway.
Yeah, well,
who can say their name better than them?
That's exactly why I do it.
To be.
And then I have a reference as well for when I go and.
Well, we used to do it off camera, right? So
Yeah.
we'd be like, "Can you just say your name for me and spell it?" So like when I do the slate, I know that I'm doing it right, and my editor can see that they're saying your name right. Basically, is what you would do.
Out because there's a letter that's going to the National Secretariat.
Gotten a lot better.
That's
and
yet to be
real
determined.
quick.
And like yourself, I just await to read newspaper articles in the morning.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence. But when I was crossing the floor, it was for my conscience, and also understanding that I was standing for the ethos of the Labor Party, what we have put in the platform, what our rank and file members have asked for, what my West Australian
Is this not everything? Literally everything that I was just saying is like It's like he's just spitting in her face, saying they didn't vote for you, they voted for us. You better do what we say. Like, that's such a fucked up way to think. Like, you wanna talk about class systems. Talk about fucking gatekeeping morality in politics. Are you fucking kidding me?
Fucking
like what a joke. What an actual joke.
Are you mean to tell me that your government's being run by Barrera?
Have called on the young people that I've met.
You have been
whether it's
disloyal
on
to the party.
encampments, whether it's been during door knocking or at schools I visit. This has been the clear ask.
So
And I've
when
had communities
Anthony
reach out.
Albanese lines up the people at the wall to shoot them in the head. Are they saying "Long live Stalin" before he has them shot in the head, or just like "Long live Labor"? Or what do you think?
Hold on, is it a specific Labor guy?
Labor guy.
Who?
They say Foster's. It's Australian for beer.
Bob Hawke. They would say a prayer to Bob Hawke, who brought in Medicare and is their Lord and Savior, and he also sculls beer at the cricket.
Skull.
And then they would execute them summarily.
Mm-hmm. Well, they already showed that they don't care about systematic executions when somebody who performed those executions got away with it, and the guy who whistle blew went to prison.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. What a great country. This is their idol.
Yeah, long live Stalin.
Yeah.
And then he promptly died. Wow, you invented a new camera resolution. My God.
Look, I'm
the compression on that.
Yeah.
As members of the SC escorted by stunned police.
It was a cell phone video. They stretched to 16:9.
No, like he actually did this.
Bob Hawke could work a room or pub like no other.
But this is ABC, so I'm not going to do this.
The perm.
But that's his thing, is like necking
Oh my
a beer.
God. That's epic.
From Perth, Sydney, Melbourne, and Victoria, New South Wales, rather. I don't want to just geographically constrain them, but there's been a wide range of communities reaching out to me saying, I wish my local member would follow you, or be able to stand,
at least do something.
A just resolution for Gaza, for Palestine. But this is about justice. This is about doing the right thing and being on the right side of history. And I just implore that and hope that by me continuing within the party, I can convince my colleagues to come on board.
I know obviously the party platform of the Labor Party does call for a two-state solution, and there are plenty of pro-Palestine rank and file members, as you've mentioned. But do you think a position like yours, which was directly crossing the floor to directly call for a Palestinian state and really overtly pro-Palestinian positions, do you think that is welcomed right now in terms of in the federal party room and with the current caucus?
I can't speak for my colleagues and everyone else within my caucus, but what I do know and what I've seen and witnessed is the long-term advocacy of many of my colleagues, some that have advocated longer than I've been on this earth for. So it is really important for me to ensure that what I've done isn't just a one-off gesture, but rather I know that this is part of an incremental move towards recognizing Palestine, but also it's about reinstating that hope within our communities, showing them that yes, we do listen, we are representing your voices, and also it's important that we were elected to be standing up for our values. It's not a homogenous caucus, so I do understand that there's various perspectives within a caucus. But it is important in matters like this that we get to vote without conscience.
We saw Louise Pratt, your WA colleague, say in The Australian last night that a Senate vote won't create peace in the Middle East. Does she have any point when she says that?
Like I said, this is an incremental.
It's such a narrow, short-sighted point of view. No, it won't create peace. But recognizing Palestine will mean you can actually take them to fucking court, to the ICC, actually do something internationally that isn't bombing Palestinian children.
You know, it'd be funny. Because I'm waiting for the day where it all comes back and I start being framed as like the Al Qaeda guy, right? She does an interview with us and fucking albino mayonnaise comes out saying like she did an interview with pro Al Qaeda media, you know?
God, I fucking hope so.
This is a person who's interviewed horrific people like so and so.
God, I hope so. Dude, if I got cameras on me, they would take them off me immediately. Like, seriously, do it. Like, if it fucking happens and this actually happens and I'm still in Australia, man, come on, ABC, 7 News, come at me. I will give you fucking interviews. Come the fuck at me. I will accept all of your interviews.
It's crazy.
Well,
it's
you
almost,
will not release a single
it's like
one.
crazy because it's like it's not like Hamas members and like their like leadership hasn't been interviewed by normal press, you know,
Yes.
by just normal working day press people.
Yeah. It's like you have, but this is how Australia works, right? If you're not the approved media, you aren't media. Right? It's that kind of vibe.
The fucking Anne Ranthapur, like she did that Haqqani interview. She's fucking goes over to Australia and they're like, this lady sympathizes with the Haqqani network.
And it's even funnier because we just did the IEA interview. like literally talking civilly with a Taliban supporter. It's a pretty wild interview, really.
Step.
Yeah, especially the part where he said that he watched like Zarqawi's videos when he was a kid, which meant like he watched people being beheaded in Iraq as a kid, and those were his Avengers.
An opportunity for the Australian government to recognise Palestine as part of that towards that peace process, but you can't acknowledge two states where one of those states are not recognized as a state, right? So it is really important.
Exactly.
For that first step, and it's important for our national interests.
She's so right. She's literally saying, yes, we can make a difference as our vote, which she's right. The more recognition that these governments have of Palestine is the quicker that a fucking resolution happens. You know, do you think there would be as much strife with Taiwan if it was recognized by every country in the world?
No.
How has Putin gotten away with so many things? You know?
Yeah.
Crimea. Who recognizes it as Ukraine? Basically everyone, right? But they let Putin take it. Nobody's actually standing up for shit. If people actually stood up for that shit back in the day, you know, there would have never have been a Ukraine war. But all these politicians are fucking spineless, and they say one day we'll end slavery, but not today because, you know, it's gonna, you know, the South wants it too much, and that would be undemocratic if we end slavery now. But let's just, you know, do this thing called the Missouri Compromise, which is known as one of the worst things that an acting president has ever come up with in the United States. Wow. The United States sure has done a lot of stuff. That Missouri Compromise must be really bad. No, it's pretty much what the Australian Labor Party just did in Australia for Gaza.
Yeah.
Well, for Palestine, I should say. That's you.
Oh my God.
That's you, people. You want to go to David Pacman? Canceling.
I'm just amazed at the fact that people don't realize that cruise missiles, like the way cruise missiles look, are carrier vehicles. The actual missile is inside. You know, it's a cruise missile. It has to fly. It needs wings and stabilizers. And then when it actually finally gets to its goal, it breaks apart and rocket into building. You know, that's how missiles work.
The Sabat rounds would blow their minds.
Yeah, it's fucking like
caseless
brain death.
ammunition, bro. See,
All right.
like Newsbaby, I think Newsbaby did a great job for the Standard Press interview, and asking the Standard Press questions.
He does fine.
Yeah.
What did we want?
David Pakman and Trump disappearing for the last video.
Listen, we have to talk about a reality of this presidential campaign. Donald Trump is missing. Melania Trump is completely missing, as if she doesn't.
I can't believe it.
And
he did the same joke as Spitting Image. Spitting Image put the joke
debate.
was that
The
Joe
media,
Biden was
corporate
missing
media.
before the last election because he was stuck in a well the whole time. And that was the joke Spitting Image did, where they kept cutting back to Joe Biden being stuck in the well. And then that's literally what they did. Donald Trump's hiding in a hole. Haha, you got him. You're literally recycling
Has
jokes
been
about
fixated
Biden.
on questioning President Biden's fitness and age. If you saw the George Stephanopoulos interview on ABC News, how many different ways of asking, are you sick and should you step down, could there have been? And yet these are not questions that are ever posed to Donald Trump, despite the fact that we've been sounding the alarm along with neurology and mental health professionals about Trump's cognitive state for years at this point in time. And we have to include in this that while we acknowledge Joe Biden had a terrible debate performance, he's clearly experiencing age-related decline. We see that. But he's also holding a rigorous schedule. Oh, he's only good between 10 and 4 p.m. Okay. He's also made 18 appearances since the debate while managing the executive branch. We got another good jobs report. We got another stock market all-time high. And yet corporate media is not asking obvious questions about Donald Trump. And they have become obsessed with Biden's age and fitness, which is an important topic. I want to be clear. And listen, I'll take the heat. Okay. I've told you, I'm going to call it the way I see it. And I see arguments on both sides of this thing. We'll get to the people that are furious with me a little bit later in the show. There is obviously a story with Biden, his brain, and his debate performance. But the fact that corporate media, if Jill Biden suddenly went missing during a campaign, do you realize how much corporate media coverage of that there would be? And yet there is no coverage of the fact that Melania is MIA, by all reports, wants nothing to do with Trump, is sticking around only for the money, and that doesn't include going to campaign events with Trump. The fact that Trump is holding no events, he's doing a rally at his own house tomorrow or later this week. And so the way that corporate media has been covering this diverts attention from the achievements of Biden, which are even more remarkable if he has dementia, and obviously the pressing issues that the administration is addressing. And so the narrative surrounding Biden's age ignores what is his level of direct engagement in high-level diplomacy and domestic policy. Let's assume the report from Axios is true, that they try to keep Biden mostly scheduled within the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. window. Fine. He's still maintaining relationships with our allies and participating in high-level diplomacy throughout all of it. Does this prove he shouldn't be replaced? No, this isn't about that. It's a different conversation. Now contrast this with the corporate media coverage of Trump. Trump is almost completely absent from public appearances since the debate, other than these orchestrated rallies that have much more in common with Fidel Castro and Mussolini than they do with democratic countries.
Okay, which
receives
one?
little to no media scrutiny, certainly not from anything even nominally on the right side of the political spectrum as far as media goes. Corporate media
Trump
has completely
is known
failed,
to quote
and even after the
Mussolini.
debate, continues to fail to question Donald Trump's not only limited visibility, but also his own share of cognitive issues. And it's a discrepancy that should raise questions about the consistency. You know, there's a lot of corporate media now that's saying we're covering what's going on with Biden to be fair. What does that mean exactly? Because you've been ignoring Donald Trump's lack of fitness for years, and you continue to. Now, I don't want to make this all about Melania, but I do want to make one other thing about this. There's almost no corporate media coverage of Melania Trump's prolonged absence from the public eye.
Who gives
and
a shit?
There has been significant scrutiny. You know, the entire news cycle about Dr. Jill Biden isn't a medical doctor. Jill Biden is Joe Biden's caretaker. Michelle Obama's really in charge. Michelle Obama setting up for a presidential run.
Hell yeah.
The focus on spouses.
My favorite conspiracy.
And of course, there's nothing.
What is Jill Biden's doctorate?
I don't know. Education, I believe.
Like it's in education.
I believe.
Education and career. Let's see. Yeah, doctorate of education. Okay.
Nothing about the complete and total absence by Melania Trump. And again, it's a completely uneven standard. So what we have here,
definitely medical doctor, is
an agenda-driven media bias. People like to say, well, it's it's politically oriented. It's because the media is left or right wing, or it's based on advertising, or the disparity in coverage here suggests that there's some underlying agenda, and it seems to be favoring the sensationalism aspects. It's sensational now
No way.
to talk about Biden
Whoa.
exclusively in the terms that he's being discussed since the
Whoa.
debate. The chaos,
This
the
is some
controversy
young Turks
that
level
generated is
mind
appealing to
fuckery
corporate
that's
media.
happening here.
And similarly,
I am being
Trump's
awakened.
actions without
No
going
way.
to the what is going on with Trump's brain, because there's also an issue there. Well, if we've got two brain stories, all of a sudden it
David,
becomes
though,
far less
not
interesting for
interested in
corporate media.
sensationalism.
Not as
Not even once.
interesting, not going to drive ratings in the same way. Now, as far as the question of Joe Biden's level of
Better than
engagement,
mine, of course.
we all see that there's something going on. We saw it at the debate. Okay?
We've
been given some explanations as to the campaign to put Biden out in public only when he's going to be at his best, which is reportedly 10 before. Despite all that, this week, Joe Biden is giving a speech at the NATO summit, meeting with the AFL-CIO, participating in events with NATO leaders at that summit, hosting arrival ceremonies and dinners, conducting working sessions at NATO, holding Ukraine-related meetings, holding a press conference, going to Detroit and doing a campaign rally, and obviously all of the little things, calling constituents, all these different things. That is a hands-on approach, and it is engagement. Now, is he at his best all day? Probably not. Is he tired and going to talk in that really low voice during some of these? I'm sure he is. But in contrast, Trump's schedule this week is one rally at his own residence.
David, hang on. You mean to tell me that he can't perform at his best in all presidential duties? Sounds like an underachievement that we're trying to sell off as an overachievement here. They don't give medals out for third place, David.
In Florida, where he doesn't even have to live his house. And all of this goes completely undiscussed.
See, that's a joke
by
because they do
corporate
give
media.
medals out for third place.
All right, I'm ending it there. I need to go.
That's what we call comedic timing.
That's a finishing joke. All right, we're done.
I'm fucking better than you.
All right, we're done. Enough. I'm fucking gym time.
I miss Bisky.
Where'd Bisky go? We had a lot of interaction in Twitch today. That was good. All right, we will talk to you guys later. Goodbye. Hold on.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Goodbye.